too. Some good rugby, some good defense, some good pressure, and a lot of fun working with you again, Will.
Of course, we will only get better as the day goes on. And we make sure this fantastic event is rightfully done properly. Credit to everyone involved here in the West Coast Sevens. I know a lot goes into a tournament like this, set up by fantastic volunteers and helpers and people who are just committed to the game of rugby and rugby sevens, college sevens in particular. We do, of course, have not just the men's competition, but the women's competition and also high school. I know we got really excited with the high school rugby last year. Cathedral Catholic being a fantastic team, just one of them here today. And Jeremy, it's great to see this sort of variety of rugby on offer.
No, absolutely, and the expansion, including women this year, they weren't in the West Coast Sevens last year, so it's going to be nice to see, college men, college women, and the high school kids. And looking forward to the next matchup. So this is my alma mater, San Diego State, playing against the reigning champions, as you said, Cal Berkeley. So we've got a really good match ahead. San Diego State now under the leadership of Scott Bracken, my closest friend and longtime coach, who's now striding along the sidelines with a big smile on his face and obviously hoping that his boys put up a good performance. I have to say, I do think they'll have the work cut out for them, but, it's 7, so anything can happen.
Well, if it's anything to go with Scott's arms, body shape that he possesses, the training that he still does, then I'm assuming that this SDSU team is going to be fit and ready for a big challenge of Cal. Head coach, of course, the infamous Jack Clark, coming off a fantastic Sevens program. Yes, winning the West Coast Sevens last year, but also in the 15s competition. D1 champions, D1A champions in CRAA. A fantastic win against Life in Indianapolis back in, was it now, May time?
Yeah, first weekend in May, I believe. Well, you're right. So, Cal's the powerhouse, right? And they have been for a long time. So looking forward to see how San Diego State stands up against them.
Here we go then. That's Solomon Williams getting us underway as not quite going 10 meters. So keep an eye out on Cal's number 10. He is a fantastic talent, but a first mistake. And it gives SDSU the chance, the Aztecs, to have a go. But referee has just said you've got to tap the ball out of your hands before you play. So a reminder, if it's a tap and go, you've got to quite literally tap the ball with your foot out of your hands and then collect it. Referee said that number 5 there for Aztecs did not do that. So that's why the turnover for Cal, as Williams gets the ball and glides past the first 2 defenders, points out on this near-end side. Can he get it away to Masikoi? He's an absolute specimen of an athlete. Keeps hold of it, somehow gets the offloaders away, as now Cal just steady themselves near the line. They're about a meter out. Williams, can he get it to this width where it is just taken up? Penalty for being offside from SDSU. Williams, another tap and go. Surely now they can get it to this near-hand side, but in the end, it is scored under the post by another man to keep an eye out on, and that is Mr. Rand Santos, a USA Eagle. Cal, all a bit too easy, Jeremy.
Yeah, again, naivety we talked about in the last game. San Diego State got possession off the kickoff, didn't tap it through, and then give possession back to Cal. And you can't give possessions up in the sevens because too many bad things can happen, especially, with the athletes that they've got with Michael DeBeer and, Rand Santos and, as you said, Solomon Williams. Don't give them any opportunities that they haven't already earned.
Cal, always so well trained and developed. Jack Clark along with Tom Billups as well. It really is a phenomenal program they've got as Rand Santos. Wow, what a take, what an offload. Can he get it down? Not quite. That's De Beer who just gets put out onto the sideline. But Jeremy, that is the epitome of a sevens restart, winning it back and turning it into attack.
Yeah, quick restart, tap back, one possession. Luckily, some good cover defense by the Aztecs. They'll be pleased with that they didn't punch it into the corner. And now the Aztecs, unfortunately, the line out doesn't go their way. So Cal once again with possession.
winning it back as they now try and move it to that far-hand side. Williams, does he get the pass up? Oh, no. And that is one where, well, look, it happens to everyone. At the top level down, I think that is Massey Coy, who would have walked over but dropped. And it is a turnover for SDSU. The Aztecs will finally have the ball. Got a feel for Coy because he's an electric player. Got to catch the ball first.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's unusual for Cal. So San Diego State, the Aztecs will be very happy that they get possession. Let's see if they can compete at this scrum to retain it and clear their lines a little bit.
Aztecs coming under pressure in that scrum, and it's Williams who just walks over far-hand side, and that's the second try for Cal. And the man that we are going to keep a very close eye on, the number 10, Solomon Williams, getting over. So just showing power and precision, albeit there was a drop ball, but they get the ball back in the end. And a second try there.
Yeah, Will, if you look at the first match and then this one, you see when you have, a couple of real playmakers, it makes a huge difference. The first game we saw Sam Brown and Jack Farber causing problems. This time, a lot of it seems to be revolving around Solomon Williams and Rand Santos. So really, really excited to see how they're performing. And as you say, they're not only collegiate All-Americans, but Rand, I believe, has been capped, correct? So he's showing why he's capped.
Williams gets it back underway then here in the first half as SDSU tries something a little bit different. Ronan Green wearing the 2 jersey and that red scrum hat. And to be fair, in sevens, Jeremy, there is that space in behind. You can understand why a kicking option might be used, but you just think for a side who have barely had the ball so far, keeping hold of it might be a better idea.
Yeah, I like the inventiveness. I don't think it was the right play at the right time, especially since they haven't had any possession, hold on to the ball. But, good intent, probably just not wrong part of the pitch.
So finally, SDSU, the Aztecs have the ball as they try and get it out of their 22 turnover there, though, and that's where Cal will make you pay. They're going to move it to this far side as Coy comes on the switch, and then the turnover, though, again. It's Jeremy Stute who comes all the way. Look at the pace from the man. From 75 metres out, the Aztecs have their first try. From a mistake from Cal, capitalised from SDSU.
Yeah, again, 2 mistakes from Cal. One didn't punish them. This one did punish them. And as you said, great wheels from Jeremy Stute. He's a sophomore out of Bangkok, Thailand, studying computer science over here. So obviously he did the maths and understood that he had the pace to get down the side.
I was seeing your brain rack what sort of joke you could bring out there, Jeremy. It's fantastic to have you with us. And you're right, he showed a lot of wheels.
Yeah, sometimes I think I overtry to be creative, but standing alongside you and then seeing Mr. Alex Corbacero in the background waiting to come onto the hot seat just gets me fired up for the day, Will.
It's all good. It's great to have you, Jeremy, and for myself, this is really a fantastic competition to be involved in, and for the Aztecs just showing what it means to them, the fist pumps were flying out. Their first try, they get the ball then underway, a high-hanging kick to this corner. It does go 10 metres, so that will be out for touch, but that will also be the end of the first half. So, interesting game, mostly being about Cal, but they have only got 2 tries on the board. So, actually, a 12 points to 7 lead for Cal. Jeremy, what have you made of that?
Well, I mean, clearly Cal, have the edge in experience in the sevens game. They have the athletes, but they haven't been able to put it together. Like you said, I mean, 2 tries with the amount of possession they had is not sufficient for them. And I'm sure that Jack is not being too subtle with them, at halftime. As far as the Aztecs, great try at the end. They're working hard. You can tell that they knew at this game. But they'll be really impressed, and, Ryan and Scott Bracken will be very happy with how the team's showing up, and hopefully they can spring a surprise in the second half. We'll see how it goes.
A great program at the Aztecs. Let's just a reminder of how far they've come. You said about Ryan Mattias, of course, former USA Eagles. fantastic player. The privilege of playing with Ryan, both at international level with the Eagles and then also at San Diego. And Scott Bracken as well, recently coming in as head coach. It is great to see that programs in the college game, particularly here in Southern California, just continue to develop. That's only going to help the talent come through and make rugby a bigger and better game in this country.
No, absolutely. And San Diego State have a great history from several years ago. They've definitely seen a drop-off in the last few years. Not sure for the reasons for that, but Ryan came in and really stabilized the program last year. And then Scott Bracken, as I said already, a long lifetime mate of mine. We've coached together for 20-something years. Him coming into his alma mater, he's a former Eagle prop. He knows what he's doing, and I think between the two of them, they will definitely rebuild this program very effectively.
And he's in absolutely terrific shape. I hope when I get to the age of Scott Bracken, I'm in half the shape that he is in. Hopefully we can get a close-up on the camera, because that'd be very worth it for our viewers. The Aztecs will be getting us underway this second half. Cal leading 12 points to 7. This is game 2 here in the men's competition of the West Coast Sevens in Los Angeles.
Yeah, for the second half, I'd like to see a lot more commentary around, the Aztec performance versus the physical attributes of the head coach, Will. But you're right. Scott Bracken is in phenomenal shape, and that's why, as you said earlier, I'm sure over time his team are going to become very physical and very defensive-minded, just like he is.
Well, talking of defensive-minded, that was a slap down then from the Aztecs, so that's why the penalty comes, and it's a quick tap working down that far hand side. That is in the hands of Ran Santos, kicks it through for his man Solomon Williams, not to be. Aztecs get hold of it, they hack it away all the way up towards the halfway line, into the hands of Oliver Newell. As now Cal move it to this near side, the big man with a big tackle coming in. Brian Brogny, but not over the line, just in that corner. It comes back on the inside, and Oliver Newell for Cal gets the third try. And, well, Jeremy, you've got to say a good early bit of defensive work to get the turnover from SDSU, but the kick wasn't really much use, and Cal got on the counter-attack and scored.
No, you said it perfectly. It was the right thing to do was to kick, but as you know in rugby, you never, when you're clearing your lines, kick to the middle of the pitch, which is what they did, and it just gave them an overlap on the right-hand side with some big, hard runners. So, we've seen 2 kicks by the Aztecs today, neither of which has gone well. So, my view is, keep the ball in hand, try and gain some yardage, just go run hard north-south and see if they can stop you.
Occasionally I get some big athletes in this Cal side as well, so you've got to match the physicality as much as anything. As Solomon Williams' kick nearly brought back onto Cal's side, but it's not. It's just knocked forward, and that is why the Aztecs will have to put into this scrum a couple of changes. Onto the field, number 12 for the Aztecs. Michael Woolery comes on. The senior business management degree. There you go. That's a good degree to have under your belt.
Absolutely. The future's bright for him. William Rizcala came off, the sophomore out of Gilroy, so he's getting a well-earned breather. And let's see if Michael Woolery can make a difference.
Aztecs in their own half. A lot to do here. They are down 7 points to 17. The kick from Ran Santos for Newell's try went wide, so that's why it's only a 10-point gap.
Yeah, I mean, the Aztecs have possession here. And again, they have a chance to make it a one-score game. They're probably swimming uphill a little bit, but they'll be very pleased with their performance so far, regardless of the way it goes. I mean, the idea was just to improve, and they're definitely showing improvement.
They are, but not legally just then, as the counter-up came through from Cal. Williams gets it to Ran Santos. The two All-Americans working well together as they now move it back to this far side, and Newell looks like he's just going to fall over the line. It's his second try. It's Cal's fourth try. And you like to think that's game, set, and match.
Yeah, that's game, set, and match, and I could definitely see Newell's making a difference to this Cal lineup. They look a lot more consistent, a lot more stable in the second half, and they're showing what they're capable of doing. So, much improved performance by Cal in the second half, indeed. And excited to see what the next couple of minutes hold as some more substitutions come on. Obviously, Jack feels comfortable that they've got this game in hand, so he's going to give some boys a run. So it looks like we've got Cormac Saint coming on. And I didn't get to see the other numbers, but Saint will be taking over the kicking duties.
Williams and Santos will be coming off, keeping their legs fresh for the day ahead, a full day ahead as well. So Cal with their fourth try, conversion going wide. So it remains at 22 points to 7. Aztecs now finally getting the ball in their hands and getting a bit of width, trying to get it into the danger man who had the try in the first half, the number 7, Jeremy Stute. Go from side to side. Great spin move there from Farias, who just works it back to the floor, getting the ball back to his side. Good offload now for Ronan Green to move forward. But again, it's in that contact area that they get turned over, but illegally, coming from an offside position from Cal. So Jeremy, finally we're seeing the Aztecs come alive. Yeah,
the Aztecs came alive, and Cal was marched an extra 10 meters, obviously saying something, inappropriate to the referee that, added to the penalty. So the Aztecs have some really good go-forward ball here. Let's see what they can do with it.
As they move this wide, big, long passes. As there's some great footwork from Christian Farias, who gets brought down, is still keeping hold of this ball. Keeping it alive in sevens is so important. Green wearing that red scrum hat. Great offload from the SDSU number 2. Offloads are going everywhere. This is really impressive from the Aztecs.
Yeah, great sequence. Unfortunately, we've got a knock on right there. But, 6 or 7 phases, a couple of guys with their hands on their knees, you can understand, after that many phases, they're pretty gassed. But, again, a lot of bright things there for San Diego State to be built on. Unfortunately, just not quite clinical enough at the end.
Getting that offload game going, getting in behind the defense, which is so important in 15 side of the game and, of course, the 7 side of the game. Cal really had to work hard. And you just think maybe if this game was going on for a few more minutes, Aztecs have actually shown to be, or certainly showing what they've been, or want to be about, I should say, in the last minute or so.
Yeah, and Aiden Fleming just came off. He worked really hard, played well out there. He's getting a break, getting taken over by Ben Dawson, sophomore who's actually out of San Diego. Again, so the Aztecs are showing a lot of enthusiasm. Just some last-minute execution of letting them down. But, again, I think that Ryan and Scott overall would be pretty pleased with this performance. And it doesn't, say bode well for some of the opposition later on today for San Diego State if they keep playing like this.
As you're saying positive things about SDSU, it's Cal that come away, though, with the last laugh of this game as Brian Bogney gets over for Cal, putting the icing on the cake. Turnovers have really worked for Cal, and they've really capitalized on them, and they will win this match, their 5th try. This one will look to be converted for the extra 2 points. It is, as the referee blows for full time. So there we go. Cal winning this game 29 points to 7 against SDSU. Jeremy Ognall is going to step off. Myself, Will Hooley, will be joined by a man that I know all too well, played with, was coached by, and have even done plenty of media stuff. It is Mr. British and Irish Lions, Alex Corbusiero. Corbs, how are you, buddy?
What is going on, Will? Fantastic to be here. Thanks for the hype. Thanks for everything. Yeah, mate, I'm here. I'm always here to support you. Let's say that.
Oh, bless you. There he comes.
Don't worry.
Don't
worry, kids. Daddy's home here. Don't worry. I got Will covered.
we are getting ready for another game to come on, and looking to the sidelines as we've just seen Cal take the victory, aiming to defend their championship. As I've mentioned already, if you've just joined us, this is the first leg of a 3-part series. The first here in Los Angeles. We then go to Stanford on the 11th of October, finishing off in Oceanside the 25th to the 26th of October. That double-dayer for the West Coast Sevens. So, as we now look to have USD come out, the Terreros against USC. You know USD well, Corbs. Obviously, Charlie Purdon. It's a great program they've got down at University of San Diego.
Absolutely fantastic. Fantastic campus, fantastic place to be. And, yeah, the rugby is thriving there under Charlie Purdon and co. with Dan Pryor. You've got Ollie Kane on the sidelines as well. You know, Dan Pryor, former New Zealand Maui, New Zealand
All Black? Maori All Black.
Maori All Black. Yeah, sorry. For some reason, the full title escaped me. He's had so many played Super Rugby across, and to have someone with that experience every day with the kids, and I know they're also adding a lot more sort of resources to that program. It's an exciting place to be, and I think you see a nice bit of spirit about them.
100%. And USC as well. Enjoyed seeing their progress, particularly in the 15 side. They were in the national championships in Indianapolis back in May. And again, another program who has really come on, and it's just really good to see Corbs, particularly here in California, but college rugby very much being on the rise.
It's thriving, Will. What a day for this. What a venue, obviously, at Dignity Health Sport Park. And like you said, we have two other venues to come. And to see these West Coast teams and really sort of growing the product as well as the quality of rugby on the field is very, very exciting.
So USD to the Terreros, they'll be in their black and blue strip. USC on your picture playing from left to right. Here as the cloud cover is still upon us in Los Angeles. No one's complaining about that, as it's can be warm this time of the year. USC will get us underway. Corbs, what are we thinking of this one?
It's going to be a close one, I think. Obviously, I think USD under Charlie Purdon, they'll be well-drilled, well-oiled machine. But obviously, seeing this USC, they've got Steve Staggs on the sideline as well, who's a great coach that I've worked with through the Giltinis, and he's been very involved in the rugby scene in LA. And, this one, if I was a betting man, I'd go USD, but I just never know in sevens. It's short, sharp, small moments can define games. I think you're silly to bet on sevens. Much rather stick to 15s if you're a betting man in the rugby sphere.
I was going to say, Corbs, of course, known as the prop forward and the powerhouse. Did you ever have a go at sevens?
I have played a little bit of sevens. I played in the Safari Sevens in Kenya for London Irish Academy when they had about 8 injuries at the end of the season. I got to play against a couple of international sides. I played against the emerging box, or the Blitz box, as they were called back then. And, I was a bit lighter then as well, sort of under 20s. Rugby, where I could kind of run around, but no, not a seven specialist, but a massive fan. Obviously followed the sport for a long time through NBC Sports and dabbled in it with coaching in this landscape of college rugby that you kind of have to be a Swiss Army knife and be able to do everything.
Indeed, you're all right, my friend, as the kickoff doesn't go 10 meters. That's Ian Smith, the junior from USC. So that's why it comes back for a free kick. So straight away, the Terreros will be given an attacking platform right in the midfield. There's no better place to attack in sevens, opening up both sides of the attack. Good little cross, little switch ball there. Daniel Sir, keep an eye on him, the number 12. He picks up the ball from the ruck. And again, handoff, getting that offload away. Strong running coming in. That's Nate Leff. It's just the penalty going in favour of the Terreros. So, Sir gets it, tap and go, gets it back to the width, back into the hands of the 11, Nate Leff, who just piles over the line, and simple play, Corbs, gets Terreros on the board.
Very, very physical finish there from Leff, but it was really just the speed of ball. And in sevens, speed kills. It can kill in the open channels, but also the inability for teams to get their defensive line recycled with that much space. If you get front foot ball and you can hold possession, it's usually the recipe to score tries.
Score tries, they did. And the conversion, no good from Daniel Sirks. Good, strong start from the Terreros as they get their first try on the ball. We have another look here. So going back down to that blind side, the ball over the top. Still had a lot to do, Nate Leff.
Route one, physicality, 2 men were in the right place for USC, but when you've got that sort of size and close to line, you're hard to stop. In a very contestable kickoff, unlucky, knocked on. But now USC have a chance to actually hold the ball and see what they can do.
knocked on in that contest in the air. So scrum now for USC. And just a platform. Talk to me, Corbs, in the scrums in sevens, very, very different. Obviously, it's the 15-man's game, but it is a platform where if you do get right, it can play a massive advantage rather than just coming out anywhere.
Well, it's the same principle as 15s, where I think scrums are the best attacking platform in the game because so many people are condensed. It's very similar in sevens. You get the most sort of space to attack off any sort of structure, and it can be quite a valuable weapon as long as you can sort of oil your machine to make sure it functions.
Well, the USC have got the ball out of there. They're now going to try and find their danger man on this near side. That's Ali Ibrahim, the graduate student on the wing. Want to see him open up. As now moving it to the far side, going side to side, this USC attack. Good work there from Pierce Kelly. Keeping hold of the ball. Doesn't go for the offload. So USC building their way up to the Terreros half. It's now offload again. Finally getting it into the ball or hands of Ibrahim, and now we see his pace. Will he have enough to go all the way? He makes it into the Terreros half. He looks like he might be running on sand in this last 22 meters, and he gets there in the end. Oh boy, I did think for a moment Terreros are going to come across to make the covering tackle, but he held on.
Outstanding finish there. Unbelievable. And it just shows in sevens what you can do. If you have the ability to beat one man and then you have gas, this is the game for you. Footwork, fend, burn you on the outside, and then the ability to finish. That is a dangerous combination out on the sevens field, and really a well-needed score for USC, who'd been under a little bit of pressure, and he still had a bit of work to do. Fair play, the cover tackles coming in for USD, but it wasn't meant to be as he gets over the whitewash.
Chase Basson, credit to the number 2 for the Terreros. Came all the way across, but Ibrahim gets over. He held strong. I did think he might have been slowing up right at the end, but he managed to have enough. That was the try, the first try score for USD. So they're under the post. We've got an equal ball game here at 5 points apiece, with USD having this kickoff. We've already talked about it in the early games. The kickoff is almost like a set piece in itself.
Exactly, and the kickoffs so far have been a bit of a stalemate. Neither team has capitalized. This is the first one now going a bit safer and deep, but it's given USD a chance to break here as they keep the ball alive. Huge carry, moving it onto the outside. And that really is possession in sevens is everything.
Here we go then, the outside, the power and the fend, and it's in the end, the freshman, I think, wearing number 10, Ronan Oruku, gets over under the posts. Try time for Terreros. Just like that, they respond with a try.
It just shows you can't take your eyes off this contest for a second, and I think that's why we all love sevens. A split-second moment can just be 7 points out of nowhere. And, yeah, USD, regaining a bit of control after, letting one slip there from inside their own half, and they'll be happy with that response, I'm sure. And now we're back to that kickoff where this will decide the game. If teams are able to keep getting the ball back, or if a team can consistently win, it really is the third set piece in sevens and probably the most important one.
As we have another look at this try here. Fantastic crew at TVX bring us this highlight. Fend number 1, Corbs. Fend number 2, get off me. I'm going under the post. Restart then for Terreros. It hits the deck. USC try to clear this up. They do. As now they try and move it inside their own 22. Get the penalty. And maybe the last play of this first half, Corbs.
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't release was the call from the referee. It's very tight there. It's a split-second decision, and unfortunately they were trying to pressure, but there's another go at the breakdown. And again, breakdown could be huge in sevens, and then USD reaping the rewards, and looks like to be a score.
It is. Is it Daniel Sir to get over? He releases the ball, he gets it back, and not quite. As that's number 9, Archibald, who I thought was just going to lean over and get it down. It doesn't. It's a penalty. Back to Archibald, wearing the 9 for Terreros. Tap and go. Good defense from USC. As again, Terreros just keep it tight, but again, it's a bit of ill discipline.
off feet at the ruck from USC, the call. They're going hard at the breakdown to try and slow it down, but you've got to be careful too, because you leave space elsewhere if you commit the extra man, and that's the try. Finally, end a yellow card. Double whammy there for USC.
That is going to be costly, as they will lose a man for a short period of time, as we will see that in the second half, because that's the end of the first half. It is 19 points to 5 against USC, and Corbs, when you look at it, we saw certainly a bit of pace from Ibrahim of the USC, but a lot of power coming through from the Terreros.
Yeah, USD just seem to have that sort of combination. They have the nuts and bolts of keeping the ball well, and then they have big men who can sort of finish and create. And then what I've been impressed as well is their defense. I think the way they're going after the breakdown, Charlie Purdon is known as like a skills specialist coach before really even getting to the level he's at, and that's sort of given him the ability to have these players really well drilled at that sort of one-man tackle, one man over the ball, have a shot, if not get out. And that's kind of been the recipe there, and how they've been able to kind of capture USC right down in their line. And then once you get a turnover near the line and it's penalty, you're on the back foot, and that's where the ill discipline kicked in for USC, because they're constantly been breached and on that sort of breaking point of pressure. That's where you infringe. Now you got a yellow card. There's more space. It's kind of that domino effect in sevens that can happen in a split second.
Well, what I always think of sevens as well is everything's so isolated. Your skill set is so isolated, whether that's a tackle, whether it's a pass, whether it's a breakdown as well. You have to get the man away from that ball to play quickly. And actually, for the development of rugby players, this is where you've got to say sevens is right up there as being a real tool.
It really is. It gives you so many touches at all the little things that you need to get good at. Your one-on-one tackle, your breakdown, your clear-outs. There's no sort of second chances in sevens at all. Referees, if you don't get that first man off the ball, that is immediately a penalty. So all those little things, your aerial skills, are taking kickoffs. You still get a bit of set piece mixed in there with line-outs and scrums. So it really kind of gives a great foundation, and it is... I can see why the West Coast teams like to do it before their 15 season, that it gets kind of guys conditioned, get some touches on the ball, and then they can focus and specialize a bit more on the 15 sort of process.
All rugby is good rugby, and there's no doubt about it, just for people to improve their game, whatever facets it might be. And here in the West Coast 7, this is the opportunity that these young men and women, we've got the women to come, and of course high school as well. Great opportunity for these young, talented rugby players across Southern California, here in Los Angeles. As the Terreros now will get us underway for the second half. Terreros leading 19 points to 5. There's now USC. Try and keep hold of this ball. They've got that speed on the outside channels, but it's about getting it there. As the Terreros, you said it, Corbs, coming up. Good line speed, good defense. And don't get the turnover. So USC will have the ball. Maybe might go for some territory. That's Ian Smith wearing the number 5 jersey. Just knocks it up another 20 or so meters. But you can see Terreros really trying to go and act at that breakdown.
Exactly, and you can even see the shift in tactics off their kickoffs. You know, they started more competitive, shorter. Then they're saying, lads, let's just get it down there and pressure them in their own half and go after the breakdown. It's working for us. They're repeating that sort of system. The thing they've got to keep an eye on is the referee has been very hot on the not releasing. So I would say key points that I'm sure Charlie and the coaches are saying is very clear separation, lads, then hunt that ball, because they are very effective at it.
Yes, if you are the tackler, you've got to show a clear sign of releasing the player before you then can try and poach the ball. USC go with the shortened line out to the front. Good work there by the 11, Burnick. There's another penalty in USC's favour. So a bit of ill discipline now for the Terreros to deal with. And you wonder, Corbs, whether USC will just... Oh, no, they go for the tap. I thought they might go for the territory, trying to catch the Terreros by surprise, keep hold of it somehow. Number 11, that's Burnick, who tries to get through a tackler. Holds on to the ball. Another penalty, though, given away from the Terreros.
Yeah, clear off feet there at the ruck, and good call from the ref, and USC are on the races again here.
It's a great offload. Can he get in the corner? Not quite, and it's turned over by the Terreros. And now they are going to go all the way, just like that, from their own 22 to the try line. It's number 6, Johnny Butler, who, when we were bigging up USC, just like that, is turned over and it's gone. Terreros score.
Well, that old moniker, defence wins championships, doesn't it? Well, that, you know, even though they've been exciting with ball in hand, the way they've been resilient defending their lines and then able to strike off turnovers is another sort of tool in the toolkit for this team. And it was Butler who finished that off well, but also, you know, good almost cover tackle from USC there. And that's what we want to see, both teams giving it all and chasing. And you know, that kick didn't quite go to plan there, but USD in very much control.
Yeah, the kick just hitting the post. We have a look at this replay again. So just nearly USC were a metre out, and then the turnover happened, and the Terreros has picked up and played. They weren't there to rest. They were there to go. Johnny Butler showing some wheels and turning, as you say, the defence into attack, and 5 points. Kick no good. Hits the post, but the Terreros take the lead once more, extending it 24 points to 5 as USC have another attack. They have done well to move it to the edge as the Terreros come up fast, though, trying to cut it off from getting to the outside channels. That's big number 3, Pierce Kelly. Impressed by him. Had a couple of early runs in the first half, but Terreros competing at that breakdown as USC come away with it. Again, Terreros trying to go for that counter ruck, Corbs. Definitely a tactic.
Yeah, I was going to say, if maybe sometimes the compete isn't on, then you blast through the ruck. And I think Charlie's made that adaptation to the boys. Ref was hot on the not release, so they're trying to fire through that ruck now a little more.
USC maintaining this ball. They've gone through now multiple phases, and unfortunately just knocking it on in the breakdown on that far side. So, scrum for the Terreros, some fresh faces. It's a long day. It's important to use the squad.
It's a marathon, not a sprint, and I think that's where you're going to see coaches trying to be clever and see where they can serve, where they can get guys opportunities, and also where they can develop depth. You've got to remember, this is a 3 sort of tournament series, so getting guys touches early is only going to sort of reap your rewards, because it's inevitable in this sport. You're going to have to test your depth over multiple weeks with injuries and what comes with this game, so I like it.
Here we go then, Terreros wanting to have that maybe last score of this second half. They're in the lead, 24 points to 5. Moving it to the edge. Daniel Sir, key member of their team, as they do really well to keep hold of the ball. Back into the hands of that man, number 6, Johnny Butler, who will go over for his second try in the corner. A good set-piece attack, Corbs, and they get in, and the Terreros have really come alive.
Completely will. The way that they sort of, moved the point of attack wide there, shifted, then had the ball out the back, really, opened up this opportunity for Butler on the edge. But where it was earned was that middle play, the wrap around and having multiple layers. And because they actually had the ability to offload and draw defenders in sevens, those sort of plays, which you see a bit more in 15s, can be very, very effective because there's so few players on the field once you get 1 or 2 to bite in.
The kick from Sir is no good. But the Terreros have this healthy lead as they're going to go for the quick restart. It goes over 10 metres, so that's allowed. USC was still having their drinks break. And the Terreros passed that in to the sideline. So, quick thinking from the Terreros.
They are, right on the cusp there, and they're throwing the whole toolbox at them, and USC caught a little bit napping there and maybe a little bit of naivety, and they'll probably be sharpened up as like a splash of cold water to the face getting caught out like that.
USC then now with the lineup as they go. And a little bit of a miscommunication. Referee says not going 5 metres. The ball must go 5 metres in the line out, and that's why the free kick's given. So Terreros will have possibly the last attack of this match. Dennis White, number 5 for Terreros, will tap and go and play it. Will they have another trick move up their sleeve? Oh. Daniel Sir comes beautifully on that switch line and that was straight off the training field.
Unbelievable. And what you got to respect here is the variation. Last time they looked like they're going out the back and out wide. This time they're switching it back against the grain and just caught them napping, and Sir sliced through them like a knife through butter.
Oh, yes, he did. Yes, he did. Can he get the extra points? Could be that these extra points make a difference as the tournament goes on. Sir will add to his try, to his tally of this match, and the conversion goes over. So, USD Terreros, first team, get a solid win under their belt against USC. Corbs, here's another look at that try. It's a great attacking platform.
Exactly. You see the deception looking like they're going out the back again where they got caught, and then just back against the grain, finds the separation of the two players, and there's no one to sweep or cover that in sevens, and especially that close to the line. Very nice sort of icing on the cake there for USD.
So, a good win for USD. Plenty of positives there for also USC, particularly in that first half. As we have got coming up next, we've got women's rugby. That's right. We said it earlier that this West Coast Sevens is not just about the men, it's about the women. I mean, how can we not talk about them as the USA getting that bronze medal at the last Olympics? Women's rugby is on the rise, and we have Claremont coming up against UC Santa Barbara. Myself and Corbs will be taking you through that one before I then go and get myself a little drinks break. And I think Jeremy Ognall will finally earn his paycheck and do something as well this morning. So,
Will's got all the gags today.
Well, I'm early. I've had that coffee, and I'm only waiting for it to come off, wind down, as the women come out.
So am I.
How about it, Corbs? Women's rugby, let's just talk about it briefly. It is on the rise massively here in America.
The biggest growth factor of rugby in America is women's rugby. You know, there's the catalyst of Alona Maher at the top of the tree, sort of just spreading the gospel of rugby all over the world with her superstardom, the Olympics, the TikTok. But then you've got this powerhouse collegiate sport, which is really growing with Title IX and the expansion of so many varsity programs. It is becoming one of the hottest sports, and it's really growing, and it makes it very exciting, as you've seen Women's World Cup, a massive thing for these players to aim towards. Just like the Olympics, it doesn't get any bigger in that American sports. It is a fantastic sort of funnel for these players to try and work their way up the ladder.
Yes, that Women's World Cup final was today. I believe England won it against Canada in a sold-out London Allianz Twickenham Stadium. That is incredible. 82,000. But anyway, we are focused on the here and now, and it is Santa Barbara that are going to get us underway, as Claremont playing in that dark navy blue for the women. Has now Claremont come away with it. That's the number 10 in Hannum, who gets it off to what a lovely striding run from Samantha Campbell. And just like that, as we kick off, it's another switch play in sevens, Corbs, that causes a lot of problems. Claremont gets the first try.
Sensational start for Claremont there, and move the ball to the edge and a little switch, and sometimes that's all she wrote in sevens. The ability to manipulate defenders and create one line break is usually a good recipe for a try, as long as the person has the gas to finish, and Samantha Campbell had the gas to finish, so that is the recipe.
Campbell from Steamboat Springs, environmental science. I do enjoy looking at these graduates in terms of their degrees. We've got some very intelligent people, but look at the way that this kind of, actually it was a late pass, forgive me, I thought it was a switch from our angle. It was the line that Campbell hit. Very impressive. Good start for Claremont. And as for Santa Barbara, they just want to try and settle their feet. As we just having a little bit of a technical problem with the referees and the sideline assistant referees, but we are now back underway in Hannum, who gets us kicking as it just drops. That is the last thing you want to do, is that a rugby ball hit the turf.
Yeah, you never want to find grass on those kickoffs if you're the receiving team. You want to make sure you get it on. And then Santa Barbara eventually regained possession here, and now they're looking to play. But they're also in a bit of a danger area in their own half, so they're going to have a bit of magic to create here.
Bit of magic indeed. Trying to get it.
User joined your channel.
Coyne with the number 14 for UC Santa Barbara. She was trying to make a run through the middle, and there's sometimes that emphasis of just forcing the ball to space where you need to make sure you keep hold of it.
Exactly, especially sometimes when you're in your own 22, own area. As much as you want to try and break and you're desperate to get back on the scoreboard, you've got to have a little bit of awareness of risk-reward factor, because now you've got a scrum from here, and we'll see what Claremont can do with it.
Well, it's into the hands of Campbell again, but she gets it off to number 5 in Rocky Ortiz, who gets over the line. Second try for Claremont. And Rocky Ortiz gets there. The second year from Chicago, showing the wheels on that outside channel. It's a good start from Claremont Corps.
Very strong start. And, yeah, I thought Ortiz there with a fantastic sort of finish. You know, they well worked off the scrum. It gets you that more space and that ability to manipulate.
Great kick as well.
Had the kick as well, and then they had the finish there. And I think that's what Claremont seem to have. They have a bit more pace and a bit more finishes out there, that if they can get some of these one-on-ones on the edge, that's where both their sort of tries have come from so far.
As we were about to get a replay. Maybe we'll come back to that later as the ball gets kicked off again from Hannum. Fantastic conversion. She's 2 from 2 so far. So Claremont, 14 points to nothing. Campbell and Ortiz gets the tries. Apologies on any pronunciation for those parents and family members watching back home. We will be doing our best. As now UC Santa Barbara, can they mount an attack?
Yes, they...
Forward
pass got me excited there. Got me excited. Almost created on the edge.
I did think number 9, Lexi Worley, was just going to give that great assist pass, but it was just gone forward. Worley out of San Diego, just down the road. And as we've already said, Corbs, it is great to see these programs in the women's game developing and striving, succeeding as well.
Exactly, and then the quality of rugby's been good, and let's see what Claremont do with the ball here, but both times so far their success has been out wide, so I would think you might have another crack if it's still working for you.
Hannum will get it on to Campbell, and she is all about hitting those hard lines. Gets brought down, though. Good tackle from Coyne, the 14 from Santa Barbara, as Claremont try and keep the ball alive. It bounces into the hands of number 4. Viveros. Ashley Viveros. I'll get there eventually.
No, we won't. Don't worry.
The third-year student who collects the ball from a bouncing ball. I did wonder whether the referee was going to pull that up for a forward pass, but no. Third try of the game.
No, she did. No, they didn't. And obviously, the bounce of a rugby ball is so unpredictable. It can be so favourable. It can be so unfavourable to you. And they got away with a little lady luck there, as that one came out.
Well, it was almost thrown up in the end.
Leaped out by the number 7, and then just happened to find a home, and someone could run it in.
Ashley Viveros getting over the line. And it's 21 points. Hannah not missing these conversions. I tell you what, great boot on her. The number 10 for Claremont. Decent enough restart. Finds its way out to the sideline. So we are coming towards, well, very much the end of this first half. Waiting for the referee in the middle maybe to blow the whistle. But Santa Barbara will have one last chance to mount an attack. Good line-out play from UCSB, but then it is just knocked forward. And still, referee says there's still time in this first half, Corb. So, another chance to maybe get it into the hands of the danger girls out wide, and Campbell and Ortiz.
Yeah, it's all coming for me from the kickoffs. UC Santa Barbara have let all 3 hit grass, and since then they've been pressured or had errors in their own half, and that's really what Claremont have done to get the ball. But a scrum against the head, gotta love that. Let's see what they do with it.
They do. And they try and get it out wide, finally to a bit of space. Santa Barbara working it. That's Coyne, the number 14, and another run.
Huge tackle there from Claremont, number 7. Lindsay Manukin. Excuse me, Lindsay and your friends. But that was a big hit, and you deserve props for that.
So there you go. That is the end of the first half, with Claremont staying on top. Santa Barbara have some work to do in the second half. It's 21 points to nothing for Claremont, as we will await the second half, Corbs. So, yeah, the ball hitting the deck has been a bit of a story of that first half.
Yeah, I think obviously, I've been fortunate sort of with the opportunities. Claremont have just been punishing them. And, from this early one from Campbell, and then, the rest just kept going on from there. From Ortiz, it's all come from moments where, they've been able to exploit space. But really, if you're Santa Barbara, you're thinking, all right, we've just got to cut the error rate down. Let's get someone body on kickoff. Let's play a couple phases without spilling the ball. Let's start stretching them and see what our finishers can do. Because right now it's been very one-way traffic. And some of that's self-inflicted, and some of that is great execution from Claremont as well.
I do like the way that Claremont are keeping that ball alive, or certainly trying to keep that ball alive. And like you say, have capitalised on the opportunities that they have. And they have this lead in the West Coast Sevens in the women's division, 21 points to nothing. There is still plenty of rugby here, wherever you are joining us. And a fantastic event, Corbs. I've said it a lot with Jeremy. I know you've this is your first time in the booth for a West Coast Sevens.
Exactly. First time doing something like this, so bear with me as I learn the ropes a little bit, and I will start slowly master this. But it's great to be here. Great to see, the teams, the energy, getting here early, getting up and running. And then also, I think a huge credit has to go to all the staff that put these events on. Thinking of how early the teams arrived, imagine how early the setup crew, the broadcast, to the organisers, to everything. I think a massive pat on the back. And this is kind of exciting what the future of these collegiate sort of rugby programs as we build to World Cups and try and move this sport forward are going to only keep growing. And I'm great to see it and great to be a part of it.
Yeah, shout out to TVX, of course, the providers here today doing the production. A great effort. It is not an easy task whatsoever to put on events like these.
Especially with Will on the mic. Sorry, everyone.
I know. And if you are enjoying an early morning nap, you're welcome, as my tones potentially bore you. But that's fine, because hopefully the rugby's not boring you, as we're about to get this second half underway. Myself, Will Hooley, joined by Alex Corbisiero in this first women's game on field 1. Claremont leading 21 points to nothing against UC Santa Barbara, as Hannum will get us underway. Been very impressed by her kicking ability. She looks like she's going to be switching direction, which she does. High and hanging kick. Collected well. Santa Barbara move it down this near hand side. Can they just find a little bit of space? Deniza was the runner, but in the end it is just given away. Hannum now for Claremont, taking advantage of a loose bit of play from Santa Barbara, and that's the 4th try, and a deserved try, I think, for Hannum. She's had a really solid game across the board. Corbs, they're taking a lot of control here.
Really are. And, first off, UC Santa Barbara actually got the kickoff. It looked exciting. They played a little bit, but then probably got caught going down a bit of a blind alley there at that ruck. The offload disrupted, and then that just fed back into that quick transition game that we've seen from Claremont so far. That turnovers, they've been deadly, and really any time they've been in UC Santa Barbara's half is when they've looked. And here we go. They're on the edge. They're looking to set up. These are fine, good rucks, but then sometimes, opportunity almost there, but that offload, and that's all she wrote.
I did think with number 11 for Santa Barbara, Katie Deneza was going to find a bit of space, but there was the turnover from the breakdown, and then Hannum, who's just come off the field, gets her try, deserved try for her. She's been really high quality throughout. So, kick didn't go 10 metres. That's why it's the free kick for Santa Barbara. Number 8. And Shaleski, that gets the ball away, and now they are going to try and get it back into the hands of that number 11, Dineza. Some good defensive work from Claremont, though. Really good defensive work from Claremont. Getting the Santa Barbara team out, Corbs.
Huge tackle from Ashley Viveros there. Outstanding cover tackle, putting her into touch. Looks like they almost got away on the edge. And then the big hit comes in, follows, chases her feet, and that's textbook tackling. You know, you've got to get your feet close first to be impactful, and then you've got to chase your feet through the hit. Andy Farrell used to always say to us, try and hit a meter past the player you're hitting, and that's exactly what she did there.
Absolutely no fear in that. I'm not sure I would have been as close to the action as she was there. That's another big hit going in from this time Santa Barbara. Claremont keep hold of the ball, though, as they try and move it to that outside channel. But it's kept hold really well. It goes through the middle this time. That's wearing the number 4 in Viveros. This would be her second try of the game. Does she have the gas? Does she have the fitness to get over? Yes, she does. So Claremont turning defense into attack. And a fantastic try, a second fantastic try for Viveros.
Viveros is on an absolute roll. And if you look at it from a big hit on one side of the board on D to then a massive play on attack, that is what you want to see in sevens out there. Both sides of the ball delivering. And she's got gas for days to finish that. And it's another very strong sort of moment for Claremont. As unfortunately they don't convert. But at the same time, that's a good sign if you're Claremont that you're finishing these tries and all it takes is one moment or one line break.
Really have made the most of their opportunities, as we see here again, Viveros showing her pace to get over the line. As now definitely there's a few tired bodies out there, so will it open up even more? Santa Barbara get hold of the ball. So UCSB finally have maybe a bit of space to run into, but that Claremont defense is coming up hard. But UCSB keep hold of it. Really good work there on the floor. That's Shaleski. Finding space in any way they can, but Claremont keep pushing up. Really impressive defensive work. And Santa Barbara try and get out of their half. Another big hit going in there on the far side.
Physicality in this game has been outstanding. Watch out for Shaleski as well if she gets the ball here. She has been the imposing force for Santa Barbara, but well marshaled there. But gets back up again. That's something she's done a couple times, and that can be so effective in sevens.
It is, but the real effective work is done from the defense of Claremont. Try scorer Rocky Ortiz gets the UCSB women into touch, and that's where the turnover happens. So, Corbs, what do you reckon? Claremont have pretty much got this game in the bag, but they're not going to stop.
Not going to stop, and it's probably a chance to test some of your depth and really just get some of the cobwebs out. You probably haven't been playing as much sort of competition rugby for a while, and so to really get some of that out before you get to where it really starts to matter in the knockouts. It's a good sign if you're Claremont and the coach to have that sort of flexibility.
And that looks like a brilliant turnover from
that's Shaleski again. Yeah.
She's been a fantastic player for UCSB as they just get taken out there. But huge credit from the number 8. If there is a MVP for the losing team, it is that number 8, Shaleski, the junior from Santa Barbara. Medical engineering, again, incredibly intelligent. I just love seeing all these things. It reminds me of, like, where did it go wrong for us, Corbs? Why do we not get degrees like this?
I don't know, mate. It didn't really have this opportunity. I think the American school system is really one of the brightest things that I think rugby in America has, is that we can play sports in some of the most incredible academic institutions that really are, some of the most life-changing degrees and interesting things that you can do, but you're also playing amazing rugby. Just into touch there, the number 11.
Commentator's curse coming right at the end. It was a good play from UCSB, and Claremont will get the ball back. just over 20 seconds left in the second half. Claremont leading 31 points to nothing. As it now, I play the advantage. So, Santa Barbara, can they get a score on the board? They're going to have to work from more or less the halfway line. Coming off their feet, Corb. So now, can Santa Barbara take advantage?
Let's hope. Schleski with the tap. She backs herself. She gets through the first, but a strong hit. But UCSB still have the ball at the moment, Will. What can they do with it?
They want to surely get it out wide if they can. Great defense again. That is the number 12 for Claremont. As now Santa Barbara keeping hold of this ball. The clock is in the red, but they still want that final try. And it should go to number 8, Shaleski. She has been brilliant for UCSB. And Corbs, if there is one person on this field who deserved that, it was UCSB's number 8.
Completely agree, Will. Obviously, this game was Claremont's game, and they had a number of players stand up from UCSB. I think you can't overlook Shaleski. She has been very effective on both sides of the ball. She's had key moments, and finally getting rewarded with a try there when she had the one-on-one on the outside, and showing sort of that, looks like a pretty good physical specimen of big, tall, strong, and rangy and fast. It's a deadly combination in sevens.
It's a deadly combination, but she gets the try. And that's the end of the game then. So Claremont 31, UCSB 5. Strong performance from Claremont to open their morning up here on field 1. A reminder, there's 2 fields actually here today, and it is in the men's game, the women's game, and the high school rugby. Fantastic here at the West Coast Sevens. I'm going to hop off. Corbs, you're going to have to deal with Jeremy.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, everyone. You're welcome, everyone. Will's taking a break, but don't worry. Me and Jeremy are here to hold it down as we're just getting ready for our next one, Jeremy. We've got SDSU, their second team, taking on ASU, which should be a good one.
Yeah, Corb's nice to be alongside you. Glad that Will got to take a break. He's been working hard, so it's nice to jump in. Thanks for joining the crew as well, Corbs. It's great to have you part of this, and I know you're going to be part of the next couple of broadcasts too, so it's great to have a man like you, British and Irish Lion. I noticed you just mentioned Andy Farrell. He obviously did a pretty nice job with the British Irish Lions this summer.
Didn't he just? Absolutely. Thanks, mate, for that. And yeah, I always, as the teams enter the field, obviously very privileged for the rugby career I have and to be a British and Irish Lion, but I also feel like there's a bit of red, white and blue eagle in me too. And I'm just grateful to be here and in this place. And like you and me, we're at the coal face of trying to grow this game. And what a day we have in store with this collegiate sevens.
Yeah, great day so far. Some really strong performances across the board. And now, as you said, we have San Diego State, the Aztecs, their second side, playing against the guys from Tempe. They've traveled out from Tempe, Arizona State University. Coached by Peter Hugo, really good coach, good man. So excited to see the performance. And I don't really have much insight into either of these two corps, so I think we'll just take it as the game goes and see what the performance looks like.
Absolutely. We saw SDSU earlier in their number 1 team in that game against USD. And, it would be interesting to see, it's great to see schools having multiple teams in this competition, and it's a good chance to sort of get your depth going and to have teams coming all the way from Arizona as well. I just think it shows, that this is a very exciting prospect of where this competition is going to keep evolving to.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I say, 14 minutes of probably fairly dynamic rugby ahead of us. These teams don't actually play each other very often. They're in different conferences during the 15 season. So they probably haven't gone eyeball to eyeball for a while, but now the Aztecs are going to test their mettle against the Sun Devils and see how it goes. It looks as though Pierce McNamara from ASU has the ball in hand for the kickoff. Aztecs look ready to receive. And Corbs, I look forward to listening to your dulcet tones for the next 14 minutes.
Well, don't worry, I'll be getting amped as this one gets ready to rumble. All starts with a kickoff in sevens. That's massive. ASU go deep. Ooh, SDSU off to a strong start there. Harry Safarine with the break. Brought down eventually by ASU. It's been slowed at the ruck. Referee says play on, but they go down the edge now.
Yeah, good continuity here from the Aztecs. Peter Flores did well to retain possession. They're building some phases and gaining some territory.
Absolutely, and that's really what you want in sevens. Possession, the ability to recycle, and then you want to be in the right areas of the field. That is a huge clear out from SDSU at that breakdown.
Yeah, very physical at the breakdown there, and they've managed to retain possession. Unfortunately for them, they're going backwards because ASU is putting pressure on them defensively also. So a bit of a defensive wrangle right now.
Definitely line speed pressure from ASU, frustrating. They were combative at the breakdown, but SDSU have managed to keep possession as they're starting now coming through the guts of them, trying to feel where they can find the space and where they can move the ball. Very slow at that breakdown. SDSU have gone with a lot of depth. It's actually gone behind them, so now they're further in their own half. They take it into contact. Isolated there, though, but ASU not able to exploit it. SDSU moving that ball with width there, but there's pressure from ASU, almost an intercept as he gets one hand to it, but referee didn't like the one hand in rugby, Jeremy. You've got to be very careful, especially in sevens. The tolerance is very, very thin for those yellow cards.
Absolutely. Zero tolerance, I would say. And so ASU is going to play 2 minutes, a man down. So we'll see if the Aztecs can take advantage. But having said that, we now have ASU in possession. So they'll probably be trying to move the ball, keep some continuity to eat up the clock while they're a man down.
Absolutely. And sometimes holding the ball is the best place you can be when you're a man down in sevens. And as they almost made it on the edge, they spill it. Messy breakdown. But SDSU have the ball again as they knock it on. And I think referee's going to play advantage there with that kick, so they're not going to go back for the scrum. So now it's ASU have to get their defensive formation right, and SDSU have to get back behind the ball to try and be dangerous in attack. And it's a wonderful tackle from ASU there, but they managed to keep the ball, SDSU, keeping it alive. They've moved it to the edge, and this is a big moment. Oh, strong tackle from ASU.
Oh, we've got the double whistle. It looks as though we're going to have another yellow card for a knock-on in the tackle, Corbs.
Wow, referee is very strict on that today, and that obviously in sevens they don't like any sort of intentional knock-ons, but that one to me seemed to be a bit more in the tackle. And with 5v7, it's a tough place to defend in sevens, and that is SDSU showing you that they got the speed to go the length.
Yeah, Alistair Eldridge there on the edge recognized they've got 7-on-5, so he's got acres of space. He also looked like he had acres of pace, freshman out of Danville. So the Aztecs will be happy with that, and I'm sure that Arizona State will be frustrated. I think one of those yellow cards well-deserved, the initial one. The second one, to me, a little bit of a knock-on in the tackle, but you've got to go with the referee's whistle.
That's just the game we have to play, and it's one of the beautiful things about rugby is we respect the referees, we don't talk back, and I really think it is one of the aspects of the gentlemanness that we have in this game, and long may it continue, and as frustrating as it can be, it's great life lessons as well.
Yeah, if you're looking at the replay here again, the Aztecs, there's the yellow card for a knock-on.
And I can see, especially if you think the referee's on the other side of the camera to us there, Jeremy. On our side, we don't really see where that wrap in the tackle is, but maybe he deems that wrap is intentional and knocked that ball on, and that's why he had to go to the bin again.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, it's a game of respect. You might not agree with the call, but you play the referee's whistle, and that's what the Aztecs did with Eldridge. And looks like they're trying to build a little more now. I think the ASU looks as though they might be back up to 6 players, so one of the bins is timed out. But Aztecs still have a one-man advantage. Let's see if they can make the most of it and hit the left edge here.
You've got to remember, it's only a 5-point game at the moment, even with all the positives that SDSU have had. But there they go.
Yeah, Ryan Phelan there from oh no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong roster here. My apologies there to Ryan. Actually, it's Davis Wishant, the freshman from the Aztecs on the edge. And the conversion's good, and so now they're up by 2 scores, and they're probably feeling fairly comfortable at the moment.
Absolutely, and that was much needed. You'd had the advantages, you've had the yellow cards, and really it doesn't count for anything unless you put points on the board, and that's what they finally managed to do. Puts pressure on ASU, and now they need a big kickoff where they either try and regain possession or put SDSU in an uncomfortable position where they can use some of that defense they've shown, but it's always harder when you're a player down.
Yeah, it's hard when you're a player down, and as you know from your career, playing defense is a lot more tiring than being in attack. And so ASU so far has been playing a lot of defense, especially 1 and 2 men down. And so the question is, do they have the legs and do they have the resources off the bench to be able to get them back into this match? We're
going to find out soon. But there, that forward pass, unlucky from SDSU, but it gives ASU a great attacking platform in sort of SDSU's half. We haven't seen with them with a lot of possession down here. It'll be interesting to see what sort of one-on-one matchups or what little tricks they can pull out to try and manipulate this defense.
Yeah, tricks is key. Ryan Salas with the put in for ASU. As you said, a great attacking position here. They've got a blindside option as well. Looks as though they're just going to shift the ball through the middle and see if they can create some space.
And they do there with a little bit of a line break from the number 13, but the offload is spilled, and that might be the moment SDSU strike. They managed to contain it. Referees playing advantage, but now SDSU moving it to the left there. Strong tackle from ASU. They've got to get out of that breakdown, but he slowed it well to give ASU some time. SDSU tackled. Strong breakdown pressure. Ball spilled. Referee says play on as well. This has been an exciting matchup. Huge tackle there. Referee says play on. Ball gone backwards. He gets back up. He goes again. Number 11, an absolute defensive phenom with a counter ruck as well. Unfortunate not to get the reward there.
Yeah, you're right, Corbs. Jacob Hurl caused all sorts of problems there. He was throwing bodies around like he was in the wrestling rink or arena, but they've managed to retain possession deep in their half, and now it looks as though we've got a bit of a breakout opportunity. There's a good ball out of the hands of their number 10, Keenan Sedek, and it goes out onto the edge to number 13 there, Austin Cox, but again, could cover defense, and once again, a turnover, Corbs.
Huge D, and you've got to remember, Jeremy, ball has been in play for a long time, so these are heavy legs, heavy lungs. These are big moments in this game. ASU need a score to stay in this one, and they get the turnover.
Yeah, absolutely. They get the turnover. It looks as though they were under massive pressure, but they get the turnover. It looks as though we're actually going to have a card the other way now, this time against the Aztecs.
High tackle, referee deemed, and that was all repetitive infringements there. And this is the moment for ASU. You've been through the rope-a-dope this whole half. You now have the man advantage. Can you come out and take your shot just before the buzzer?
I love the rope-a-dope analogy there. Very true. Again, Peter Flores sitting in the naughty boy chair for the Aztecs. ASU have to capitalize here. Otherwise, I think it's going to be very difficult for them to come back.
Big defensive spot there from SDSU. It looked like if that ball got out, it was all over, and that's the small margins. But ASU have kept the ball. It's in the far side, into touch, but penalty advantage. It looks like off feet from the referee. Or maybe high tackle, hard to tell with his hand signals from this far away. But ASU have another lifeline. They have to be clinical here. This is the game for them. They don't want to be 2 scores down at the half. And unfortunately, they spilled it 5 meters from the line. Heartbreak there as we go into the half, because that could be a swing moment there. 5-point game is very different to a 12-point game in the game of sevens.
Absolutely. Even with my limited math skills, you're absolutely right. And ASU will be frustrated. They had a great opportunity there, but just not able to finish. They get through a few phases, and then they're making mistakes leading to turnovers. And so I'm sure that the Arizona State coaching staff, Peter Hugo and his assistants, will be just telling these boys to calm down and to hold on to the ball.
If ASU can cut their error count down, they have a strong chance of being in this game, because they showed they have the finishers, they have the ability to defend well, but ill discipline, few moments of turnovers, that's really what's cost them, and then not the ability to execute when they've had a shot. That was a massive moment, and they've got to find a way to rectify this.
Yeah, you called it a minute or two ago, Alex. That was a half where there were very few stoppages, to be honest with you, aside from yellow cards. So, like you said, heavy legs, heavy lungs late in the game. So the boys will need these 2 minutes to really get some box breathing going, hydrate for a little bit, and get ready for another 7 minutes of combat. I do have to ask you a question, though. You said something earlier about respect for the referee and everything. Any time in your career, whether it's at Northampton, England, the Lions, did you ever get marched back 10 for giving a little jip to the ref?
No. Not for that. I've been marched back or been sanctioned for like still squabbling with the other team or not being able to leave that or pushing each other or not respecting him telling us to leave it. But I've never talked back in that way. I think my dad would have smacked me if I'd done that, because that was something he drilled in me early, that we respect the ref, and that's how he wanted his son to behave, and I've kind of stayed in that way. There's been a few times where I've thought it in my head, I'll be honest, and if I say few, that's probably an understatement. But in the game of rugby, much like in the game of life, sometimes you have to have the ability to park that frustration and just deal with what it is and get on to the next job.
Well, I think in this world, fact checkers are everywhere, Alex. So we're going to be doing some fact
checking.
See
if you can find it. I don't think you'll find it, mate.
I'm going to be on ChatGPT later on today, and if I find one, I am going to be on you like a ton of
A few cheap shots, a few squabbles, but other than that, I only got one yellow card my whole career as well. I say discipline was one thing my dad fortunately drilled in me from a young age, and I'm grateful because it carried me a long way in this sport. And I would advise anyone listening, watching here today to follow in those footsteps. It's a great life lesson, but it also, in big moments, discipline is everything in tight games. And in these sort of 14 minutes you have to prove yourself in sevens, it can be the difference maker. So let's see who made the adjustments at halftime and who comes out swinging. I'll be making boxing references all day in this second half.
Yeah, great references. And then once again, the ball's softly in the hands of number 8, Pierce McNamara, who just takes his eye off it. And now they have a knock-on, so the Aztecs have an attacking possession just outside of ASU's 22, and they'll be looking to capitalize and try and get one more score on the board, which, based on how ASU's been playing so far, I think might be a bridge too far, but obviously don't want to speak too soon. Yeah,
I think 3 scores is going to be a tough mountain to climb back. So you're hoping ASU here have the nuts and bolts in their defense to make the right reads. But if you're an SDSU fan, you're thinking, licking your lips, what an opportunity to have a crack at the try line. Great scrum there. I've got to love that in sevens. Oh, referee offside. Said, I guess the guy playing the ball offside with the 9, unfortunately. But that was as dominant a 7 scrum as you'll see.
Oh, you love that, don't you, Corbs? You love seeing dominant scrums.
I can't help it, guys. Old habits die hard. The dog in me loves that.
Well, like you said, it was a great scrum. Unfortunately, they got a little bit unlucky with the offside call there. But ASU showing some fight. There's still some fight in the dog. Let's see if they can clear their lines here. They're still only about 12 meters from their line, so they've got a long way to go to get that score. I
agree. I think here, if I was ASU, with the way this game's going, if I got the ball back, I would hoof it down the field and chase and see what happens. I think the risk-reward of playing here, and I may be proven wrong, commentators curse and they go the length, worries me with some of the error count that we've seen from ASU.
Well, it looks as though they're not going for the kick. They're trying to move the ball a little bit laterally, to be honest with you, and good defensive pressure. They've got out of it for one sequence, but they're playing a very dangerous game, I think, Corbs, close to their line.
Yeah, and I think SDSU have been really disciplined. They're not over-committing at the breakdown, so that's just making them fill the field and man-on-man marking. And so for Arizona to have a crack, they're going to have to beat someone or create something, and that's the risk-reward factor of playing your own 22. You turn the ball over at the ruck, and it looks like a nice breakdown turnover back from ASU, though, and that's a clutch moment. And this again, this game ain't taking any rest here today, Jeremy. These guys are playing. It's been ball in play. And credit ASU for playing out of that scenario. Don't listen to Corbs. What does he know about sevens? Just play, lads.
Well, I think he knows a little bit about sevens, but what he said is true. And now we've got a big breakout by the number 5 from ASU. That's Tyler Larson, who shrugs off a tackle on the edge. He's going to be able to take it under the post to try and make for an easier conversion. And I spoke too soon. ASU is back in the match, 12-5 with a kick to come.
Huge pivotal swing moment there. That could have been 19-0. Now we're sitting at somewhere between 12-5 and 12-7 as we await for the kick. And that really is sort of the balances that are going on here. And, that was a massive lifeline for them. And I think the big number 5, Tyler Larson, as well, like a bit of a physical specimen. You can see long, rangy, tall, and fast. There's a lot of top sevens players like that, especially when you have the aerial side of the game added in. It really gives you a lot of options, especially with that stiff arm as well. And here, keeps the ball alive, breaks one tackle, and then has the pace to go on the outside. And for big men to move like that, love to see it, lads. Love to see it.
Yeah, and easy to follow him with that big blonde shock of hair. So easy to find number 5 on
Yeah, we're not missing him out there, are we?
We're not missing much, hopefully. So
what about you? Do you think you got a bit of blonde in you there? I think you could pull that off.
I think my blonde is more grey, Corbs, but I do appreciate you saying that. And having spoken that, it looks as though we have another turnover that's going the Aztecs' way, and they'll get a penalty as a result for playing the ball on the ground.
Yeah, the referee was giving advantage to SDSU to see if it came out, but then you can't play the ball on the floor. ASU finding out the hard way. The ball out at the ruck there, and this could be the moment if they can find something. Line breaks, disorganized defense here from SDSU, but that ball coming out too slow. Now they're going to have to recreate as their man-on-man. Something's going to have to give.
Yeah, it looks as though they've got some speed on that left edge. The defense is across. A good run. He's able to retain possession. He wasn't held in the tackle. But unfortunately, he goes into touch, which is just a basic schoolboy area. You cannot have that in sevens.
No, it used to be. It is really one of the coach killers. And I feel for Cox there as well. He's trying to make something happen. But sometimes, that touchline as another defender, it's the same as a turnover. And, if you're on the edge there, just find the ability to step back inside and back that your teammates are going to get there and recycle. Because, again, if ASU can strike, which momentum is starting to shift a little bit to them, then we have a game on our hands here in these last couple minutes.
Oh, absolutely. The momentum has definitely gone ASU's way. It looks like they're bringing some fresh legs in as well. It looks like number 11, Jacob Hurl's coming in at the scrum half position. And, yeah, like you said, they're down by 5 with just under 2 minutes to go. So, once again, anybody's game. And I think ASU probably got their tails up a little bit.
I think the wind is definitely in their sails. And there's always a chance in sevens that the other team's going to just slash those sails and start coming back. But I have a feeling ASU are starting to turn the balance here. And we'll find out shortly. But Hurl off the break of the scrum, beats the first man, finds the number 10, and they are under the sticks for the score. That's probably going to be 7 there, Jeremy. And that means ASU will take the lead as long as the kick follows, and I haven't cursed them.
Yeah, absolutely. Great break there by Hurl, and then handing off to his Keenan Sadek. Great score, like you said, kick to come. And they're up. Well, I think they're about to be up with just over a minute to go. He's going to take time on the clock here, I'm sure, to milk it run the clock down.
You'd think so, but you just never know in sevens. Oh, my, that is unbelievable. He'll be kicking himself there. It's 12-all. That means this kickoff is everything. Who gets the better of this kickoff exchange, I'm going to predict is who wins this game.
Yeah, if you look at the replay here, again, nice 9-10 combination there to put it in. Obviously, a big mistake there on that kick. You've really got to make that one to take a 2-point lead. And now we're about 35 seconds from a potential tie.
Don't want to hit grass there, SDSU, unfortunate. But at least they get the line out, but it's in their own half. So any errors here could be very, very costly. So you've got to make sure you win possession. Yeah. And then you've got to find a way to actually play your way out and win this thing now.
Yeah, so ASU gets the bounce of the ball there, goes in untouched. So now they're trying to be at their own 10 and trying to go up about 60 meters to put in the winning score with basically no time left on the clock.
And they go with the big pass. I think they've knocked it on there as well. That is not what you want, as we've got. See if the referee's going to keep time. On our clock, it's done, but I think he's on his whistle, which is what we go by in this sport. He's going to play another phase, and this could be the moment that SDSU need to get the dub here, as we are tied 12-all.
Yeah, I'm sure that Finn O'Shaughnessy with ball in hand, a good Irish name there. He's actually from New Jersey, though. I'm sure he's got some ideas. They've got a huge blindside here, Corbs, if they get a good, strong scrum. But having said that, they almost got turned over a couple of scrums ago by a big ASU pack.
Yeah, and that was a bit of an early push from ASU, so you're going to have to be careful now. The referee will be watching them. You've got to be careful. You don't want to go to full penalty or something here and give them an even easier shot. But yes! We love a scrum pressure in sevens, and that was massive as Hurl gets his foot to the ball. SDSU do gather it on the floor, though.
Loose pass back in their own territory, but they're trying to clear. Great defensive pressure. Great tackle there by ASU. That we had 6-on-6. Brian Hernandez throwing his opposite number to the floor. But the Aztecs do retain possession, but they have gone backwards massively.
Right now on green, I'm assuming
Absolutely. As they put pressure at the break down there, what's referee going to do? He's allowed it play on.
These teams are tired, Alex. You can tell. I'm not saying it's settling for a draw, but, legs are probably dictating that it is. But then ASU gets a penalty about 30 meters from the line. They have an opportunity to tap and go. Let's see if they take advantage. There probably is going to be a yellow card here for not retreating 10.
Redemption for Hurl there as well. He missed that kick, I believe, and then he just made that turnover in that break, which is now looks to be resulting in a potential yellow card. So I'm not sure with the referee. Well, maybe I'm wrong here, but they now have the penalty and a real shot here at the scrum, where they've been very strong and solid to have one last crack.
Yeah, a really good call by them as well to take the scrum, because it narrows in, the defense. So if they can move the ball, with speed through the hands, they probably have an opportunity out on the edge to be able to inflict some damage.
They get it out, and it is Hurl who goes round the blind, and that is the winner. As long as he gets it down, which I believe he does, that is all she wrote, as ASU snuck in the back door and come away with all the goodies.
Yeah, they do, and definitely backdoor. And again, Hurl, very creative player, you can tell. ASU, give them a lot of credit. They looked fairly done and dusted in the first half, but whatever rocket ship they got at halftime really worked, because they did very well defensively in the second half, and they took advantage of their opportunities, and as a result, they get the 17-12 win. So congratulations to the Sun Devils.
Yeah, whatever they sipped at halftime, we need to get Will Hooley on the same.
Yeah, so Coach Bracken stopped by to say hi. I'm sure he'll have some key words for his boys to pump them up for the next match, which I believe is against his former team, the Claremont Colleges. So we'll have to see how they perform in about an hour or so.
I don't want to play poker with Scott Bracken there, because that guy can keep a straight face, because you're sure it probably hurt to see his team to cough up that lead at half-time and to lose in extra time. But it's a lot of rugby still to be played today.
Yeah, so a good match, one of many good matches we've seen. Now we have the first high school match, I believe. We've seen the college girls, now we've got a high school match, and we have Cathedral against Cathedral. So to our left here, as you're looking, we have Cathedral number 2 in the white, and then in the very fancy, very attractive hoops, we have Cathedral 1. So looking forward to some good high school play here, Corbs.
Exactly, and that is one of the things that really excites me. The future is bright, and Jeremy, you and I will know very well, but if you sort of dabble in any of the youth rugby going on in Southern California at the moment, it is a hotbed, and some of the junior talent is what really gets me excited about the future of this sport. As you start getting down to these high school players, they can do it all.
Yeah, they can, and I think the other thing we need to be aware of is, as we all know, the Rugby World Cup, 15 aside, but is coming here in 2031. So some of these high schoolers are absolutely going to be in the mix for selection to be an Eagle. So they need to perform on every stage they can.
Completely, and there's also a home Olympics even closer in sevens, and never say never if you're a top sevens player of finding your way into that program just in time.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it looks as though we've got some ball players here. You can just see the way they carry the ball, that they know what they're doing. That was number 8 from Cathedral Catholic, Lucas Johnson. Looked really good with ball in hand.
Yeah, very impressive.
Had a little bit of a step there like you, Corbs. A little bit of a goose step.
Once upon a time. I wish I could have a goose step.
What's that, Liam?
Probably more of a, I don't know what to say, like a...
Maybe we stop there.
Yeah, I was trying to think I don't even feel like there's a bird that really resembles me. Maybe the dodo. A dodo step. I'm extinct. I'm done.
Well, you might be done in terms of your playing days, but you're definitely not extinct. It's great to be alongside you. And here's Cathedral 2, take a really nice breakout. Number 11 there, Boyd Stockmichael, with a really good break. Good continuity, and again, good stepping.
Ooh.
These boys know what they're doing.
Silky work there from Cathedral 2. Look at the way they've moved the ball. And that's what I love about sevens. One moment creates space, and then it looks like a simple game.
Yeah, that break was number 10 there for the second. That's Kingston Hawkins. That Matt Hawkins, former Eagle sevens player, That's his son. I've seen him play a few times.
Makes sense. That kid knows how to play, so that makes a lot of sense now you've said that. As I see Matt Hawkins on the sideline, it's all connecting the dots for me, Jeremy.
Yeah, good. I'm glad they're finally getting connected, Corbs. But what I will tell you is, you mentioned the pride that you have in the raising by your dad and how he taught you discipline and respect and everything. And you can see the kids who are well raised, not just to be good rugby players like Kingston Hawkins, but just to be good young men. And so the influence on family on these kids, I think, is really, really critical. So, and they make a really nice breakout. Oh, little one-handed dubby, but it looks as though he's going to be chased down, but good pass off there. Oh, they're really moving the ball well. I think we have a forward pass there. It's going to come back. Unlucky there by Cathedral Catholic number 1. They had 3 beautiful phases there, and then just a forward pass to break it down. A few hands on hips right now, and it looks as though Cathedral 2 will have a scrum just inside their 22.
Very advantageous position, as we've talked about. Tough one there after just scoring to then giving up the error to now giving the opposition a shot to get back into the game. Oh no, it's Cathedral's ball, my mistake. So here we go. Comes out the scrum. Taken up in the middle there, but strong breakdown pressure. I believe the referee sees that as a turnover, and that is all they need now. Front foot tap.
They've got some space on the edge there. Decide to cut back, make it a little bit more work for themselves, but it doesn't matter. They're able to score. That looks like it's number 15, Reese Relter, goes in with a fairly simple try. First try of the game.
Yeah, you thought the space was going to be out wide, but just the ability to take contact and just a little offload pop up, and the defense didn't have a chance to sort of readjust and find a way to get in front of the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just fundamental sevens rugby there. So we'll have to see. What am I? Freudian there. Cathedral Catholic 2 have showed some things in this match, and they'll have the opportunity now to hopefully retain possession from this kickoff and get back into this game.
Exactly. We shall see. Score is 5-0.
Yeah, so Dylan Trow will be kicking off here for Cathedral 1. Obviously, they'll be trying to compete to get the ball back on their side. I think Cathedral 2 will be licking their lips for an opportunity to get some attacking play and make a difference after a deep kick here. So let's see how they can escape from their own 22.
We found space on the edge.
And that is a big, strong run. Number 2 there, Nick Ocon, with a beautiful edge run there. Goes in untouched. I tell you, for a guy his size, he moved, Corbs. You know what that's like.
I'm pretty sure I've coached him in the front row, so that's pretty impressive that he's able to move like that. That is an unbelievable finish on the outside and doing the big men proud. As you see, he's breathing a little heavy now. He's got some horsepower in them legs, but he used a lot of diesel on that run.
He did use a lot of diesel. If it had been electric, he probably wouldn't have got there, but we'll take the diesel. We'll take the fossil fuels. And what I will tell you is if you coach...
We're all about renewables here in Southern California, mate.
Yeah, maybe not so much. But what I will tell you, if you coached him, he's a fine-looking athlete. And clearly the speed work you did with him as well, Corbs, paid off.
Yeah, no, it was more about the running technique. Just like I got scrum technique down, I really got the mechanics of the art of sprinting down. Sort of mimicked my theory on, Usain Bolt, and like I did in my own career, and now I like to spread it around.
Well, you are spreading some stuff around today, Corbs. We've got
misinformation, basically. That's basically what I've been spreading all day.
We've got misinformation. We've got all these sporting analogies. And we've got a huge breakout again by number 1 side. It's the number 10 again. Dylan Trower. It looks as though he's going to go in untouched. He's got some good support, but he doesn't need it. He'll dot it down under the post. And the second try on the board for Cathedral number 1.
Yeah, just like that, they get back into this one. That makes it 10-7 at the moment. With a kick to come under the post, you'd like to think that would be a guarantee, but we've already seen today, don't count your chickens before they've hatched, because you never know in sevens.
So we've got chickens, we've got dodos, we've got boxing, we've got Usain Bolt. You talked about hoof, so we've got horses. Everything is coming out. You're pulling out all the stops.
Listen,
today,
I'm only getting started, Jeremy, all right? How much time we got? I got bags and bags of this. And while we're on it, a huge shout-out to Paul Santinelli, who's texting me. He sent me the type of bird that he thinks I am. He's given me a nice picture. I don't know exactly what it was, but it looked something more from Angry Birds or something, and it was quite round and full. So I feel like he's nailed it. And I'd just like to say a big thank you to him because he's a great guy and he's watching these games as well, and we appreciate that.
Well, knowing Paul Santinelli as well as I do, I'm sure it was a fairly offensive bird. We will leave it at that. Anyway, the kickoff doesn't go 10, so we have a free kick opportunity midfield here. You know, Hawkins screaming for the ball at midfield. They want to try and get in with about a minute and a half left in this match. A very tightly contested, very well played match.
Hugely. For high school, obviously, I think you just jinxed them there a little bit with a turnover, but we had, great ball and play. And I think for a high school, an exhibition of what these programs are about, that is very, very impressive. And I think anyone, who's looking to see where the game's going would think this is a promising sign.
No, very promising, and it's interesting. Will Hooley will be back on when we get him out of the naughty boy chair, but him and I talked about it last year that the high school performances were actually some of the best performances of the day last year. I'm not necessarily saying that they're going to beat the Cals or UCLAs of the world because it's a whole different level, but in terms of you look at the basic skills, the techniques they apply, their understanding of the laws of the game, the discipline that's required, these high schoolers really, really are putting on a great show.
I completely agree. And one of the real beauties of getting it into the high schools is you can find a season for rugby where you can get the cream of the crop athletes. And, the fact is some of these guys are going to play other sports as well, and maybe they go to college for that. But the fact they're playing rugby, you get them in a seasonal program, you get your best athletes all at one time focus on rugby. It's a massive factor for development, and it means these players can chase another sport, come back to the game, or they can surge through to the collegiate sort of scene and really have a crack at the Olympics or a World Cup or something special, playing abroad or around the world professionally as well as in the MLR.
So you raised a really interesting point there, Alex. I don't know a ton about your background aside from your England Alliance days, but were you a multi-sport athlete before that? And what do you think of the multi-sport approach versus just focused on one sport to try and, determine?
So I was more of a one-sport athlete. Like the only other sports I really played were cricket, field hockey, the traditional English sports, which I really did not enjoy. So I kind of tried to dodge them as much and play rugby nearly all year round. But I think now looking at the research, the science and everything, it is very... I did like martial arts and stuff, but I didn't do another sort of competitive ball sport. Maybe a little bit in goal and football, but I couldn't run around. I was pretty heavy as a lifetime front rower. But the evidence all shows that multi-sport athletes are what you want. You want different movement patterns. You want different transitions. You want to build your best athletic base as a youngster and then look to specialize as you get later in your teens into sort of high school, college time, where you've built that really sort of diverse base in multi sort of sports and multi sort of different athletic movement patterns and conditioning.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's one answer that works for everyone, but overall I think multi-sport is good, and as you said, hone into your sport as you get a little bit older. I think the other thing I like about multi-sport is it gives you access to different teammates, different coaching styles, different messages, different cultures.
Absolutely, and I think that is the complete reason, is you want to build that sort of knowledge base. And even though sometimes in rugby I had, until from 5 till 13, it was the same coach the whole time that pretty much coached me for rugby, and it was fantastic to have a great coach. But you think about that, if I played multiple sports, you might have been exposed to different ideas, different systems, and that's something I experienced later in my life as it got more professional. But I do think that from my own experience, I do think it is better. Ooh, unlucky there.
Yeah, you brought some interesting. Firstly, I'd have to say that whoever coached you from 5 to 13, I'm sure is happily retired now. Probably happily retired as soon as you became 14, but that's a whole
well, they
story.
Still send me nice messages, and my pictures up at the club at KCS Old Boys, and, Paddy Ralston and Torkor and my little crew there with my dad as well helping out. I'll never, ever forget it, so thank you, guys.
Yeah, awesome. Those are great memories to have. Anyway, big mistake there at the beginning of the second half by the second side from Catholic. Not that they're the second best, they're just number two. They had players in front of the kickoff, which, led to a free kick in the midfield. So they're able to hold on to possession here, and they're still in a very tight one-point game with still 6 minutes left to play. So, you defend, as quickly as possible. Again, some really nice movement. I'm really impressed by the passing from these teams. They're really crisp. And again, there's a good carry there, but you just can't go to the sideline. You've got to cut yourself back in. There's this bit getting thrown into touch. It's a schoolboy out. Oh, we have a loud whistle there. We've got a penalty. I'm not sure what the infraction was, but anyway, the Cathedral 2s are going away with it. And then we've got a big boy in the middle with a nice fend there. That's the number 4. I don't have a name for him, unfortunately, but number 4, sorry about that. Really good. But now we've got the ball going the other way. An opportunity for Cathedral 1 to try and create some havoc and maybe put in the winning score with about 2 minutes left.
Not rolling away, they're unfortunate from the big man, number 4. He'd worked hard to get back on side. He'd had a great involvement, and now that gives Cathedral the front foot. As the dancing feet are back out.
Yeah, that was Tim Hawkins, number 1. Like you said, some good dancing feet, retain good possession. They've got some space here if they can move the ball, but a little bit loose and under pressure there defensively from their number 2 team.
Yeah, I can hear Coach on the ooh, let's play on first.
Trying to bide some time, looking for some space. Oh, he does a nice fend and goes around the outside. Oh, that was really impressive. That's Reese Reller with a very, very well-worked individual score. Did it all himself.
Ridiculous. I almost said, bring it on, guys. Backed up, beat the first guy, and then had the pace to go around on the edge. And that's a huge score in what has been a pretty close contest as well.
Yeah, it's definitely not over, but at 17-7 with the conversion to come, possible 19-7 with a minute to go, the Cathedral Catholic number 2 are going to have to really, get this kickoff and really work fast in order to try and compete. Looks like the kick is up and good. So we now have 19-7. I think the scoreboard right now shows 27. I believe it's 19-7 to Cathedral 1.
Well, considering you weren't good at your math, you're on it, mate. I'm pretty sure you're right there, as they've just made that adjustment. So well done, Jeremy. Don't sell yourself short.
Well, definitely not selling myself short, but I actually was the idea behind ChatGPT. So obviously they've learned their lesson. So good kickoff, nice and deep. Oh, very well contested. Ball is loose. It's come all the way back inside of the 10-meter of Cathedral 1, who are under pressure defensively here from their number 2 side, but they managed to hold on to the ball, and we're basically at full time if the referee deems it's over, and it's over. So a good result, 19-7. And again, Corbs, as you said earlier, when you're playing against your teammates, it's hard, but they put everything into this.
They really did, and I think, Cathedral Catholic really deserve a lot of credit to have 2 teams that can play in this sort of competition, play to that level, and they both, went hammer and tongs at each other. It was great to watch, and like we said, the future is bright, and we got more of it to come all day, so let's get into it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to take a quick second break. Alex Corbacero is going to take a little break. We have Will Hooley coming out of a Naughty Boys seat back on. So we look forward to some coverage from Will, and we'll be hearing from you, Corbs, again very soon. But get yourself some food, mate.
That was exactly where I was about to go. But don't worry, everyone. Will's got it covered. Not.
Okay, well, welcome back, Mr. Hooley. We actually missed you a lot, but it's good to have you back. And we've got a really good lineup next. We have the boys who've come the furthest here from Western Washington are going to be competing against Cal's number 1 side.
Jeremy, it's great to be back. A little bit more room now in the booth, now that Corbs has just moved away. Let him go for a snack. He'll need that. We don't want him hungry during later on in this day. Yeah, Cal. We got Cal 1 going up against Western Washington already. Western Washington showing a bit of ability with their ball in hand. Cal, of course, the reigning champions here in the West Coast Sevens. As this is Cal's number 1 team coming up against Western Washington. Cal going left to right and moving it well to the outside channels. as Jeremy. We will, I'm sure, now see two sides who clearly are very comfortable with ball in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And the ref has gone to his pocket. We already have a yellow card against Cal. I didn't exactly see what the infraction was. Western Washington earned the turnover, and Cal gets a man down for a couple of minutes. And I do give Western Washington a lot of credit. I mean, coming all the way from Bellingham, Washington, down here for a one-day tournament says a lot about their commitment. They're a very strong rugby program. They compete very well in D1AA for CRAA, and so it's nice to see them testing themselves against a powerhouse like Cal.
And already showing what ability they have, ball in hand. Good little goose step and offload. Is that held? Not quite in the end there. But hey, just what I like already is just the emphasis on trying to keep the ball alive and moving it. The one big thing with sevens, I think the success we've seen throughout this morning is the sides that use the ball to their advantage. They don't just run into space, they pass it into space. That is key in a game like sevens.
Yeah, absolutely, and they showed very willing there. Unfortunately, the ball didn't go their way. Now we look as though Cal coming down the blind side. Nice switch inside there. Oh, that's a great switch to number 3, who's got support there. We've got 14 from Cal, so that was Edstrom throwing it off to Comiskey for a score under the post, and that's beautiful, simple sevens rugby, Will.
It is indeed. It is indeed. And the first try in this match, a great try for Cal. Such a strong program, a renowned program, of course. I see plenty of Cal alumni walking around this field as well, based here in Southern California, but the Cal program just gets better and better, and they get the first try and a conversion from Kaminsky. 7 points to nothing then. And Cal, what I always am so impressed is just their athleticism. Honestly, the way that they carry themselves, they're big, they're fit, they're strong.
Yeah, we've said for years, I mean, as long as I've been around this game in Southern California, when you see a Cal team, obviously physically there's difference, between a prop and a wing, but they all look very athletic. They're all extremely well conditioned. Tommy Billups, who's the associate head coach there, he's a conditioning guru, and he drills it into them, and that's part of what makes them so effective. Obviously, there's a lot more to it, but their ability to compete, athletically is a huge differentiator.
Western Washington trying to play with that ball in hand. I think it was Liam Herring wearing the number 2 jersey, just forcing the offload. And it's something which Corbus and I talked about as well, just in terms of, yes, moving the ball, yes, keeping the ball alive, but you've got to do it under your own control, and just a bit forced there by Western Washington.
Yeah, a little bit forced. I thought Herring looked like he was doing pretty well. Actually, he just came back from playing 15s in Australia, in Perth. So welcome back to the States. And unfortunately, a turnover close to that line is not a good thing with Cal on the front foot.
Cal the front foot, but just coughed up near the line. That was the ball looking for Quinn Speaker. Can't keep hold of it. So Western Washington now have it back on the far side of the field. Long way to go. And another knock on. Just shows you how quickly the ball can get turned over for both teams, and how just simple ball handling is so key, whatever level of rugby you're playing, but particularly here in sevens, as now Cal have a scrum opportunity inside the Western Washington half. Little jack back down the blind side, keeping the ball alive, and in the end, we're just going to wait for the referee, though, Jeremy, because I think it might have been double movement.
It looked like a double movement to me, and I think that's what the assistant referee is saying. So we'll see. Yes, the arm is up. Very good call. Great eyesight, Will. It was a double move, so Western Washington will be able to clear the lines. One thing I wanted to say quickly, Will, is, hearing you call out Quinn Speaker, number 8, who's actually back in the sweeper position right now for Cal. He is the son of Warren Speaker, who organized this whole tournament. He actually didn't play, I believe, last year. I think he might have been a freshman and wasn't selected. But now he's out there and he's playing and showing his wares. As Cal once again do the thing with Speaker in support. He doesn't get the ball, but Cal retained possession.
Cal, indeed, keep hold of the ball. It was on that near side to us with Edstrom number 3, but they move it all the way to the edge, and the big men can still perform with the ball in hand. Dealey gets it off. And then a really strong run. That looks like Oliver Teague. The number 4 gets over for Cal. And in the end, it's the strength, it's the dynamism of this Cal attack that is continuingly impressive. When they get those opportunities, more often than not, Jeremy, they take advantage.
Yeah, they definitely took advantage there. They go up 12-0. And again, fairly simple, not saying that the execution wasn't good, but fairly simple sevens. You know, move the ball through the hands, get it into some big ball carriers out wide. And the result is 5 points. Unfortunately, the kick drifts wide. But at halftime, we do have Cal up by 12-0 in, you know, what's a very good match. One thing I want to say, Will, as well, I'd love your opinion on this. You see the depth of Cal, because the first match that we commentated on, as we watch the replay here, as they go in, you know, the big man receiving the ball goes in basically untouched. Again, really good score right at halftime. But if you notice from the first game, Will, you know, what I'll call Cal's stars, and they have lots of them, but we don't see Ran Santos starting, and we don't see Solomon Williams starting, but Cal's still in control, which is credit to their depth.
It is a credit to their depth, a credit to their program. Of course, mentioned Jack Clark, Tom Billups, been at the helm now for numerous years. National D1A 15s champions in CRAA, and looking to be back-to-back West Coast Sevens champions as well. This first leg, keep reminding everyone, this is a first leg of 3. We will be in Stanford University on the 11th of October, and then in Oceanside, California, for the third leg. That is the 25th to the 26th of October. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jeremy, but we are just here for the first leg. It is a time of year here in the West Coast that is used. The Sevens is definitely used as a development tool, and this is the time of year that the Sevens is played.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a great time of year. And as you said, we have 2 more events after this. We've got Stanford in 2 weeks, and then we have a 2-day event in Oceanside 2 weeks after that. And the good news for you, Will, and for me, is we're going to have Corbs for both of those events. And then there is a very strong rumor out that in Northern California, Stanford in 2 weeks, we might actually have a Colin Hawley sighting.
Oh, there you go. Another USA Eagle in the booth as we kick off now with Western Washington. Can they mount an attack? Really good kickoff. Coming into the hands, number 15. Keep an eye on him in Yonko Jonka. As now Western Washington try to work it to that far side. That's Jonka who gets the ball back again. He was the one who managed to get the restart back into Western Washington, but now they get the ball turned over. Cal with some good scrambled defense. And we keep mentioning how good these kickoffs have been today because of them acting like a set piece. It's really your chance to win the ball back. Western Washington showing quality in that area, but just needing to still tide it up on the edges. Cal are winning those 50-50 balls.
Yeah, absolutely. Yonka making good effort out there, but unfortunately knock on. I see in his bio he can play 3 instruments, and I'm sure he's very adept at that. He's just got to show more ability to hold on to the ball so they can clear their lines. And having said that, Cal making a little bit of a breakout there with Clint Steve, wasn't held, so they get a good breakdown and good team possession.
Great work on that outside. That's Dealey wearing number 1 for Cal. They move it now to this near side. Fast ball pulled across. Speaker keeps hold of it. Looking to, again, offload. Keep the ball playing. Keep Western Washington having to guess in the defense. But they are pushing Cal back. Good step inside is there maybe a gap they open up? A very rash offload in the midfield is now Western Washington. Yonka, he has the ball. This is proper Sevens rugby going on, Jeremy. Is now to the far side. Can Western Washington get their first score of the game? Not quite. Cal with a booming tackle and just turned over. There you go. Defense showing itself strong from Cal, but credit to Western Washington. Good passage of play there.
Great passage of play. I mean, you must be as exhausted as the players are after commentating on all those multiple phases. Again, Western Washington are doing some really nice things, but just not quite clinical enough at the end to be able to finish it. So they'll be pleased with their performance to date, but we need to get them, with one more. We need to get a score for them pretty quickly with 4.5 minutes to go to see if they can really push some Cal buttons.
Here we go then. Cal inside their own 22. They move it to the width. Nothing overly complicated. Keeping the ball in hand and moving the ball. Now to the far side. Into the hands of big Dealey, the number 1. But now further on, it's a bit of space for Oliver Teague. He's already shown in the first half his ability and pace and power, and in the end, it's another try for Cal. And while I squint in the distance to double check that it is Oliver Teague, what it is definitely is another Cal try.
It's definitely a Cal try. Really good breakout there from Cal. You said something a second ago. The one thing with Cal that I like is they don't do anything overly flashy. They really focus on what I always say, be brilliant in the basics. And their catch pass is better than anybody. And when you can catch and pass in sevens, good things happen.
You're absolutely right. It's the simple things. Ball out in front as well. Just you watch as the games go on. How you can make sure that the ball is in front of the man rather than getting him checked, going behind him. It's the simple things that really do make a difference. Great kickoff and great take there from Newell, the number 12 for Cal. And then it's a big handoff from Dealey. As Western Washington, can we see in the corner who gets over the line? It is a try. Some great setup work. And some good offloading to finish that off.
Yeah, great finish. Great carry on the edge from Dealey. A guy of that size and that athleticism, he's pretty hard to stop. He didn't actually finish the try, but he set it all up. And again, once again, just, getting after, you retrieve your own kickoff, and then some good phases, and they're in again. So now it's 22-0, fairly comfortable lead for Cal, 2.5 minutes. And here we have the replay. Will, if you want to talk us through what we see here.
As I see it in the glare of the sunshine, unfortunately not quite. We're going to go, here we go. We're going to have a little look at it. Are we? No, we're going straight back into the kickoff.
Well, you just mentioned the glare. I mean, we have a beautiful day here in Carson, California. Not too sunny, not too hot. There's some cloud cover, but the cloud cover is definitely affording glare, and it's hard to see on some of these monitors, and when they score in the far corner from where we're standing. Having said that, it looks as though they're going to do it again right now. And in this time, we can see the number, and I believe that was Michael DeBeer, the number 6 from Cal, who more than puts the icing on the cake.
Correct, DeBeer gets over, and that's another try, extending the lead here for Cal in only their second game, but showing their strength. The kickoff is really becoming a bit of a weapon for Cal. And unfortunately for Western Washington, they haven't really been able to deal with it. Even if they have maybe been able to catch the ball, they've been under a load of pressure. And Cal have once again capitalised. Kick goes wide then from that try scorer, De Beer. So we remain at 27 points to 0 with still a minute on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, Will, this game is lost. I think Western Washington, ideally for them, they just need to try and put a score on the board, make them feel better as they go into the next match. Really nice breakout and carry, but again, great cover tackle. He's deemed to be thrown into touch here. He goes to ground. It's a Cal ball, and that's the final whistle. It looks as though he's blown maybe a little bit early, but it's the referee's whistle, and 27-0 to Cal. A really good performance.
Very strong performance from Cal. Yeah, good win for them. Their second win, their second game here on the West Coast Sevens. For Western Washington, plenty of ability there, but just were never really given the chance. Cal smothering them in attack and defense. So Jack Clark and his team will be delighted with that. If you're just joining us here on the West Coast Sevens, we're approaching maybe even the midway part, the mid afternoon here in Los Angeles, Dignity Health Sports Center. Coming up next, we've got San Diego State, SDSU, the Aztecs taking on Claremont in the women's side of the game. So, a nice change. We saw a fantastic game earlier, Corbs and I. Claremont women very much on top. So will they be able to do this again? Jeremy, I know Claremont Rugby is very much your passion, your project. What have you made so far of both the men and the women?
Well, the men obviously started off really well this morning, game one. The women, you know, I wasn't fortunate to commentate on them, but I did get to watch it and listen to you and Corbs. And, you know, they really controlled UC Santa Barbara. So I'm really excited to see what Evan Woolen and his team have got in store now against San Diego State, who probably, you know, in my opinion, you know, very ignorant opinion likely, probably should put a little more of a show on than maybe the UC Santa Barbara girls did.
Just working out to make sure we get the right roster in front of us. From the SDSU side of things, as they have 2 teams out today. Or should I say even 3 teams out today?
They actually have 4 teams out today. They have 2 women's team and 2 men's teams. So again, credit to San Diego State for putting on such a great showing. So here we have San Diego State women. It's called the black team. They're playing in kind of a turquoise jersey, but they're designated as a black team, and they're playing against the Claremont women, who are in the dark blue jerseys, dark blue shorts, playing from right to left.
Kickoff will be from number 10, Hannum. Really impressed with her in that first game against Santa Barbara. As the ball hits the deck, and a rugby ball, when it hits the deck, Jeremy, can go anywhere, but it's going to be in favor of SDSU.
Yeah, you definitely don't want the ball on the floor here because, as you said, in irregular shape, it could bounce anywhere. In this case, it bounced slightly in favor of San Diego State, so they'll have the first scrum of the match, an opportunity just inside of their own 10-meter line to try and get possession, probably looking just to move the ball, get the ball through hands, hit the edge, and see how Claremont's defense responds to them.
Claremont's midfield, Campbell, Ortiz, very impressed by them. Campbell wearing 6, Ortiz wearing 5 for Claremont. As they get the ball back, they get this penalty, they're going to tap and go. Hannum's going to take it away as she moves the ball to that far side. Keep an eye on the playmaker, but more importantly, keep an eye on number 4 in Viveros, who gets over for Claremont's first try in this game. She scored a couple of excellent tries in that win against Santa Barbara, and Jeremy, she continues her form.
Yeah, great form. You know, good work on the edge by Ella, the number 3 from Claremont, and then Viveros, you know, supporting her on the inside. You know, finishes, you know, fairly simply but fairly effectively, and you know, really good start. I mean, we're a minute and a half into this match, and first score for the Claremont Foxes. Kick sails wide left, so it will remain 5-0 with the kickoff to come.
As we have a look at the replay there, I feel that everything goes through that number 10. Got to keep an eye on Hannum. She moved it to that far side, and in the end, it was a good bit of footwork from Viveros. Ashley Viveros, the 3rd-year student, studying biology. As now Hannum gets us back underway. Can they get hold of this ball? They can. SDSU now finally on the attack, finally hold the ball, but it goes to deck. It's picked up there, really strong carry from the number 5 for SDSU, the Aztecs. But good turnover. I think that was from Campbell of Claremont. Hannum gets the offload away. Well picked up from that number 1, Haddad.
Yeah, that was unlucky for San Diego State. I thought there was a really strong carry by, you know, Shea Ocean, the number 5. Unfortunately, I think she was a little bit slow with the ball on the ground, which led to the turnover. And now Claremont going to try and capitalize as a result.
Penalty for Claremont, not rolling away in the breakdown as they go quickly. It's that girl there wearing the number 10, Hannum. I keep saying how impressed I am with her. She gets over for a try, and it's the second one in this match for Claremont. as they just continue their ascendancy.
Yeah, definitely in the ascendancy. Good turnover midfield, and then just, good fundamental rugby. So, the Claremont Foxes look like they've been doing this, game for a while. And like you said, everything seems to go around Hannum, their number 10. Having been around the Claremont campus, even though I have no engagement with the women's team, a couple of years ago, the Claremont Foxes had a phenomenal rugby player, Caroline Bullock, who did everything for them. And they missed her last year after she graduated, but it looks like they're kind of replacing her with Hannum. And I hope that Caroline Bullock, if she's listening, she was over doing her master's degree in Scotland, so I hope she's having a great time watching her girls work extremely well.
As now Hannum gets us back underway. SDSU do well to take hold of this ball and get the offload away. So now we'll just wait for the referee. Oh, there we go. Just a slight change of call. I did wonder what was blown for, and it was done for a knock forward or a slightly forward pass, maybe, I think, in the contact there. So SDSU struggling to get the ball or keep the ball alive from the kickoff.
Yeah, they're struggling. What I will say, and you probably noticed this since you did the first game, the Foxes are very aggressive defensively. Their first up tackling looks very good, and I think it's proving very disruptive to the Aztecs. So they're going to have to sort out how they move the ball into space, because they're just moving it into contact and they're losing.
Totally agree. It's a ploy, I think, that both the men's team and the women's team are both doing in terms of their defense. So now Claremont with the ball. It's in the hands of number 3, Ella Grouse. But now this is Campbell, number 6. To the speedster, wearing number 5. It's Rocky Ortiz who gets away from one and will go all the way to the try line. She is brilliant in open space, and it's another try to Claremont. Credit to them using their weapons out wide, and they get the try.
Yeah, using their weapons very effectively. Raquel Rocky Ortiz, she's out of Chicago studying data science and math, and she's definitely got a turn of pace. Looks as though she's coming to take a little bit of a breather right now, but she performed very well there. I am glad, to be honest with you, though, Will, that I'm commentating with you right now versus Corbs, because if Corbs was on, he'd take the Rocky name and we would go straight into another boxing analogy, the rope-a-dope, the thriller in Manila. I heard it all when you were on your break.
Well, you know what? She's performing well enough as well to be in that class. So great conversion to get over, by the way. We just saw that. An extra 2 points. So it's now 19 points to nothing as SDSU, the Aztecs, try and get on some form of attack. They have been struggling after a couple of phases to actually keep hold of the ball. But now, as they go to the far side, Natalie Garcia, wearing number 2. Just spilt again. Not a lack of effort, just maybe a lack of cohesion. And we've got to say, this is early days in the season for both these teams, for all the programs we're watching today, and cohesion might be something that is just going to take time throughout today and throughout the rest of the tournaments of the West Coast Sevens.
I think cohesion is the perfect term for how to describe it, and there is little cohesion right now in the Aztecs. But again, I think part of the lack of cohesion is the defensive pressure that Claremont are putting them under. And here we have another breakout, and there's the lady. You've called her name a few times, and they're not going to stop her. There is Hannum again, and she's going to take it under the post right as time expires.
A fantastic try, a second try for Hannum. It was the loop around play that they did in the midfield off that scrum. They must have pre-called it, and it's worked really, really well. As Campbell's clearly taken the kicking duties over after she had a great conversion on that far right-hand side. She gets the extra points. That is going to be the end of the game for Claremont for a 26-0 win over SDSU. And Hannum, the number 10, once again showing why she might be one to watch throughout the tournament. She's certainly been MVP in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very impressive performance by the Claremont girls again. They'll be very happy. Their coach will be very happy. Again, I thought it started with their defensive pressure. Their ability to execute on the edge was top drawer. And, they've got to be very happy with how their day has been going so far. And I think, unless I'm really confused, is that the end of the match or is that just halftime, Will?
Oh, you're asking me. That is just half-time. So that might be in the longest half of rugby we've ever experienced here in sevens, but it doesn't matter because it's been fantastic. Try-scoring worthy game. Claremont, 26 points to 0. As we will shortly begin the second half. But, Jeremy, I want to bring you back in on certainly the overall aspects of this tournament, because you mentioned Warren Speaker, of course, being the big driving force. What do you say has been the element and the aims of why West Coast Sevens is here?
Well, I think we're trying to, collegiate rugby, we're trying to get more traction in the sevens game. A lot of focus, I think, the last few years in CRAA has been around the 15s game. But, speaking to Paul Santinelli and Paul Keeler, I know there's a big attempt to get a really robust national sevens this year, and then looking next year to make, these tournaments qualifiers for that national seven. So I think there's only one direction from here, and that's up. And, again, I give not just Warren, but Andy Dukas, the whole crew. I mean, there's a phenomenal crew that's been working on this. As you know, it's, a notch up from last year, which was very, very good. And I think it's just going to continue to grow.
Totally agree. Thoroughly enjoyed the competition last year out of Chula Vista in those last 2 days of the tournament in 2024. And as the grace hangs over us here in Los Angeles, there's certainly nothing grey about the rugby on offer. It is full of colour, full of talent on this field. We are watching the SDSU Aztecs in blue, women against Claremont in that dark navy blue, going from left to right. Claremont leading 26 points to nothing here in the West Coast Sevens, as Campbell has the ball now for Claremont. Great step, great fend as well. That's the number 3, Ella Grouse, who keeps hold of it. Offloads. Manages to offload back to Campbell.
Yeah,
Terreros.
Once again, sorry about that. Once again, though, good phases here. Good communication with the Claremont girls. You can tell they've been together for a while. They're really performing well. Their ability to offload in contact right there, very, very impressive. And then we have, a breakaway again for Ashley Viveros. Looks as though she's going to score untouched. So once more we go 31 kick to come, and they've started the second half just like they finished the first half.
Everyone is singing on the same hymn sheet here for Claremont, really feeding off each other, the offloading, and just getting behind that SDSU defense. And that is ultimately what is really killing the Aztecs, is they just can't track back. They can't get a defense on top of this very organized and well-gelled Claremont attackers. Hannon comes off. She's had a really strong game once again. And there's clearly a bit of strength and depth in the Claremont women's team.
No, it looks as though there is. And when you watch the Aztecs, firstly, they haven't had a lot of possession, so the scoreboard definitely reflects that. The other thing that I do notice with the Aztecs is they seem to be very bunched, when they do get possession. They're not really looking to ship the ball through the hands and get to the edges. In this case, they're kicking through the middle and relying on their kick chase, which I think Claremont are going to win that battle. So once again, the ball's in Claremont's hands, and the Aztecs just can't kick away possession, don't you think, Wolf?
I would say it's not going to help them too much if they do get any kind of opportunity. They want to keep hold of the ball. That's Campbell who offloads it to Grouse. She's been everywhere in the second half, wearing 3 for Claremont. As now there's a bit of indecision. First bit of indecision I've seen from Claremont. That's the number 2. Keeping hold of it, though, so keeping hold of possession is the main thing. As now, do they try and move it to this far side? Goes through the legs of the Claremont attacker, number 7 there in McGuigan.
Yeah, originally there's number 2 with the ball in hand again, but Emily Knapp, it started really with her hesitation to breakdown. She did a bit of a whirly bird, but it was unable to set up the next phase, and now she's set up the next phase. It looks as though we've got number 3 there, Ella Grouse, who's going through again for another score. So we're going to be at 38-0 with the kick to come. There's still 4 minutes left to play, Will.
An excellent try for Grouse, and a deserved try as well. She's been fully involved in everything good about Claremont, and they've been really good in this game. Commanding. I mean, there's a lot of points being scored, Jeremy, but you've got to score them. And I mean that, obviously, but I also mean that whereby they kept hold of the ball well. They've not coughed it up. They haven't just been stripped in contact or a pass into the sideline or knocked on. They've really been controlled in their play.
No, really controlled, and you just mentioned that. I don't think, I'd have to recount, but I don't think they've had a turnover against them. So they've been able to retain possession. They've been very physical at the breakdown, get some good clean ball. And they've got some athletes. They've got 3 or 4, young ladies, especially Hannum, Grouse, Knapp, the Terreros. They've got some athletes that, to be honest with you, the Aztecs right now are struggling to contain them.
Contain is definitely the right word. And they're going to have to do probably more than contain if they even want to try and get back into this game. It's a 50-50 on the floor, and it lands in the hands of the Aztecs.
Using the term contain, you're probably too young, Will, but, Chris Berman, ESPN fame, always talked about you can't stop them, you can only hope to contain them. Well, in this case right now, I don't think the Aztecs are stopping them or containing them. I think it seems a bit of a free-flowing game for the Claremont Foxes.
Credit, though, to the Aztec side. They're not giving up. We've said it. A lot of it is probably just down to cohesion, just gelling as a team. It's great to see these programs coming through, particularly in the women's game. It's really growing here in the US, as now the Aztecs finally can get the ball out to this back line. And can they get something going in the midfield? Number 7 there. And Forte, but the penalty comes to Aztecs, so it'll be a stop and start, but a great tackle. Massive tackle.
Yeah, that was Lindsay Manouchian with a great tackle there. Again, physicality, 2 or 3 tackles in a row from Claremont. They don't have possession, but they're not giving up on the tackle at all, and they're continuing to apply pressure to the Aztecs in every single phase of the match.
Best we've seen of the Aztecs so far is they just move themselves slowly up the field as they're about to cross the halfway mark, and then great footwork there from Richmond. Wearing 9 is a bellman from SDSU. As I look down, I just saw, unfortunately, the wrong team in front of me. But nonetheless, better from the Aztecs, certainly better control.
No, but I mean, Abelman there, right? Really nice step. And unfortunately, they couldn't finish that phase again. You use the term slow, and I think, again, like you said, they're looking for cohesion. One of the differences is in this match is the difference in speed between how the Foxes operate and the Aztecs. The Foxes are operating at speed with a lot more precision, and the Aztecs are a little bit, slower in their execution, and that's what's holding them back.
Good handling from Claremont as they work towards this near-hand side. That's Murphy coming through. As now there's space, there's acres of space if they can move it there, out to the left. Can they get it into the hands of Eminat? Keeps it alive then to that number 4, Viveros. It hits the deck, but it still is alive. This is Campbell. She bumps off 2. She gets over the line. And credit to the Claremont side. They have just kept going for the full match, and that is another try.
Well, that last sequence summarized the match, didn't it, Will? Just really good phases, good continuity, good athleticism, good communication, results in, you call it a fairly simple try, but well worked through multiple phases. 43-0 with the kick to come. I think that's the biggest score we've seen, so far this day. So a lot of credit there. And again, good on the Aztecs. They haven't quit. They haven't had any quit in them. They've just got to regroup after this and figure out what they need to modify for the next game, which probably is a little bit more ball movement and running into space, not into contact. But, credit to both teams for a really well-performed match.
That's the full time then. And Claremont have, in their second game of today, they have the win. 43 points to nothing. The Aztecs certainly showed a lot of grit and determination. It was off, and I'm joined by the big man. He's had a snack. He's ready to go again. He's fired up. Mr. Alex Corbs. Corbs?
How's it going, Will the Thrill?
Good, buddy. Good to have you back. And I know that you're fueled up again, ready to go.
Yeah, surf and turf burrito with avocado. There's Fuego, and I'm back in the game. And just in time, because we've got some more cracking rugby to get through as we see our teams just getting ready to enter the field here.
Yes, it'll be USD2s taking on ASU. As we just await them to come on the field. So Terreros 2s against ASU. As Corbs and I just switch a few sheets around in our attempt to make sure we get the right rosters in front of us. Wherever you're joining us here today, my name's Will Hooley, joined by, of course, the big man, British and Irish Lion, but American citizen, Alex Corbs. Corbs, cut you in half, buddy. You say you're red, white, and blue.
I prefer hybrid. I know you like your Anglo-American title, but that's not how I feel. I feel 1 foot firmly in the camp of here, proud, born here, and absolutely loving it. And what a day. Obviously, the sun isn't shining too much at the moment, but for you and me, it's probably good with our fairer skin.
Yeah, I'm not complaining, I'll be honest. I haven't put any sun cream on just yet. Here we go.
User left your channel.
Here in Dignity Health. As we're just making a couple of technical changes, as well as the referees also making a couple of technical changes. As credit to the referees, Corbs. I know we give them hard times when we used to play and when you used to coach, but you need a referee to be on the field, and from the Southern California referees, we appreciate all that they do.
Yeah, some of the unsung heroes of the game here, especially in America as well, where, the commitment, the resources, everything that they do. I think, they work harder than maybe where we grew up in the UK, purely based on, the challenges it is to get into these positions, to get educated, and then to commit your time to these competitions. And I think nothing would function without them. So, yeah, real credit to the referees. As much as coach-player can be frustrated in times, that is what rugby is about, and we follow their whistle. And, yeah, I think it's just good to see such a strong cohort of refs here working together. You've got some more experience, some less, and they're all coaching each other and giving back and really building, a performance system or a pathway that is another key factor, a component that we need in rugby over here in America.
Amen to that, brother. 100%. As we're about to get underway, the ASU, they will be in that kind of maroon kit going from left to right against the USD Terreros 2s. Both these sides lost their first games, so both of them will definitely be trying to get a win in this match. A little bit of wind in the air, Corbs, which not many sides have done a lot of kicking, but does wind play much of a factor in sevens?
I feel like you're asking the wrong man from a kicking aspect, but I think with the kickoffs being so important, hang time and things like that are definitely a factor. And then obviously using the width and long passes, if the ball's in the air longer, it gives more opportunity for the wind to affect that. But on a whole, the wind's been reasonably tame, and you'll probably know better than me from a kicking standpoint. But I would like to think kickers wouldn't be too scared of this wind at the moment.
No, it's not. It's nothing too outrageous. And actually, for a kick-off, is maybe if you're going into it as ASU are, it plays in their favour. High hanging kick. The wind's blown all our sheets of paper everywhere. Corbs has made sure he's onto that. Don't you worry about it. As USD pass the ball to that far edge, but again, the pressure. ASU, look at that line speed. I think we're going to see a physical game. As talking of kicking, USD have had to kick it away, but it's kicked downfield. No one playing in the backfield, but the referee's going to blow it all the way back from an offside, or should I say Terreros offside, so Corbs. Line speed defence, and we've seen kicking.
Not everything you're used to seeing in sevens, but very effective there. And I think, again, like we talked about, ball in air a long time gives defence a chance. And ASU, even in their first game, showed some aggressive line speed. So keep an eye on that, because it's now earned them a great attacking shot here.
Yeah, they're inside the 22 of the Terreros. Good little dummy, but again, strong defence. Ryan Phelan, that's the number 7 for ASU. Big physical presence. He wears the scrum hat and orange boots. But talking of physical presence, it's on that far side. It's Austin Cox, who does brilliantly down that far touchline. And it's one hand off Corbs and he scores.
Just like that. That's all it takes in sevens, Will. And they strike like lightning. Get on the scoreboard early, catching USD in their own sort of, 5-10 metres away, and then eventually getting the ball back and capitalising off that penalty, and then now a successful start to this one.
First try of the game from ASU, and Cox, as the kick is good as well. So that's a full 7 points here in the opening half. Mentioned that these two teams have already played a game, neither won. So it's their chance to stamp their authority on the match.
As we get ready to kick this one off again. ASU have gone short with the hang time, and it's beautiful as they've caught it and gathered. Now they've got quick ball inside of USD's half as they move it wide, but the pass has not gone to hand. But lovely bit of work there from the number 5, Kyler Larson. He was a beast in his first game today, and he showed it again. Big, rangy, athletic, but he's got pace to burn as well. A dangerous combination in sevens, and that is just like lightning. They've gone bang, bang, and it's now a bit of a tough task for USD2s here.
A great try indeed, Corb. Sorry, I had to be corrected about ASU, about mentioning how they had an early loss. Forgive me that any fans watching on, that must have been my restroom break. As now ASU have scored their second try, and it's a full 7 points again. So ASU 14, USD2s 0. And like you say, Corbs, and this is the thing about sevens, is you cannot lose focus defensively, because gaps can just open up anywhere. And ASU in attack have found those gaps and really taken advantage.
Yeah, it is really a roller coaster of concentration and the ability to stay dialed in, because 1 or 2 seconds off can decide the game in sevens. And what a take this time from USD, the one-man lift, but the ball spilled out. Referees playing advantage for the knock-on to USD, and they're off to the races now in their own half, but they have advantage. But a huge tackle from the 4 and 5 of ASU. And that's something they've been fantastic at today, is some of those defensive sets. As USD kick away possession, referee says advantage over. And now it's ASU on the hunt, but strong tackling from USD.
It's monster tackling. USD trying to adopt that kick through the middle, and it's just knocked on there from Smith, wearing 4 for ASU. So the shots are coming in here, Corbs. No one's holding back, as USD are going to try and get themselves in this game.
Yeah, no one's pulling punches out there today, Will, are they? It's absolutely, rock'em sock'em robots in that contact area, especially for sevens. And now for USD, this is really the opportunity they've been waiting for. Most of the game has been in their own half. They're finally at that halfway broaching point of launching an attack, and let's see what they can do with it.
They try and move it to get it to the far edge. Stop there. Trevor Suarez, who doesn't get much space. The ASU defense is coming off the line firm and hard, as now they can move it to the edge. And again, another big tackle. That's from number 5, Tyler Larson for ASU. But the gap just opens up after the breakdown, and away it goes for number 7 for the Terreros in George Chumo, who gets over. And whilst it was great defense from ASU, a gap opened up, and Chumo found it and gets under the post.
Wait till you see the replay here, Will, but one of the little details you're going to like is at the ruck, the guy actually lifted the ball off the floor, and that's something Charlie Purdin is massive on as a coach. He takes it from the Bulls in South Africa. It's something they do, and it really speeds up the ball. But when you're actually picking through the ruck, it's very, very hard to stop because the D is really caught off guard at that sort of speed there. Hopefully we get a little replay of it.
Hopefully we get to see a replay, as unfortunately the kick goes wide. So 5 points for the Terreros. They will, of course, have the kickoff. As we take another look, can you just see it? Just lift it up. There it is. Corbs, great eye. Just it speeds at everything.
Yep.
And that's where the try came from.
And then they did it again for the next one as well. 2 in a row.
But ASU, they've got something to say for this as they take it from the kickoff, and away it goes. Austin Cox gets another. Flying away down the far side, and as we were chatting up the Terreros in the blink of an eye, Austin Cox goes and grabs another for ASU.
I think that's been the difference of the two sides, Will, is you know, as much as SDSU had, you know, little moments there, ASU have just been dangerous with ball in hand. They've got a lot of athletes. They move it wide. They're looking for one-on-ones, and then they have the finishers out there. And so far, USD, seconds haven't found that recipe to contain or stop.
Struck pretty well from the boot, and it just hits the post. So no extra points, and that is the end of the half. ASU in the lead, 3 tries to 1 as we take another look here from after the try. As we just finish off the first half. 19 points to 5, ASU. Some really strong finishing from Austin Cox. And a game that's been physical, Corbs. We've had it all. We've had picks through the middle, scores out wide, big hits. This is sevens.
It's been a barn burner already, and what's interesting as well is in the first game, ASU were asleep in their first half, and their second half was absolutely roaring. Will they have the same ability in the second half to go again, or is that a possible complacency? Now they think, 14 points up, job done, and that opens the door for USD2s.
See both coaches speaking to their teams that you can see on camera there. That is Dan Pryor, DP. Formerly a Maori All Black. Joined on the left of him, Ollie Kane. Kane actually came through USD as a Terrero, so he knows exactly what it means to wear the light blue and white. And then for ASU, you can see very much player-led, which I like. I like to see both sides. I think it's important that coaches are giving the team talks and giving the messages, but also showing leadership inside the circle from the players as well.
Yeah, I want to mic up Ollie Kane in that huddle and see what he's saying. I asked him, what's the role today? And he said S&C. I'm the S&C.
Surely there's going to be a few scrums that he keeps an eye on as well. If USD don't win every scrum today, I'm questioning why Ollie Kane's rocked up. But anyway, we shall find out maybe later on just how important the scrums and his S&C work Ollie does might be. Cause good man, though, overall, Ollie Kane, isn't he?
Yeah, have you seen the size of him? I wouldn't be saying...
I'm safe here.
Yeah, with me in between, you're good, mate. But come on, that's a mountain of a man. And, he's been absolutely phenomenal to coach his last couple of years at Legion, and excited to see what he does in the future. But it's also see the way he gives back to this USD program is where his rugby career started. He's very involved there as well, and it's awesome. So
here we go. Terreros get us back underway. That's Rapetti who gets us going. The number 12 for USD. ASU leads 19 points to 5 as great pass out wide. That's finding number 4 in Bronson Smith, brought down on the edge. ASU, far side of the field. They probably look to try and work it all the way back. as they just keep the ball alive. Great step there from the big man. That's Tyler Larson. He gets away from another. The number 5's going to go all the way, and that might be one of the tries of the day so far. A big man stepping people for fun and showing the pace to get over. Corbs, that's got to impress you.
Yeah, it really has. And Tyler's impressed me already in not even 2 full games. And I think the quality of rugby, that finish, and that is what this ASU team is bringing. You know, big athletic players that, you know, once they move the ball out wide, you better make your tackles or they're going to offload, they're going to break the line, and they can finish it. And it's been a very strong, complete performance so far from ASU. As, you know, we talked about them being a bit of a second-half team. They're showing it, but this time they're backing it up off a good first half.
And for Tyler Larson, he is got the honour of coming off straight after that try, and he deserves his break. He's had a strong game and a great try, as we've just mentioned there, Corbs, and this game is just sliding away from USD. What do they have to do? There's still 5.5 minutes. What do they have to do to try and bring themselves back in?
I think we need to keep some possession. I think if I'm USD, I'm saying let's keep possession, lads. Let's be smart on our D and really sort of make our one-on-one tackles, and then let's look to disrupt ASU at the breakdown a little to try and slow them down and let us get set so we don't leak another one.
They're going to have to start all the way inside their 22. A good kickoff, good defence from ASU. The ball is being moved to that far side as a bump and run doesn't quite work. Good defence from ASU. Another big hit going in. As now the Terreros move it back to this near side, trying to find some space through the middle. Again, it's that ball off the floor like you've mentioned, Corbs. Clearly a tactic. Rapetti comes away. What an offload from the number 12 for Terrero. He just tells his man to keep going. It's a big run. It's a big tackle on the number 4 on Lyncham. Can they get it wide? There is loads of space and defenders almost running backwards for ASU. It's the Terreros who stay on top. Number 8, Sasha Cox, gets a pass out there. Is a bit looped over. Keeping the ball alive, turnover again.
Heartbreak there after all that good play as well. And I thought USD were moving the ball fantastically and unlucky there. But let's see what happens now with ASU on the charge. Ball in play for a long time. You never know what's going to happen now.
I'm trying to catch my breath. I don't know what these boys are feeling right now. Is the ball has been in play for a while, and that's a step and a fend and trying to get away. There's number 15, Lucas Platt. Keeps hold of the ball, so ASU still building phases. Just watching on here as finally the referee blows his whistle. Infringement in the breakdown, and we can all take a breather. I wonder what ASU are going to do here, of course. Do they even try and find a bit of territory?
You might just, slow it down a little, lads. You're on head of the clock. The ball's been in play a long time. No need to rush it when you're up. And now they get a line out to launch from, and we'll see what they can do. Time is running out for USD, though, so they're going to have to start chancing the arm a bit more. If I'm coaching them, I'm saying, lads, we're going to go a little harder at the breakdown. We're going to push the edge a little. And if we get on the wrong side of the whistle, so be it, because we've put ourselves in a deep hole. And now we've got to find a way to claw our way out, and clock is ticking away.
Clock is ticking. Terreros make a few changes as ASU get this ball into the line. A good clean ball there, getting it back to that man 15, Lucas Platt. Has now come through the middle. That's a big run from Smith, number 4, and that could be the try that puts the nail in the coffin. And it's just over. I did wonder whether he dropped it over the line, but no, the referee puts up his arm. And it's big Bronson Smith who gets the score for ASU. Game over, Corb, surely.
That is game, set, and match, I believe, Will Hooley. And I think, it just shows the big, powerful, rangy, athletic men of ASU are doing the difference maker here. Hard line from Bronson Smith in the middle. Then he breaks free. He's got the strength to break the tackle. That's a hard person to stop. Even they almost get him there, but I think referee made the right call, saying that was downward pressure and control first. And that's really been the story of this game, and that's why ASU are comfortably in control.
Comfortably in control is 31 points to 5 as this USD 2s have a long way to go to come back. But there is one thing I know about a Terreros team is that they will not be giving up. A few changes for ASU in this last 90 seconds or so. So ASU with the kickoff, going a little bit deeper. They don't necessarily need to get the ball back. They just need to keep the pressure on the Terreros inside their own half. Good. Strong run from Rapetti. He's been definitely a talisman wearing the 12 shot of Terreros. As now USD work forward in the midfield. They've got two sides of attack, but stripped away from ASU, and a great offload in the end there. Jacob Hurl doing the work, as now the fresh faces and fresh legs to try and launch another attack. There is only just under a minute to go, but now Terreros have the ball. Who wants to keep hold of it, Corbs, is probably the question.
Exactly, going back and forth, but it's now USD2s with the ball. It's come out a little bit wild, but they do find a way to the edge. And this is what we needed to see more of sooner, but can they actually exploit this now as they make another little break? Offload, now we're getting to it. Kenny Burners on the outside. He's caught just by the shirt. Fantastic defense from ASU there, but it bounces favorably for USD, and they are under the sticks. USD 2 getting the constellation try as this one is running close to the final whistle.
Credit to Oscar Manville, great score from USD in finishing this game on a really good game of sevens actually we've seen today. ASU showing their strength. The conversion unsuccessful, so we finish up here. ASU 31, USD 10. We can see this last score. Sasha Cox, I think, thought he was going to go all the way, but kept the ball alive, and in the end it was Oscar Manville who went over. But that wasn't going to be enough. ASU 31 points to 10 winners here on the West Coast Sevens. As I believe we've got another Cal side coming up and another USD team coming up too. So it's thick and fast here, Corbs.
Yep.
Going from one to the other.
Exactly. These California teams are now getting ready to go toe-to-toe again. And we're excited to see it. And it's been a cracking competition so far, but I feel like there's a lot more of this story to be written. And I'm glad I'm with the one and only Will Hooley for it.
Oh, stop it, big man, stop it. Here we are.
Not just jokes and banter, mate. I can share the love too, don't worry.
Well, we've got to share the love to another USD team because this is the USD 1s taking on Cal 2s. Be interesting to see the strength and depth of Cal. We've been talking them up a lot, but now we see their 2s taking on the USD 1s. As we move our sheets of paper around, as you can probably hear.
The wind is absolutely stifled my
organisation.
Not very organised start, but I had at least a system, but now it's gone completely out the window. Now I'm just sifting through rosters until I see the right name.
Here we go then. I've got Cal Team 2 in front of me, and I hope that you're going to find that roster sheet in front of you as well for USD Terreros.
Found it,
one.
mate.
Well
Found
done.
it.
Here
Back
we
in the
go.
game, mate.
We are going wherever you're joining us, whether that be on the Rugby Network or various other sites that the West Coast Sevens is on. I know plenty of Cal Bears, the alumni who cheer on Cal wherever they are, whatever competition they play in. Always very impressed, as well as the Terreros. Great support for both these rugby programs. So, number 9 for the Terreros, Archibald. Keelan Archibald is going to get us underway here. As it's high, it's hanging. Can they win the ball back? They do. It's a great kickoff, but smashed to the ground. It's a highly contested first breakdown already, Corbs. As now USD pull the ball away. Archibald picks it up, trying to keep the ball alive. Daniel Sir, the number 12, keep an eye on him for USD. USD in that black and blue, and then you've got the dark blue and yellow of Cal. Keeping hold of the ball nicely, trying to find the edge. It's picked up well there from Basson. Chase Basson, really good player, but Is that a turnover for Cal? Referee gives it, and Corbs, wow, what a physical start to this game.
Yeah, no breaks here, Will, as those two teams are chucking it about. It's been scrappy at the breakdown. Ref seems happy to let that play on, but then that was a clear sort of over the ball with no release, and Cal Bears 2 get their chance, and let's see what they can do as they're under a bit of pressure in their own 22, and that's not what you want to see. Self-inflicted there.
It was. I could hear the cheer from the Terreros bench. As any game they play against Cal, it is one they want to win. It doesn't matter whether it's the ones or the twos. And we've got to say that for Cal, they've got strength in depth. These guys are competing. This is the first real tournament, sevens, but tournament of the rugby program for this season, as now the Terreros get the ball out into the hands of Sir. Can he get it out to the width? He does, to number 11, Nate Left, who does brilliant footwork and power to get the Terreros' first score. Corbs, that was well worked.
Very, very well worked. We've seen a couple great, set piece launches from this USD team already. Very well prepared. Tricks in the toolbox, and they used it to expose it on the edge there.
Exposed indeed, some good ball movement and strength on the outside. So Daniel Sir, he'll have this conversion to make it an extra 2 points. It's a great kick. Those points could be vital as not just this match goes on, but also the tournament goes on. And let's be honest, so far every breakdown has had competition, Corbs. How important is it in sevens to make sure you're not committing too many numbers? It's
a fine line to tread. It is in 15s anyway, but in sevens it's even more. The commitment to the breakdown defensively can be the make or break of your defensive system, and you've really got to back your decision makers of when to go and when to stay out.
Here we go with Cal then. They get a big run going forward. That's number 4, Max Hager. So then, now it goes to the opposite side of the field. Good ball movement, but it's good defense, or is it? Have I spoken too soon? He just holds on. And is that a turnover for the Terreros? Wow, so when you thought Cal made a break, Terreros in the end, I think that was Besson, Chase Besson it was, the senior. I've always been impressed by him when I've watched San Diego, University of San Diego play, and Corbs, that was a good bit of defense.
Yeah, needed it as they were breached a little on that edge, but when someone makes a line break, there's also usually a little bit of separation between the ball carrier and the next arriving defender, and they exploited that quick second or two with Besson over the ball, and wow, set piece, nice switch. USD got all the tricks.
They have indeed, and they've scored their second try, coming from number 3, Vaughn Fouts, who gets over, and there is another cheer from that USD bench. So 2 tries to nothing. Terreros have the lead.
They used that almost exact same move in their first game for a try as well. You know, looks like it's going out the back, then switching down the short side, and really that deception and variation creating a little disconnect, and that's what they've exposed.
Daniel Sir looking for the extra 2. Pretty much the same position he got his first one, but it just gets underneath it. And so it will remain USD 12, Cal nothing. There's some great talent on the field. I remember last year, Caleb Tomlinson from USD also was a former Cal player as well. He was a fantastic sevens player. So was his brother, of course.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, I was about to say, I should.
One of the American goats, Stephen Thomas.
I was going to say, make sure I shout out to you as well, Stephen, but his brother as well was a great player. But here we go, Cal. What a line from the Bears. Number 20. Grass has gone all the way through, and just like that, Cal find themselves back in this game.
Needed it. If you go 3 scores down in sevens, it starts to become a lonely place. But to just get back in touching distance, that's exactly the response they would have wanted. After these Cal 2s looking like they're coached by the legendary Tom Billups over there. I caught up with Jack Clark a little bit before, and he said, they felt very comfortable in their 1s, and their 2s were, a little bit inexperienced, but a lot of potential. And he was excited for the reps and get the guys out here, and he felt they were going to grow from game to game, and you're seeing that.
Great to get that insight, Corbs. speaking to the legendary Jack Clark and Tom
I know him
Phillips.
well. They recruited me at a chunky little 16-year-old who was playing USA under-19s, and had it not been for London Irish offering me a professional contract, I probably would have been a Cal Bear. Well,
you chase the money is what we're trying to say. Anyway, here we go. Cal get underway. A really high hanging kick and collected brilliantly. Going all the way down that far side. Can they keep hold of the ball? And it's just a little bit of rush of blood to the head, I think, from Cal. And talking of Jack Clark, he'd probably be disappointed there. It was a wonderful kickoff.
So close, so close. And you're seeing a little bit of a momentum shift here. That kickoff perfectly hang-timed, and it almost goes to hand. And if we get this away, we're talking tie game here. But unfortunately, that little knock-on just takes the pressure off USD, and then, you know, they've been pretty dangerous off these set-piece launches, so keep an eye out for something quite creative here, as I know Charlie Purdon don't mess around.
They don't mess around indeed, they get it out. Here to Daniel Sir. He's the playmaker, but he's been absolutely hammered. Like, not just tackled, hammered by Max Pager, who gets the turnover as well. So, 10 seconds, probably the last play of this first half, Corbs. Scrum in the midfield.
Yeah, well, that pressure came off a dominant scrum, so that's why USD were a little on the back foot, and then Cal got the line speed. I've been quite impressed with that, and also the fitness of Cal.
As they try and use that strength and fitness to get over the line, just held up short. Good defence from the Terreros. Move to this near side. Biller, does he get over? He does. The number 50. Oh, sorry, I'm actually just checking there, as thought it was Biller who was cut the ball up, but in the end, it's number 12 in Sam Violet. And a score before the end of the half, Corbs, it could have been really important, and it came from that scrum.
It's an absolute lifeline, and while we're talking about fitness, that's what this Cal Bear team is bringing. And under Tom Billups, you know that he is he does the strength and conditioning programs of all the players, as well as the rugby coaching in his partnership with Jack Clark, and that's one of the non-negotiables he told me of this team, is the fitness and the S&C and the buy-in he expects from his boys, and it's starting to pay dividends in those last couple seconds of that first half.
So the kick is wide, and therefore we have a 12-all game here at half-time, Corbs, and I've got to say, in terms of some of the standard we've seen today, this has been right up there, this match. Right
up there, Will. It's been absolutely fantastic rugby, and I think you're seeing a bit of it all. You're seeing, intricate moves. You're seeing, just people digging deep and working hard off the ball to make big plays, and then you're seeing some outstanding actual finishes and rugby, and I think the competitive nature of the game as well adds to the spice and the product, and us, the fans and the broadcasters, are the one who's winning, really.
Yeah, no, loving this. And still, the cloud continues to shade the players here at Dignity Health Sports Centre, which I don't think anyone is complaining about, especially you, fella. I know that much.
Definitely. I was hosting a golf tournament on Thursday, and I turned full lobster, and I was just about returning back to normal colour, so I was really hoping that I wouldn't just be back in the boiling pot again, and luckily I'm not. But I have actually learnt well as well. Do not get overconfident about clouds. There is still a lot of UV that can get through. As long as we're not hot, if the UV's up, you've got to keep your eyes open.
Yeah, I better put.
Well, don't keep your eyes open, but you probably not the best thing to do if the UV rays are out. But you know what I mean.
For all those youngsters out there, do not follow that advice.
Yeah, don't look at the sun, man.
So anyway,
for everyone, actually.
Talking of brightness, well, we're looking at a very bright game of rugby sevens here in the West Coast Sevens. Cal 2s against the USD Terreros 1s. Charlie Purdon, we've just seen, has made a change, so...
Wasn't looking very happy, Will, was he?
Fresh face. Charlie never looks that happy, to be honest.
I think
even
after the strong
he's okay.
Yeah, after the strong start, he'll be frustrated that his team kind of let him back in. You can see him there. I know him, I've worked with him, he's a great coach, but he is a competitive man and will not like seeing that. So I'm sure he probably revved them up at half-time to get him back on programme.
Indeed, I think we can expect, or we should maybe expect, that USD 1s will maybe make it through the competition today. And, well, they're struggling against this Cal 2s as the kick was struggling as well. So USD have an early start to the second half with a free kick in the midfield, because a reminder, if the ball does not go 10 metres off the restart, it is automatically turned over, a free kick to the opposition. So that is why the Terreros will tap and go from this midfield. They do the same switch play. Daniel Sir comes in. There is a bit of space now on this near side. They get it off to that number 6, Johnny Butler, but is taken into touch.
Oliver Bamford there, big cover tackle. And this is where USD have really looked sharp, is off the set-piece plays. They've got good sort of starter plays, and all it's really trying to do there is get you on a little bit of an edge and get you just outside that man so you can offload tackle. But the hard work of Cal on the defense paid off there. But unfortunately, they bobbled the line out, and it goes straight back to USD, and they're right where they want to be.
They're right where they want to be, and that is over the try line, and Chase Basson. And the error coming off the line out from Cal just gives it wrapped with a bow on it, a gift that the Terreros take, and it's Chase Basson that gets over.
Exactly what they needed, and you can see an animated Charlie Purdon on the bench as well. That meant something to his team, exactly what he would ask for at half-time, a response. They got the ball back after the bobbled line out, and then they just had the quick sort of execution on the edge there with the numbers game as we watch the kick.
Daniel Sir just slicing that, so it will remain at 17 points to 12. It might come down to these key moments, Corbs. A line out that just goes astray, a turnover or a knock-on. It is honestly a really tight battle.
It really is. And, you know, when I played rugby, there was a great sports psychologist who told us, like, a game of rugby is thousands of moments, so don't over worry about one. But I'd say in a game of sevens, it's definitely not 1,000 moments, so one moment can really decide it, and I do think it's way more applicable in this sort of short format part of the game, where the little bounce of a ball can decide who goes to the final and who goes home.
Cal, breakaway then near side. That's number 7, Thomas Ashton. Good ball play, ball out in front of the attacker, and a good step coming in from Cal. Trying to offload it. And, well, there you go. So
can't play the ball on the floor, even if in open play, unfortunately, for Cal there.
It was like a natural reaction, to be fair at him. I almost felt when the ball, you do naturally see it in front of you. You're not going to think of not picking it up, but you are right. Playing on the floor, that's where the penalty came from.
It's a tough one because you're not held, so you kind of feel like you're in the game, and you can still weirdly add value in there. But I think it's also from a safety point of view that they don't want people trying to fly in and tackle the person on the floor as well.
Here we go with Terreros, that same set-piece move that we've seen a lot. Daniel Cern at number 12, picks and goes, finds a gap. Good tackle there from Cal. Is that a turnover? That is given, and I tell you what, you're probably looking at that. If you're a Terrero, you may not have been happy, but credit to Cal. The tackle, the get back on the feet, and given the penalty. Tap and go then from Cal, inside the 22 court.
Having a crack. Jack Clark likes his teams to play rugby. He said he'd rather lose playing good rugby than playing boring, and it's exactly what they've done there with a bit of bravery in their own half. And wow, Cal twos are potentially giving us an upset here. I think there's still more to be written from USD, but this is exactly what you want to see.
Oliver Bamford getting over. And like you say, Corbs, it's moments, and in sevens, the moments are so big that a turnover leads to what is now 7 points. A penalty conceded, 7 points for Cal. They take the lead in this one, 19 points to 17. Will that conversion be really important as well? We still have 2.5 minutes to play here in this still.
Which can be an eternity in the game of sevens.
It feels like it. Oh my word, the lungs and the legs will be busting. As now Cal, another towering kick. Great kickoff. Not dealt with by the Terreros. Bamford gets on it.
No advantage there. That hang time of that kickoff is everything. In sevens, if you can get it up and get it to hold there, you have the ability to compete, to pressure, and you get the forced error there from USD. They'll be kicking themselves as now Cal have a chance to strike off set piece. And time is ticking away.
Without getting too technical, the ability to get that ball in the air off the restart makes such a difference. Here we go, Cal then with another attack. They lead this game by 2 points. A wayward pass, and it's going to be turned over, knocked on. So a knock-on advantage for the Terreros. They have some space on this near side if they can get it there. There's a few tired bodies, Corbs, I can see already.
Yeah, it's starting that ball in play, starting to tick. And obviously we thought Cal Bears were getting the better of the later part of the half last time. Is it USD's turn to turn the tables as they get the ball away? Lovely offload and contact, but a huge cover tackle.
It's a great cover tackle, and I think it's potentially a turnover. Not given. So penalty towards the Terreros as we go into the last minute of this game. This is a really important game for the Terreros, and they're wanting to make their way through to the knockout stages of today. Here we go then. Basson, he was a try scorer in the first half. Great footwork from the number 2. He's going to go all the way. Chase Basson, just when you need your leader to step up. He's done exactly that. And then in the last minute, will that be the try, Corbs, that gets the Terreros the win?
It very well could be. Basson has been a man on a mission, and that's the type of player you need in big moments. Put the game on his back. He was well marked, but the footwork, the ability to get players to overcommit, and then the acceleration to finish, that's exactly what USD needed as time is ticking away. And heartbreak if you're a Cal Bear fan out there. I got the one and only Nick Boyer, who I can see on the sideline, former Cal Bear, former USA Eagle, former San Diego Legion, plus about 4 other MLR teams.
There's a few great people on the sideline, but the sideline that is really going to be cheering is the USD Terreros. They get that last try. In the end, that wins it for USD. 24 points to 19. Credit to Cal. The Cal 2s had an excellent game.
Great escape. Dun, 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 dun. That is what USD just pulled off, because they're obviously one of the teams to watch here. But it just shows if you're not fully at the races mentally in the game of sevens, you can be run right to the wire there, and they had to dig deep to find that one. But I think for Cal Bears, especially as that's their second side, and speaking to coaches before, they'll take a lot of positives from that performance as well, and definitely going forward through these 3 sort of events, it gives them time to keep improving.
Absolutely. We have reached, well, over the midway point of today. Now I'm going to step out, I think, here, and Jeremy Ognall is going to come on to give us some of his dulcet tones. Corbs, see you later.
Phew.
Okay, Corbs, it's good to be back on the mic with you. We have Cathedral Catholic in the stripes to our right playing against Falcons Rugby in the blue and white hoops to our left. So another, I'm assuming, exciting high school game ahead of us for the next, 15-odd minutes.
Really is. The first one didn't disappoint. It's been a high level of rugby, and you see Cathedral going again, and now we get to see them test themselves against the Falcons, another good side. With a number of talented players, I reckon a few from the Legion Academy, San Diego Legion, but now California Legion's Academy on both sides. And like we said earlier on the broadcast, the sort of SoCal high school youth hotbed of rugby, here's a good shop window to see what it's about.
Yeah, exactly. Good kickoff. Good take, though, by Falcons. So they've got clean possession just inside their 10, looking to move the ball and try and find some gaps, I'm assuming, early on in this match. Corbs, it is fun, isn't it, watching the high school growth and just how it's coming along in this country. And, some of these development academies, I've been involved. I was lucky to coach in July with Salty Thompson's Eagle Impact Rugby Academy in Ireland, both men. Just phenomenal.
It's been Salty Thompson, another person close to my heart. I did his youth camps as a 15 and 16-year-old. He has been one of those servants to the youth game, and it is all starting to come fruition, because I'm telling you, these kids are coming. As you can see the way they're playing already, ball in hand. They're not messing about.
No, they're not, and it's funny, I forgot that you were an era kid under Salty. He still talks about you to this day. Not always complimentary.
No, come on, Salty and me go way back. We were talking last week. We were texting. I can't believe that he's going to do me like that.
No, he didn't do it at all. And there's a great breakout here by Falcons. I don't see the number right now. He's looking for some support. He's got the support, and they're about 8 meters from the Cathedral Catholic line. Good phases.
Absolutely, and that's exactly the response you want to see. After they were almost stretched, now they've gone end-to-end. Can they produce while they're down here? Lovely bit of footwork. Ball's recycled just about. They get the pick, but it's strong defense. But the offload, which could be everything in sevens. And then out the back, this is what we're talking about, Jeremy. These kids, they're not shy. They are watching the highest level of rugby around the world, and they are emulating it, and they picked up the ball at a young age, and that's what's really changing the game here.
Yeah, absolutely. Their position, their body position in the tackle and at the breakdown is very impressive. Like you said, they're watching high-level rugby, and they're replicating it, and that's the way it's best to learn.
Absolutely, and that's just another cog that we've added to the machine here of rugby in America is visibility at the top level, pros league here, and then really good sort of, grassroots up sort of talent development with the game getting in players' hands younger and younger. This is what we want to see, and that's a try there from the Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Corbs, we probably need to check at halftime. It looks as though some of the jersey numbers from the Falcons are not accurate. I believe, we just need to check. Unfortunately, for those of you who are listening to the broadcast, we need to confirm some numbers or names against numbers, but definitely a strong start. The kick, unfortunately, drifts wide. So it'll be 5-0 to the Falcons, and really good start, impressive start to the match.
Honestly, the level has been very high. I think one of the things that will strike you is the handling. Like the offloads, the handling, the ball to hand has been pretty efficient, and even you could argue more efficient than some of the collegiate games we've seen.
No, absolutely. Again, we talked earlier about being brilliant in the basics. I think they really focus on that. They're still growing into their bodies, right? So the physicality might not be the same at the collegiate level. But the emphasis on the skills of, run forward, pass, catch, is critical and is definitely on view for us today.
Silky little quick kick up the middle, took the short option and caught Cathedral napping. And unfortunately, they spilled it, and Cathedral get the scrum if you're a Falcon fan. But now you've got the Cathedral here with a scrum in their own area. And let's see what they try and launch with.
And launch they will, about 25, 30 meters from the line. Good attacking platform. And, look forward to seeing what they could do. By the way, Corbs, while I was gone, how was your time with Mr. Hooley?
It was pretty good. It was not the same as with you. Will, sometimes I got to carry him a little bit, but, I'm used to it. So it was absolutely fine. But no. It was actually good. We had some cracking games. We actually saw a few very competitive games, and I know it's good to see Will shine on the mic always. I'm a big fan of his. I feel very proud in helping, nurture him in his media journey, and I think a lot of people forget about Will Hooley as we get back to the rugby and Cathedral scoring is, he only retired 2 years ago, and he's already hosting, doing TV, doing all these things, I think, as well as having a high player IQ. He's now really got a high broadcast IQ. And I'm very proud of his development, and I think we're lucky to have him on the broadcast today.
No, we absolutely are. He's an absolute pleasure to be around. His rugby knowledge, obviously his rugby career speaks for itself, but just his knowledge of the game and his ability to relate to the high school and college kids is really impressive. So, I appreciate you saying you enjoy your time with me more. I totally understand that.
It's hard to compete. Since we met, Jeremy, We've been tight, mate. In Venice, in Gold's Gym in Venice Beach, and we bumped into each other.
That's right. You came up and mocked me when I was trying to do arm curls with I think it was a 20-pound dumbbell that I wasn't able to lift, and you came up and said, what the heck is that? So I appreciated the coaching.
It was more, I saw someone in full rugby tracksuit, and I thought, I've got to go speak to this lad. There's not many of them in America, so I had to come up and say hi. And there we go, stripped in the tackle, but it bounces Falcons' way as they now move the ball. We'll get back to the rugby because this is what people are watching for. We can save it for the podcast, Jeremy.
Yeah.
But now Cathedral get it back. It has been end-to-end stuff. Strong breakdown pressure. Referee deems off feet. So now Cathedral go again with a quick tap as they start moving it out wide. and it keeps the hand. But great cover tackle from the Falcons. But the offloading game on both sides today has been sensational, and they are playing here at the moment. Looks like Cathedral recycle the ball. They do. They move it wide. Now they're in an ability to score, but the Falcons D has impressed me there. Man to man, they're backing their men to make their tackles. They're not over-committing onto one man and creating space, and that meant that the Cathedral have to find a way to earn it. And again, strong tackle on the edge there. They compete at the breakdown to at least slow it down, and then they're looking to fan out, but they're caught napping on the short side, and that's good wits about you to see that they were folding open and find that space on the blind side.
Yeah, great wits about them. Definitely saw the space on the blind side. You just talked about, the Falcons tackling, which was very impressive. The other thing that I noticed with them, and again, it's really critical in sevens, is their ability to fold defensively and get back into their defensive shape. Rather than being lazy at the breakdown and leaving a gap. They're very quick at getting to their feet, getting back into the right body position to make the tackle. Unfortunately, they just got exposed a little bit on the blind side, and that's the score. The kick drifts wide, but that's right before halftime, and we've got a score of 12-5.
Really, really, impressive stuff there. And I think, sometimes as good as it is to fold here, if you see they're good at getting back and disciplined to stay folded, but because they committed that extra man at the breakdown, they just got caught a little short on that short side, and that's just some of the things. Sometimes you've got to have someone out of the ruck commsing to that guy in the breakdown. Get out, mate, get out, or blind, and some of those little comms can maybe sometimes save you there when you're exposed.
Yeah, you bring up communication. I don't think we've talked about it very much today, but, comms, as you said, is huge in this game. And I do think it's an area where we are somewhat collectively lacking. And you notice the best teams definitely, talk a lot more, and not just talk for the sake of talking, but talk accurately in terms of what their intent is, where they are, what they're looking for from their teammate. And I think that just comes with maturity. So Catholic, up at halftime, really good competitive match. We're in great shape for the next 7 minutes, and looking forward to seeing this out. I have to say once again, we said it earlier with Will, really enjoying the high school competition, and looking forward to seeing another 7 minutes of what really should be a dogfight here between Ombak and Cathedral. Ombak again in the blue and white, and we've got Cathedral in the really the USC colors. I'd say pretty similar, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, definitely similar. When you see them out on the field too, like on the tournament walking around, I had to double check of who was who, but I guess we were calling the Ombak the Falcons as such, but correction as well that we'll go back to Ombak. And that's probably us with the wind and some of our sheets flying around. So apologies to anyone who's trying to watch and support these teams, and no offense intended. We'll get back to trying to get that right for you as we get ready for a second half. It's a close one. Could go either way, and I'd say, watch out for a little bit of magic. This game could be decided by one moment.
Yep, absolutely. Looking forward to this again. So Ombak kicking off here, playing from right to left. We'll have Cathedral, receiving, or hopefully looking to receive for their sake, and see how it goes.
The Ombak Wallabies, I should say.
Okay, good call. I didn't know they were called the Wallabies, so thanks for clarifying that.
I did not either, but I've just been informed as we're doing damage control on some of our comms, Jeremy. They're coming for us, so we've got to turn it around sooner, or it'll just be Will Hooley and we'll be hooked.
Yeah, well,
Shepherd's Hook is close to us.
I think we're very much on the edge here. Oh, really nice breakout. We've got the winger there, number 14. It looks like Parker Gallagher, I believe, from Cathedral. Really nice stepping on the edge. Goes in basically untouched right under the post. Puts them up by another score, and we still have the conversion to come. So we're at 17-5 with the kick to come, and we're not even a minute into this second half. So really, promising start there.
Yes, that was electric stuff, and that's what you're used to seeing on the 7 circuit on the higher level, that little cut and a speedster taking it away.
Yeah, once again, I apologize for viewers here. We have some, numbering issues here with the Ombak roster. We're trying to clarify. But regardless, 14 there, for Cathedral Catholic. Really nice burn on the edge. It looks like that puts them up by a couple of scores. We've got 19-5, still 5.5 minutes to go, and waiting the kickoff again now from Cathedral.
It's a nice hang time, an unlucky loss in the air there, because that was textbook sevens. Good hang time, aerial contest, but they just spill it. But even so, it still is in the opposition half, and now on-back Wallabies have a chance to launch from here, as they are, the team chasing. They're going to have to start taking a bit more risks and having a go, because if you leave it too late in sevens, it's a big mountain to climb. But a score now makes it anybody's game.
Absolutely. We've just gone through the 5-minute mark. The Wallabies with the ball, looking pretty aggressive at the scrum. I think it's going to get reset for a little bit of an early push, but referee's going to reset it, tell them haul off on the early push, and see if they can break out from just outside the 22. Like you said, with 4.5 minutes left in this match, 2 scores in sevens is absolutely nothing. And so Wallabies just need to put their best foot forward and get the next score.
That ball came straight through the tunnel. Referee lets it play. He's got advantage out for something, and now you have on-back Wallabies launching. Carry down the middle. They do recycle it at a breakdown. They come back the other way. Blitzing out of the line from Cathedral, but somehow the Wallabies stick with it. And they are marshalled into touch.
We've seen that a few times today, Corbs. Unfortunately, teams, I don't know if it's a little over-enthusiasm or lack of, recognition where they are on the pitch, but you just can't afford to carry into touch in this game. It's an automatic turnover, and possession in this game, is really key. So the Wallabies will be disappointed in that turnover there, and now Cathedral will be looking to, solidify their own lineup and get back into Wallaby territory.
Exactly, and then now's the time they need to start turning it on.
Yeah, the clock is ticking. Little under halfway through this second half. We've got some fresh legs coming on for the Wallabies, and hopefully some fresh legs will give them a little bit more momentum. We've got number 22 and number 8 coming on. A couple of substitutions, some fresh legs, some new energy, and let's see what they can do with it.
Got the big number 18 in the Wallabies. They're going to look to put some aerial pressure, but they get it away. But it was disrupted. Number 18, the son of the legendary All Black Isaac Ross.
Yeah, he was definitely a disruptive force there. Unfortunately, it didn't go their way. Cathedral still gets to retain possession with the scrum just inside of their half. But good pressure at the line out there by the Wallabies. Now they'll be looking to come up really hard on defense to try and disrupt. Good pressure on the half back there that could lead to turnover ball, and it actually does. But it looks like, we've got a call for an early engagement there. So early tackle, which allows Cathedral to break out. Some slick handling again. Here we go. Cathedral Catholic, Miles Larson, number 14 there. Good strong carry. Reese Ryder set him up, and they're very slick with the ball in hand. But once again, the Wallabies' pressure is really, really strong in midfield, and so they're having to regather at Cathedral, move the ball to the edge, but they've done it successfully, and they might have an opportunity to strike here.
Ooh, loving the offload game here and how they're keeping it alive. They're really, setting the tone for the skill level of this game. Even, no looks out the back seem to find a way to come back. It's been an impressive one.
Yeah, very impressive. Still a very physical contest, and it's still a contest. We're down to and now it is a contest. We've got an interception by the Wallabies. He's going in from about 45 out. A little bit of a swan dive there to celebrate the win. We need to get up and make the kick quickly to be able to get back into this game, and it looks like he's going to retain possession and kick himself. So we're at 19-10. This kick is critical with about a minute left. And unfortunately, he misses the kick, so it remains 19-10. It remains a 2-score game, and Cathedral will probably breathe a little bit lighter with that kick going wide. We're a minute down. Here's the replay on this. A little bit of a telegraph pass in midfield here, and beautifully read by the Wallabies. Beautiful interception, and nobody's going to stop that guy. So still a 2-score game, 45 seconds left. Cathedral just looking to, ideally they're looking to retain possession here, run out some clock and solidify this win. They've got good possession here, good work at the breakdown, a little bit of patient play, and I think now they're seeing an opportunity to milk the clock. Again, once again, some great handling there. 15 righter. Oh, what a phenomenal tackle. Oh my goodness. I believe that's Tim Hawkins who's dumped there by the Wallabies. Unbelievable. Probably about the best tackle we've seen today. It reminded me of you in your heyday, Corbs.
Once upon a time, Jeremy? It has to be someone maybe a little bit more seasoned in the age game to remember, but I'm glad you're here for that so you can take me back down memory lane. But also number 18, before Isaac Ross sends me a big slap from over in Japan, his son Stanley is the number 18, Stanley Ross. For some reason he wasn't on our sheet, and I was having a bit of a brain fart remembering his first name, considering I've hung out with him about 50,000 times. So Stanley, very impressive, following in his father's footsteps. Plays a lot of other sports here over in America, but really that height and athleticism, you think he might have to be a second row one day.
Yeah, he's a very, very nice-looking athlete, and obviously with his heritage from his father, he knows the game. You can tell he knows the game. They have an opportunity. Time's up, so they'll be looking to finish on a high, just putting another 5 to 7 points on the board. The win's going to go to Cathedral, but all credit to the Wallabies. They really showed some talent. They're looking to hit the edge here. The out the back did not work. Goes into touch, and I think that's going to be full time, and it is. So congratulations to Cathedral, 19-10 over the on-back Wallies. But what a game!
Honestly, I've been saying this to everyone, that keep an eye on these youngsters coming through, because I've been fortunate enough to coach San Diego Legion at the time, under 16s, under 18s, now California Legion, but I've seen some of this talent. And then even if you go a little bit deeper into the 14s and that as well, it's getting even better. So the bar is moving forward, and that's a classic example of, what can be played as we get ready for another big game here. Coming up next, you got, your Cal Bears taking on, from Berkeley, taking on Long Beach State, as we get ready to see the teams come out of the tunnel as they make their way on the field.
Yeah, exactly right. A really impressive performance. We'll talk later in the day more about the high school kids, because I'm blown away by their quality and their execution. But now we've got, what really could be a doozy of a match. We've got Long Beach State, who are coached by Peter Seo, former Eagle himself. His nephew is currently plying his trade with the USA Sevens, Peter Seo Jr., and really showing what he's all about. And so now they get to test themselves over against the big boys, that is the reigning champs of the West Coast Sevens, and that's Cal Berkeley.
It's going to be a doozy of a game here. As we wait for kickoff here, referee just checking the time with the sideline, making sure we're all on the same page with the ref's watch and the broadcast. And I think kickoff is imminent. And the hang time of that kick, very impressive. But look at that as a take from Long Beach. Absolutely outstanding. 2 examples of how to kick it well and how to receive it well there if you're watching at home and want to know what you're supposed to do. And that means Long Beach now have a chance on the outside to break away. As they do, they find a little in, they recycle it well. They move the ball, but Cal have decent defensive integrity here as they push up on the outside. Man for man so far has been strong as they now compete at the breakdown. Not on ball, referee deems, so now it's Long Beach who move it again. As they move it out wide, there's danger with their numbers out here. But strong tackling again from the Bears means Long Beach have to go again as there's a counter-ruck. Referee deems play on, but they have a number advantage on the head here, Long Beach, if they can expose it. Cal over drifting, but they force the knock on, and that might be exactly what they need to launch into this. They're in prime territory to score. They go blind, they dummy it, they switch back, and that creates a disconnect. And that is saucy rugby from your Cal Bears there. Absolutely outstanding, Jeremy.
Yeah, saucy indeed. You're right there. What I was blown away by, to be honest with you, though, I thought Long Beach State looked so good. They took that kickoff really high, retained possession really well, moved it to the edges a couple of times. they've clearly got some very impressive sevens athletes, and they weren't afraid of Cal, but then Cal kept the pressure on them, and turnover results in what ultimately was a fairly straightforward try for Cal. So 5-0 with the kick to come, and the kick is actually, it looks like the kick was good. So here's the replay. Again, quick work at the breakdown, step one way, player loops around to the blind side, just easy outside pass to the wing, and there they go. Once again, a really nice take up in the air by Emilio Carmona. He took the first one, and once again, similar to last time, Long Beach is moving the ball through the hands and trying to see what Cal's defense is all about.
And Cal's defense has been very well organized so far. Looks the way they have the sweeper, and then he comes back in off the edge, and they go from that 6-1 to a 7-up very smoothly. That gives them the flexibility to worry about chips or whatever is coming behind, but then once they realize the team's playing, they're sweeping up. So maybe if you're Long Beach, you have a little look if that sweeper comes up, do you put it behind eventually when they go 7-up?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be looking at right now, obviously, we've got a penalty here to Cal for infraction. Sealing off of the breakdown. So Cal will be moving the ball again, looking to hit to the right edge here. Really nice step there. That was John Warren, I believe, who made the step.
And he finishes it as well. He stays on his feet incredibly well there.
Yeah, what's the key, Corbs, to, he was in contact. What's the key there to being able to stay on your feet and ride through contact?
Well, obviously, I think low center of gravity definitely helps. I think a lot of the guys who, are that a bit more stockier and they go for that bump are then able to sort of pump the legs and stay on, but it's really about keeping your feet under you. I think the one where people go away is if they overextend into that first contact, then it's more a collision and there's no foot chase afterwards. So that ability to sort of find that soft spot between being able to take contact but not sort of overextend and leave your feet behind, so that you're able to sort of power through here. And that's the way. He's deemed not held. He gets up, he pumps his legs, and he gets over the line.
Yeah, that was definitely a nice display of power and just, rugby IQ. He wasn't held. The referee deemed he wasn't held and results in a score. So 12-0 now, 3 minutes left in this first half. And even though it's two scores, there's a very competitive play there. That was big Seamus Dealey going after it from Cal. The bounce goes Long Beach State's way, but Cal gets back into their defensive shape pretty quickly. And now there's a good wrestle for the ball, and Cal turns it over in the contact. They're able to retain possession themselves. A knock-on's been deemed. A little unlucky there for Cal. They had good turnover, a little bit of a soft knock-on, and now it'll be a scrum down to Long Beach, but they're still almost under the shadow of their post. They've got a ways to go.
Well, that's where most of the game's been played. I think Long Beach's done a pretty good job of handling a fair amount of the kickoffs. That last one was a little disrupted, but what Cal have done well is then kept their defensive integrity and just forced them to keep playing in their own half, and when the error comes, that's when they strike. And if you're Long Beach, you need someone to make something happen, or you need to get out of your half and put some pressure back down on Cal, because right now, all the game in your half is not a recipe to win, and that's exactly why. Turnovers equal points when you're playing in front of your own sticks.
Yeah, Nate Comiskey there. Again, Long Beach, they were own worst enemies there. They tried a little bit of a loose pass, went into Cal's hand, and Comiskey only knows one way, and that's forward to the try line. And he executed it perfectly. So makes it 17-0 with the kick to come. About a minute 30. So Long Beach will be disappointed. They've had some decent possession. They just cannot get any further away than their own, 35, 40-yard line. They've got to play in Cal territory if they want to have a chance.
Absolutely. And they've done a great job of handling the kickoffs and the hang time of this Cal team. But now, we need to see some action now. And we need to see a line break, or even if I was Long Beach, I'd have a little dabble of a kick behind when they go 7-up, because at the moment they're not finding the space anywhere.
Yeah, so once again, Long Beach with possession. We could have a card here for a knock-on. Yeah, we've got the blow of the whistle. I think there's a card coming out for a knock-on. Classy there by Dealey. He recognized, he had no idea no ability to get the ball. Takes a seat right by us for a couple of minutes, and so Albeck will play a man down for 2 minutes.
There's an announcement of the man next to us.
Yeah, Daly's a nice-looking athlete, Corbs. He definitely knows what he's doing on the pitch. He got a little bit unlucky with that. I don't think it was vindictive. It just didn't go his way.
No, and in sevens, this is just because of the game, it's just the nature of the game. Those are penalised a lot harder than they would be in 15s.
Yeah, and with that one, again, I think the yellow card is the right call, but he just had a big swing arm going into the tackle, so he did get a bit unlucky. But anyway, see if Long Beach State can take advantage of that. But again, Cal's physicality in the tackle, even though we're a man down, they've now gone to the sweeper model. Actually, he's sweeping up right now. But their ability to make their one-on-one tackles is extremely impressive.
Keep going. And this is what Long Beach need. It's the first moment they've had a little bit of a breach in a long time, and now they need to hold possession and execute. And so far, so good. But cover D from Cal keeps them in it, but they've kept the ball alive again. Now they move it out wide. No one home for Cal as Long Beach exposed on the edge. And that is much needed points, Jeremy, as they have been in the grinder from Cal, but Long Beach responding just before the half. And that means we have a game on our hands in this second half.
Oh, we do. I mean, Moxley's the one who finished it, but some great work in the build-up. We had Elijah Pua, Lolacia Pua, we had Victor Gomez. Really, really, some of the nicest rugby I think we've seen all day. Resulted in a great score, fairly easy score, well finished by Ethan Moxley. And like you said, we have a game on our hands, 19-5. Doesn't look like the conversion was good, so here we are at halftime. So, Corbs, I'm going to ask you a question. You've been doing this for a long time. You're Peter CO right now in the huddle with Long Beach State. What are you saying to your boys of how they get even more back into this game?
I think for me, they have to create some little edge or moment. So that means either footwork, hard carry, offload. Cal have kept their defensive shape very well. They run that 6-1 to 7 up very well where the sweeper is. If they go 7 up and they take all the space away, someone's got to get hand through the line, or there is potentially a kick ahead option, which I know isn't always what people want to see in sevens, but it's a good way to punish a team who are 7 up pressuring you. So you've got to keep sort of a bit of variety, but for me, it's more of what we just saw. Can they get an offload? Can they get a spark? Cal right now, well-oiled machine, pressuring when they're in half, feeding off the errors. I think you keep it simple, but when you have your opportunities, you've got to look to try and play behind the line, because right now, forcing it, big, long passes, trying has led to a lot of errors and led to where Cal have got most of their points from.
Yeah, absolutely. Well articulated. Your point on the kick chase, I think, is good. If you look at Long Beach, they have some fast athletes. So if Cal is 7 up, in the line, I think they can back their speed. It just needs to be, again, we talked earlier, it needs to be good communication that a kick's happening and a really strong, solid kick chase, and they really could cause some damage. So I'm looking forward to see to any of the adjustments they make in the second half. But, obviously Cal's Cal, but Long Beach showed some really good things in that first 7 minutes.
Definitely. They've got the players, they've got the spark. I think you'd probably say maybe they were just out-systemed, teamed really in that first half. If they can find a way to harness those athletes and those game-changing players, I think it's absolutely game on.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to seeing game on for the next 7 minutes. We've got Long Beach State to our right in the gold, black and gold, kicking off to Cal. Let's see if they find a way to break down some of Cal's structure on the attacking and defensive side of things. So it's going to be exciting time. Nice kick up by Victor Gomez to compete. Comes back on the Long Beach side. There's the try scorer with ball in hand. Good work at the breakdown. A little bit isolated, but they're able to. Oh, there's a mistake at the breakdown. It didn't really work as a pot of 3. But it is a knock-on. It will retain possession for Long Beach.
Yeah, I think he went back to the original knock-on there off the kickoff, I believe, because it was touch or go whether that ball was out. But Cal backed themselves, and that meant they got the actual pressure at the base and caught the 9. But I think referee brought it back for a potential advantage looking at that, but hard to tell on the replay. But that is more of what Long Beach need. Finally, they get a kickoff. They get a bit of pressure. They get to play down here, as that could have gone forward, but referee says play on.
User left your channel.
Good probably chat. There's no TMO today. But now that gives Long Beach exactly what we've been talking about. Opportunity. Can they dance? Can they create? Can they find a way to play through? Because right now Cal are in 7 up with a man, 6 up really, and a man with a bin. So anything through the line is game on.
Yeah, good carry on the edge there for Long Beach. It looked like Jeremiah Advina, and they're able to move the ball against the other side. They've got a little bit of space here. They're running hard and penetrating, and they just need to keep, looking for the offload, supporting each other in their pods of three, and trying to disrupt Cal's defense, which they seem able to do at the moment. And having said that, a loose pass, really nice breakout there by Cal. Moving the ball out to the edge, and there's the big man. He's about to rumble. That's Brian Boynia with a good carry. Then moving it out to Nate Comiskey. Good physical carry again, and Cal once more on the front foot. Oh, we're going to have a card here, I would think. No.
Ooh, maybe. You might have read your mind there. Oh, no, they're letting the yellow card back on there. So now you see Cal back to 7-man advantage. Long Beach probably had their best parts of the game while with the man up, so touch and go, but they get the penalty, I think, probably for off feet, maybe, or hands on playing it. It was hard to tell. There were a few, it was a bit scrappy, but either way, they get the penalty now. It looks like they're probably going to kick for touch and then look to sort of back a set-piece launch. Oh, they've gone for a scrum, nice.
Well, looks unfortunately one of the Long Beach players coming off. Looks like he's got a shoulder injury. Jill Ayers taking good care of him as she takes him off the pitch. And, Corbs, I will say at that last break right there, I think that Brian Boynia is actually lucky still to be on the pitch. To me, his infraction was more egregious than Dealey's that got him in time in the naughty boy chair, but it wasn't called, so now you play the game.
Absolutely. And it's one of those things, that intentional knock-on is like automatic yellow, but sometimes some things that are maybe more cynical in premeditation sometimes are just a penalty, and that's one of the things we deal with rugby. But hey, Long Beach, they're attacking, they're playing. He's let the compete and steal go, and now they keep the ball alive, and this is it. Big moments from Cal as they step, they break, the offload, the chase is no good. Number 6 for Cal.
Yeah, it's De Beer
with a fantastic finish, and this is... been a very entertaining game. The ball's been in play a lot. There's been offloads. It's been exciting, and we've seen a little bit of flair as well.
Yeah, and I was actually just going to say Ethan Moxley, number 13 from Long Beach, really knows what he's doing. They got unlucky, another turnover to Cal, and then you put the ball on the edge in Massey Coy's hands, with the support runner inside line, Michael De Beer, and this is what happens. So, what looked as though it could be points going the other way, now all of a sudden, we're back 24-5 with the kick to come. Kick drifts wide, but, we'll probably, maybe we'll see a quick replay of this as we come through here. Again, moving the ball out to the edge. Good, strong carry by Boynia. Little bit of loose passing, but 15, Massey Coy ran onto it really nicely, and then just beautifully finished by De Beer.
I've been quite impressed with Bogner. He's, he's definitely athletic, but even watching some of his scrum stuff without shining too much of a noise, very, very strong and in good technique there that, can show he's quite athletic by the fact, I'm not sure he's probably a front rower, but the way he's scrummaging is actually quite impressive. And there Cal go again off the kickoff. Dealey off, he was obviously in the bench earlier, redeeming himself. Advantage for, playing at the breakdown. That means free shot for Cal. What can they find here, Jeremy? They move the ball again. Dealey is looking on the redemption tour, and he's showing why. Big fend, gets the ball away. Referee deems, back to the advantage for offside.
Yeah, I mean, you called Dealey's name a couple of times there. He took the kickoff and, was very impressive. Probably retained the ball for about 10, 12 seconds by himself. And again, he's really showed well. Maybe, like you said, he's making up for his 2 minutes in the sin bin. And now they're back on the front foot with Massey Coy again. Step outside and back inside, and 5 more for Cal with a minute and a half to go.
Yeah, that pressure and keeping the game down there is really suited Cal, because when they get a turnover, when they get a little sniff, they're pretty efficient at keeping hold of the ball, but also finding the ability to execute to space. So pretty sure, Coach Billups and Coach Clark will be pretty happy with a lot of what they've seen in this game so far.
Yeah, they'll be very happy. What I like in this game, like you said, it's been very free-flowing, but also, the kick hits the post, but they've been tested. It's not like it's been, even though it's 29-5, pretty comfortable on the scoreboard, they've had to do some hard work to corral this Long Beach team.
Yeah, and Long Beach have got a lot of athletes in this team, so that means that Cal have had to be on their P's and Q's with their D, their tackling, and it's created moments for Long Beach, and you'd probably say some of the defensive hustle plays from Cal are the reason why it's 29-5.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw that replay again, and there's another time. Look at that. And then back inside to Coy. Beautiful handling.
The reason why they're one of the most prestigious programs in the United States for rugby, a long history, but also showing it now in 2025, why those Cal Bears are still feared in the rugby world in America.
Yeah, I mean, again, just their execution, their ability to be patient, see space. And there I think we have Oliver Newell going through. He's a senior out of Rescue, California. And another score. That wraps it up. It'll be 34-5 with the kick to come. This should be a fairly straightforward, conversion. But in sevens, you never know. And we'll see what comes of this. But, once again, just clinical rugby.
Yeah, well, they're definitely one of the front runners here. From what we've seen, I think Cal 1 will be definitely a team to compete. And there's a few others maybe in that category. But they're definitely showing the rest of the comp, keep on notice, especially when we saw USD 1. So I'd say it's probably another one of the teams run a nail-biter against Cal 2s.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's the last replay kind of summed up. The ref actually said there is time for one more play. So 36-5, one more play, and we'll wait for our next match, which we're looking forward to. So good take by Long Beach. Again, they've missed 2 in this half, but their takes to the kickoff have been decent. They just haven't been able to capitalize on them.
It's been the best kickoff performance of the competition so far. Cal's hang time and then Long Beach's ability to take those has probably been the top standard we've seen so far this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Long Beach looking to break out from deep. They're going to give that to the danger guy again. We've got a really nice breakout there. Once again, he scored early on. We've got Ethan Moxley doing some really nice things. He's back in support. Great cover tackle by Brian Boynia, though. You have to... Oh, that's a penalty. He didn't retreat. So it's going to be a penalty, Long Beach. Maybe we're going to get a card here. Yeah, a little bit of an egregious offside. So Long Beach, even though time's up, they have chance to get the scoreboard a little more respectable, Corbs.
Yeah, but those cover tackles from Cal, maybe one is by chance, but when you see 5, 6, 7, you start to realize there's something more to it than just guys having to be in the right place. I think the recognition to work hard early, you can hear Coach Billups screaming at him to work as well, probably helps as well. He sort of helps highlight who needs to hustle early, but then you've also got the fitness capacity to actually do that, and that combination to me has been one of the things that have stood out in all the Cal performances we've seen so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, the ability to hustle back. And Long Beach, they really look like could be scoring here, and they are. That's a great finish there. Long Beach should absolutely hold their heads high after that. Really good, strong finish. But Cal was just too good.
Yeah, they marshaled Long Beach well. I think if you don't marshal Long Beach, it's going to be a long day at the office with some of that front foot rumble like we've seen there and the offloads and some of the athletes they possess across this team. But I thought probably Cal played to the strength of the games of sevens and got the most out of it.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. You've seen a lot of global rugby. You've played a lot of global rugby. And again, I know it's sevens right now, but maybe translated a bit to 15s. Where would Cal be relative to, a lot of the top universities and colleges back home in the UK, would you think, Corbs?
It'd be an interesting one. In 15s are we talking, or are we talking sevens?
Well, let's say 15s because it's more your specialty.
Yeah, I'd say it'd be an interesting one. I'd say our caliber of athlete would probably be higher, and I think with Cal's ability to recruit, even being with how hard it is to get into that school, I'd like to think, they'd be closer than most would think, but I also think maybe, depending on the university, might also affect that. Like, could Cal Bears take on Oxford? I think that would be a game that would be pretty competitive. Could Cal take on Loughborough or maybe Hartbury that are out-and-out sort of sport universities? That might be a tougher one because you just got more kids who have been playing from a young age in a very rugby-centric country, and they recruit a lot for rugby, where I think Cal, one of the really special things of that program is it is one of the hardest schools, in America, but really in the world to get into. It's very academic, but it also offers this amazing rugby program, but it allows a smaller pool of talent that you can recruit from, and that probably might be the difference with some of the bigger schools in the UK. But I'd like to think in Oxford or Cambridge, the only difference might be master's students and how many some old people come back for those games. Like I played, I think, Joe Root and a bunch of guys when they were playing for Oxford and Cambridge when I was in London Irish Academy. So maybe minus some of those guys, I think those sort of games would be very competitive, and I wouldn't mind seeing some sort of varsity match sort of playoff if there's a way to do it someday down the line.
Yeah, well, we're going to be wrapping here, guys. We've got a little break in action for 20 minutes, but really well articulated there, Corbs. And
that's my middle name.
I would say I'd love to, Corb, Alex Articulate Corbs. But no, what you said is true. I would love to see, again, the Hartburys are probably a bridge too far, but I'd love to see, the top 2 universities from rugby playing countries, including the U.S. playoff in a university games. I think that would be just really thrilling. And I think for Cal to play an Oxford and Cambridge, obviously, because they're, in a lot of ways, very similar academic profile.
100%. That's why I thought those two matched up pretty well. But I very much agree. And I think, I think it'd be exciting for all the players involved. You couldn't tell me a player in the UK wouldn't want to potentially have a chance to come over and play in California, and then vice versa, that they're going to, say, Oxford, Cambridge, or another prestigious university, and some of those games get played in great stadiums over there. I think that you'd relish the chance if you're a player. It's probably just, like all things in life, if it don't make dollars, sometimes it don't make sense, and so we have to figure out how to make it marketable, and that's probably for people on a higher perch than us. But at the same time, I do think it's definitely worth while.
Well, good call on dollars and cents, and we're on a break, so thanks. We'll be back in about 20 minutes, and we will have Mr. Will Hooley back on the mic.
On the field, it takes trust, teamwork, and a fierce drive to win. That's the spirit of rugby, and it's the foundation of Falcon West Insurance. We've built our company culture and our unique career-building academy program on those very principles. We provide thousands of families and businesses with the best carriers and coverage. When you need an insurance partner you can trust, remember Falcon West, because when you're fiercely independent with a team backing you, you're free to succeed.
everybody. Don't hurry. I'll reach the stage. Yeah, glad you did. Yeah, it's good to see you. Hey, Bob. What's up, Will? Very good. How you guys? Good? Good. Drove up from Oceanside after a football game. we're missing one from all the rest of the podcast.
We know that's more than up to. We didn't want to have a hot the industry though, we were like, you don't need hot mic. Okay. That makes sense. I really like, I was speaking to the lady who was there. No, I was going to say the Galaxy game was 7, yeah. Which is like, oh, if you want to try and get out of here, you know, it's really just the hot on. We are back here with TVX crew, production crew, wherever you might be watching. This is the West Coast Sevens with myself, Will Hooley, also joined in the booth by Jeremy Ognall and Alex Corpusciero. They've just been having their lunch. As hopefully wherever you're watching this, you've also had a little break, because we are back in the action and we are back with the women's side of the draw. And from left to right will be UC Santa Barbara taking on the SDSU women, the red team. As already we have the SDSU. They've had a little break, but they are full of energy now, going all the way, or nearly all the way, inside the 22, the Aztecs. Wow, that was a sharp start. The penalty, though, goes in the way of Santa Barbara, and I'm joined by Jeremy Ognall. He has had his snack. Jeremy, I hope you refuel, because this game is already on edge.
I am refueled for sure. Glad to be back here. Sorry about the delay. But yeah, I mean, great breakout by the Aztecs. But once again, you know, good cover work by Santa Barbara to get back and cause the turnover right in front of the post. So, and now Santa Barbara is making a little bit of a breakout. So a little bit back and forth early on.
Indeed. As now Santa Barbara have control of the ball, not to be as it's thrown into touch. This is, say, the women's side of the draw as we're approaching towards the sort of back end of today. This first leg of this three-part series of the West Coast Sevens here in Dignity Health Sports Complex. And then we'll head to Stanford on the 11th of October, and then on Oceanside, California for the 25th and 26th to finish it all off. Here, the Aztecs have the ball, although the ball is finding the ground quite a lot. Turnover not to be, so SDSU still maintain this ball, Jeremy, as I think that's going to be a forward pass.
Just slightly forward, as they'd say there, but a little bit scrappy so far. Both teams trying to find their feet. We had a couple of breakouts, and then it got into a little bit of a scrap fest right now. But now Santa Barbara has the opportunity. Midfield scrum, always an opportunity to take the ball one side or the other. Looks like they're overloading to the right side here. Let's see if they have any, sneaky training ground play. But look forward to a breakthrough score. I think that will change the dynamic of the game pretty quickly here. Oh, what a scrum by the Aztecs.
A turnover in that scrum as they try and move the ball out of there reasonably successfully. Number 11, that's Farah for San Diego State, and the ball just goes out. So some good bits and then some mistakes as well, as a clear show of the hand, recognizing an error, but a turnover for Santa Barbara. Been really impressed by some of this women's rugby today. Of course, on the same day as the Rugby World Cup final, where England beat Canada, women's rugby is on the rise, Jeremy.
Well, it is on the rise. It's always nice when it's on the rise when you've recorded the game from England because you're at a tournament and you want to watch it later without knowing the result. But
Get with the times.
Sometimes that does not work out. But no, absolutely, women's rugby. I mean, we've talked a few times. Yourself, myself, and Corbs on the Eagles women. With their level of competitiveness, obviously. Bronze medal winners in sevens, the impact that Alona Marr has made, on the global game, not just on the American game, and we need to find some more. We need some more Alona Marrs, not just in the women's game, but I think on the men's game too. They exist. We've just got to highlight them. But having said that, here comes Santa Barbara again, putting pressure on the Aztecs close to their goal line.
Santa Barbara on the ball. As they try and make their way to this near-hand side, it's sort of holding on there. That's the tackler, Alexa Hart for SDSU. As now Santa Barbara still hold on to this ball. Have they got themselves over the line? Number 23, waiting for the referee to make the decision. That is the try. Eva Lewis Katz gets over. Forgive me.
I think it was actually Giselle Perez's Chica. Apologize if I messed up that name, but regardless, it's 5 points on the board for Santa Barbara. I'm trying to recall if they scored in their early match against Claremont, but anyway, it's a score on the board. We've got the conversion to come. We're almost at 2.5 minutes of this match in the first half, and Santa Barbara will be pleased to get the dotted down and take the lead.
And a fantastic conversion as well from Perez-Chica. Again, as we say, apologies for her family watching on, may have got slightly mispronounced, but nonetheless, a full 7 points for Santa Barbara's number 23, and the first try in this game here in the women's leg.
Yeah, this is where you need Corbacero, because his name's so hard to pronounce, so at least he would know it's, Perez-Chica, and he probably wouldn't, muff it like we have. But anyway, the bottom line, she scored. Great conversion, as you said. It's a 7-point game, and the sun is actually starting to shine through for us, Will.
Yeah, and you can feel that little bit of extra heat as well, which in the game of sevens is actually probably not what you need. It's been pretty ideal temperature and weather as a knock-on from the Aztecs, and now an attacking platform for Santa Barbara. Midfield scrum, the best attacking platform for any attack. They can go either way. But, Jeremy, they've stacked on this near-hand side with all three attackers.
Yeah, they're stacked. I mean, I'd love to see 15 go blind, but their scrum is under such pressure. I mean, we had a tight head earlier in the match, and there was almost another one there. So they're really not getting the platform to have the flexibility to decide if they're going, to the open side or the blind side. But they've retained possession. Oh, a little bit of a loose carry there. Oh, the referee deemed it backwards, so they still have possession. And they're looking to put another one in, right before half. We're under a minute to go. Nice carry and offload there. That was beautifully done. Really nice strong carry by, that was number 12, Sarah Deschmuck, really showing some skills. And now they're on the front foot and probably salivating a little bit.
Here we go then. Santa Barbara still maintaining the ball, still moving towards the line. Aztecs just putting in that last-ditch defense. About 10 meters out as they move the ball to this far side. Can they get any momentum coming through the middle? That's Jessica Navarro.
Oh, unfortunate. Sorry, Will. Unfortunate. A little bit of a loose knock on there. Apologize for stepping on your toes. But anyway, the reality is it was a knock on. Someone's coming off. Looks like she might have a bit of a head knock. So we'll take a second, and number 8 will be coming on, for the Aztecs in order to take over. I believe that's Megan Harris. So hopefully this young lady is okay. Jill Ayers is taking care of her, and she'll be looked after in the medical tent.
Yeah, absolutely right. Making sure there's no risk factor in this game, a physical game, albeit, unfortunately, there are some injuries. So a substitute is now Aztecs cleared the ball from their lines. Maybe not the worst tactic, as they do make themselves a 20-meter game, but that is the end of the first half. So, Jeremy, we have just a one-score game here. You see Santa Barbara 7, the Aztecs red team 0. Bit cagey?
Yeah, cagey. I have to say it really got into more of a groove about 2 or 3 minutes in. I think the first few minutes they were trying to find their shape. But once they found it, there was a little better execution. But cage is probably the right word. You know, I hope that, as you said, I hope that young lady, she's getting tested in the medical tent right now. You know, going back to your outstanding career, Mr. Hooley, what were the most serious injuries that you experienced?
Oh, dear. There's a few parts of the body that are maybe not quite what they used to be. Look, head injuries are certainly part of the game of rugby, and, you know, it's certainly an area I think has massively improved. I mean, I think in my professional career, the word concussion from the beginning to then the end was just the education around it, and the protocols around it was second to none. You've got to realise we're playing a contact sport, and there are those collisions, as much as also I believe we play a contact sport that has rules and regulations to really be technically correct. So I would say, yeah, I stayed away from maybe too many knees and ankles. Foot and shoulder was probably my biggest one. I've got a shoulder that I always wonder is going to go off when I go through airport security. But you know, I walked away relatively in one piece, which I feel blessed about, to be honest. So there you go.
Well, you should, as you said, with the head injuries. I mean, clearly, you know, working alongside the legend that's Alex Corbacero, clearly he got several head knocks. So, you know, some ongoing treatment is probably appropriate for him, but we'll have a chat with him when he comes back onto the mic about that.
Well, if only Corbs had probably better knees, he really could have had another handful of years to his illustrious career that he already had anyway. But nonetheless, it's a physical sport, and these ladies out here at the moment are showing just that here in the West Coast Sevens as the San Diego State University SDSU Aztecs Reds team actually playing in that blue, ironically enough, and playing against UCSB, who have the lead, 7 points to nothing. Jeremy, quickly from you, what do you UCSB have to do to try and extend this lead? Probably hold on to the ball would help.
Well, again, they talk about the commentator's curse, right? Yeah, they've just got to hold on to the ball. I mean, they clearly have a couple of really good rugby-playing athletes, but both sides are very loose in possession. What I'm really looking forward to seeing here is, you know, what happens with the scrum? Do we go for another tight? Oh, it's an Aztec put-in, so Santa Barbara's going to have to defend this very well because the Aztecs should have some good go-forward ball based on what we've seen so far.
Aztecs with the put-in as they are just outside the 22. It rolls out. So now the Aztecs will have the ball just climbing inside. That's number 6 for SDSU, but it looks like that's a good turnover from Santa Barbara. It is. Really good turnover. So now they can play the ball away. Going through the middle now, Jeremy. Some different tactics now from both teams.
Yeah, route one there. I mean, the work at the breakdown there was, you know, very slow, you know, positively, you know, turgid by both sides. So they need to be fast with the ball at the breakdown. So, you know, all credit to Santa Barbara. You know, the player saw that it was pretty slow, so she decided route one, just take it up the gut, you know, get some good go-forward ball. Unfortunately, it's a turnover that's resulted now in another attacking scrum for the Aztecs. And even though it's only a one-score game, the Aztecs really need to put one in here just to be able to build some confidence.
Agree with you on that, as now the Aztecs pull it away, getting away from the scrum. Little loop round play comes into the hands of that number 13. And away it comes as well for a try as SDSU have their first score on the board. Yeah. It's the number 13. So here we go. Maybe conversions have come to level it up, but the Aztecs have the first score of this second half.
Yeah, really nice play. She bounced off a tackle, kept her feet well, was tackled actually, she was going down. Almost borderline, you know, neck tackle, but the referee didn't give it. So score in the corner. The kick is no good, but it was a pretty impressive try. You know, we've got 4.5 minutes left, and now it's a 2-point game. So I'm sure that the Aztecs are buoyed by that success.
So the kick is no good. Santa Barbara will continue to have the lead as SDSU are slowly coming back into this game. You've got to think maybe, Jeremy, that this match could be really on moments. We talked about, me and Corbs, how in sevens the moments are so big. They literally mean the difference between a drop ball can be 7 points to the opposition. You're feeling this game is going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, it's a one-score game right now. It feels like a one-score game, and you couldn't pick the winner. Right now, you really couldn't. I think Santa Barbara shows they might have a slight edge, and there's a good example of that as we say that. Then number 10 just slices through. So Jessica Navarro, she's a junior, I believe, out of she's out of Modesto, California, and she just saw a hole in the middle, backed herself, and the score. So now we've got a 12-5 kick to come, and this is a big conversion to go up by 2 scores.
You're right. Just having those extra points is vital. Navarro getting over. Communications, economics, and accounting. Again, I am always incredibly impressed by the level of intelligence on the field. That is just going to go slightly wide, so the score is going to remain 12 points to 5. UC Santa Barbara. But again, it's now Santa Barbara who take back the lead.
It's interesting that you just said, Will. I think that's one thing we forget when we're just watching collegiate rugby here at the West Coast Sevens. I mean, these, men and women, they're student athletes. So it's not like they're training every day. They're not in a daily training environment for rugby. They're working, in this case, in that lady's case, on, 3 different subjects towards her degree while trying to play as high a level of rugby as she can. And while we're talking, the Aztecs with a big breakout on the edge. Does she have enough pace? It doesn't look like she's dug. There's a good cover tackle there by Santa Barbara. The Aztecs retain possession, and they should be able to strike here if they move the ball effectively.
Aztecs get themselves pretty much just inside or just outside the UCSB 22. Slow things down as now they go back to that blind side. As that's some great tackling, you've got to say. Santa Barbara are putting in some big hits and just slowly pushing back the offense. But now Aztecs go forward an extra couple of meters. A couple of meters could make a real difference. And in the end, it turns over. Fantastic turnover from UCSB. And straight away, turn it into attack. And as I thought, I was trying to be fluid in what we thought was fluid play, then comes back for a knock-on.
Yeah, I mean, it was really fluid, again, on both sides. But unfortunately, the knock-on, slows everything down. We've seen some really good phases by both teams here. Santa Barbara's definitely under the pump here. The Aztecs are really pressuring them, but they're just not quite crisp enough in their execution to get it across and, once again dot it down and maybe even tie the match. And there we have a nice breakout. Really, we have an opportunity out wide for San Diego State. They're still retaining possession. Once again, going route 1 through the middle. Solid breakdown. Now they've just got to they've got a 3-on-2 if they move it through the hands. We have a carry, maybe a pass would be a better option, but they're still applying the pressure to Santa Barbara, who are defending vigorously.
Right on cue. Brilliant tackle from Santa Barbara's number 14. And now, do the Aztecs have something within them just to break the line? Maybe, nearly. The number 20 there for San Diego State. As they move it to that far side. Loopy pass over the top, and it's not collected. And in the end, that defense just holds out. Credit to UCSB.
Yeah, great defense by UCSB. The San Diego State Aztecs have got to be kicking themselves. They've had possession for the last couple of minutes, multiple phases, just an inability to be decisive enough on attack to slice through. And we're down into about 8 seconds left in the match. So if Santa Barbara can retain this scrum, they can even probably put the ball into touch and win the match. So we'll see what they're going to do with their number 10 as she goes blind. But no, she decides to carry. Maybe she spoke to the ref and realized time wasn't up. But now Santa Barbara has an opportunity, and now they knock it on right in front of that post.
And there comes the end of a game, which has certainly, yes, had its errors, but also had its entertainment. And it is UCSB who get the win, 12 points to 5 against SDSU. Here in the women's side of the draw, we are approaching, now 1:40 p.m. here on the West Coast. And it looks as though we're going to go back to the high school level, the high school side of the draw, which is always exciting. Great to see these youngsters both at collegiate level and high school level here in the West Coast Sevens. Jeremy, that was a tough, gritty game. Credit, though, to UCSB.
Yeah, credit to both sides. UCSB gets the win. Competitive, execution might have been a bit lacking, but again, good credit to both girls' teams. And as you said, now we've got a high school match coming up. It looks as though, I think we were wrong on the previous one. It looks as though we have the Falcons here playing against Cathedral Catholic number 1, if I'm looking at the schedule correctly. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's right. So the Falcons will be in the sort of red and black, maroon and black, and then we've got Cathedral Catholic in their traditional USC colored hoops.
As we scan the desk for the various roster lists, there's about 1,000 of them in front of us. And we're doing our best with the names that we have. And for those family members out there, we know this is a very proud day for everyone involved, I'm sure, watching on. Thank you for joining in. Apologies if there are maybe some pronunciations that are not spot on. We are doing our best here. As, of course, these players on the field are doing their best. There's been some brilliant high-level sevens rugby across the board in the men's, the women's, and also the high school. And maybe this is a good opportunity, Jeremy. I know a big shout-out must go to the Casanovas Rugby Club. And I mentioned and I saw the likes of Ryan Marius involved. It's a rugby club based here in the LA County area that is based on wanting to bring through American talent. And I think that's the key thing we're seeing here today, American talent. I know Casanovas, I know also Warren Speaker's also behind that, who's behind West Coast Sevens today. It's really good to have these kind of organisations like Casanovas to try and build the next rugby talent here in the US.
Oh, absolutely. Great credit to all of those organizations. We talked about ERA earlier on today. These groups that are doing it and the work and effort that's put in and the commitment and time, energy, and money to help coach up these young men is incredible. And we do need to build the pool of rugby talent. It's great that we have foreigners in this game, but we've also got to focus on surrounding them with, American rugby athletes who really learn the game. Great kickoff, great take there by Cathedral, and they immediately get a penalty, I think, for sealing off, I believe, at the breakdown. So they'll have an ability to set up a strike play.
So here we go. Cathedral Catholic in their stripes. And the Falcons in that black and red strip. So Cathedral Catholic, this is the number 1 team. They have got the set piece. Can they strike? This set piece, which in sevens is so key to make use of as an attacking team. But first of all, to get the ball back, they do. As the ball comes low, good pick up there and a fantastic pass across as just trying to use the width. Here on this near side, it's a lovely show and go in the end by that number 15, Rita, who gets over. And that's the first try on the board.
I was just going to say, Will, when they were setting up that scrum and I saw him in midfield, he's been the most impressive rugby athlete for Cathedral today. As soon as the ball gets in hands, there's trouble being created somewhere. And once again, he just, very decisive. He's a great-looking athlete. And I think, based on what I've seen, colleges will be salivating if they're on his list to attend.
Absolutely agree with that. Of course, some good college programs here today, the likes of Cal, the likes of USD, and of course, Claremont. No doubt you might have a little look, if you could.
Oh, we're always looking. The challenge at Claremont is, we're not a varsity sport, and you have to have unbelievable scores, academic scores to get in. But if he fits the profile, we will absolutely look at him. We'd be stupid not to, right?
Indeed, to our quality, talented players. Now the Falcons have the ball. They swing it to this near side, getting caught in the middle. Fantastic defence. I've got to say, the level of physicality shown in this high school game throughout the day has been brilliant. As I wonder whether the Falcons can get themselves a turnover. No, referee told the tackler to roll away. They play quick, play to the edge. As now they try and bust their way through. Still, the ball is in play, fluid as it always is in rugby sevens. Long passed out to the try scorer. Now back inside. Just wonder whether they're getting a little bit lost. Can Cathedral Catholic just reorganise? They come back to this near-hand side. Great handling Off to the number 1, Tim Hawkins, of course, son of infamous Matt Hawkins, the USA Eagle 7 star, former star. Jeremy, it's looking pretty strong at the moment, and now got themselves back together.
Yeah, really strong, really good continuity. Guys who know what they're doing. What I was saying in the last couple of sequences, actually, is some really impressive rugby by number 10 from Cathedral, Dylan Trower. His distribution skills, especially when he's going out to Reese Ryder, the passing is just slick. And again, he's passing like a more seasoned college kid than he is a high school kid.
Here we go then. The Falcons go the chip and chase. There's no one in the backfield. Hawkins gets back for Cathedral Catholic. Does very well. Reese Ryder is there to be the support. Good work to hold on to that is Trower. As they now try and move it to the far side. Good defence, though, from the Falcons. As I say on cue, one missed tackle just in there. Good, strong leg drive. Cathedral Catholic, definitely a side that is probably deemed to be one of the favourites today. Picked up well by that number 8, Lucas Johnson. Keeps hold of the ball. Now it's a matter of who can stay alive, who can keep their fitness up. Is it now the try scorer, Ryder, coming? There's a few players on the floor, but he gets it away. It's now with Hawkins, and Hawkins is going to stroll in. And that was a long passage of play where you just got to think, Jeremy, that Cathedral Catholic were the ones that just held on the longest.
Yeah, I mean, some excellent rugby. I mean, great finish. Hawkins just showed his pace on the edge. But once again, the setup work, starting with Trower in midfield. And then once again, we got Reese Ryder, takes it close to contact. He takes the hit after his contact, takes the defender out. And then, Hawkins goes in untouched. So really good, crisp rugby. And this Cathedral Catholic, number 1 side really is showing, why they're a force to be reckoned with in high school rugby in this country.
So Trower gets the extra points. That is the second try for Cathedral Catholic as the sun now is starting to beam down and come through the clouds here in Los Angeles. It's starting to feel a little bit toasty. I'm looking at you. I'm seeing a slight bead of sweat. I wonder whether that's nerves or whether it is just the heat. Jeremy, you can confirm later, as now we've got Cathedral Catholic kicking off again. It is that man Trow who will look to put a bit of height on it. Goes a bit long. Falcons now. Rarity, really, with ball in hand so far in this first half. As now they try and build some pressure of their own, inside their own half, as they move it to the edge. Good loop round play. As now they try and get themselves out of their own half through playing with the ball, but it is knocked on. And for Cathedral Catholic, it's not just their attack that is impressive, it's also the defence as well.
No, absolutely. Great defence. And as you were talking there, Will, I was thinking, this team from the Falcons, they're no slouches. You can tell they do some things really well. Their execution is pretty crisp. They're just running into a powerhouse right now. Like you said, on both sides of the ball, the attacking execution by Cathedral is matched by the defensive pressure, and they get a turnover there, and now they have an attacking scrum with a lot of acreage to move in and some really good athletes to move it to.
One of them is this man with the ball. That's Trower, who gets it onto Ryder, who looks for the loop around of. Trower decides not to use him, stepping back inside. There's good defence from the Falcons. Is it going to be rewarded? No. Just off his feet, the referee calls it. That's a penalty then to Cathedral Catholic as they spread it out wide. Just as the Falcons' defence gets itself ready. Definitely a width-to-width attitude about this attack from Cathedral Catholic. Back to those two danger men in the midfield. Ryder just holds it off and brings in a 2-on-1. Does this man have the pace? He most certainly does. That is number 14 for Cathedral Catholic, Miles Larson, who gets himself over. Very patient, very good quality sevens rugby there.
Just absolutely brilliant. I mean, you could see it developing on the far side there. They're just so patient and building their shape. When they see they're not in shape, they take a little bit second longer to build into their shape. And then they use their athletes really effectively. But, I mean, they're as good as we've seen today. I understand they're high school, but in terms of the way they move the ball, the way they carry, the way they support each other, they're as good as anyone we've seen.
Totally agree. I'm glad it came from your mouth, not mine, because I didn't want to be disrespectful to the college teams. But this Cathedral Catholic side could give all of the college teams today a run for their money. Really impressive. Impressive because, of course, they've got Matt Hawkins, a former USA Eagles 7-star, as their coach, as we just take another look at that final try from Miles Larson to finish off this first half. It's 21 points to 0. It's Cathedral Catholic against the Falcons. And for you, Jeremy, you've watched enough college and high school rugby. How impressive, how much growth have you seen overall in the sort of landscape of the high school sport?
Oh, terrific. There's some really hotbeds of it across the country. And actually, with Cathedral being from San Diego, I would say San Diego right now is probably the hotbed of high school and youth rugby. I mean, it's an organization that's phenomenally run. It's got great leadership. It's got great volunteers in support. Several of them actually are working here today, from Mustangs Rugby and everything, supporting this event. And so, you don't have a high school rugby team or a high school, or a club rugby team at this age, without the volunteers, without the parents. And so, you doff your hats to the parents and volunteers who are doing this. But it's just going to continue to grow. The more excited we get about rugby, the more talismanic players we see at the elite level. There's people to model themselves after, latch onto, and instead of having NBA heroes like Kobe Bryant, I want us to start seeing some rugby heroes, ideally American rugby heroes.
Of course, and you mentioned actually earlier about how, I think when you were speaking with Alex Corbusier about the 2031 Rugby World Cup, and there's a good chance that actually these high school players might be very much part of it. Could even be part on the 7 side of things at a home Olympic Games in 2028, of course in LA, which is really exciting. And the thing which excites me is as a homegrown talent you're looking at on this field, to have a homegrown big world stage like an Olympic Games, like a Rugby World Cup to aim for, that is going to improve the sport because you've got a carrot that's going to dangle in front of you and go after.
No, absolutely. And what a carrot that is. I mean, the thought of, being able to be an Olympian, maybe most of these high school kids, maybe the next Olympics is going to come a bit too soon for them. But you do look at a couple of the guys, 10 and 15 here on Cathedral, and you'd be like, well, if they're not going to be in the next Olympics, they certainly need to be in a development pathway because they've got a lot of talent and a lot of upside.
Kickoff here from Cathedral Catholic, as now the Falcons do get the ball back, but it's run into the touch here in the second half. It's 21 points to 0 in favour of Cathedral Catholic, as the sun and the blue sky is just popping through here the afternoon in Los Angeles, the Dignity Health Sports Complex. Great facility here. 2 fields for the West Coast Sevens.
Yeah, I mean, while the game's going on, we'll just take a second because, we just talked about the volunteers for high school. And the work that's gone in to put on this tournament, Will, is very impressive. From TVX Video, who just do world-class production, to the whole, West Coast Sevens team, Warren Speaker, Andy Dukas, everyone around them. It's nothing but good things you can say about it. And it's just getting better. I mean, it's not as though we're standing still. It's getting better. Stanford will be better than this, and Oceanside will be better than Stanford, and will continue to build.
As now the ball is not being protected too well, but it does spill in favour of Cathedral Catholic, and it's going to be a second try for Miles Larson, who, as I have a note in front of me here, newer to rugby, played lacrosse, national level, and now has sort of come into rugby. And it's already good to see a man with speed. Hey, you can't coach speed that much more. I mean, I know you can work on it, but it's good to see a natural speed. That man there, in Miles Larson, has plenty of it.
No, he has speed, and the other thing that you have is when you have a guy with speed on the edge, but you have a talent like Reese Ryder inside him that sets him up to be able to be a little more open on the edge, makes all the difference in the world. And again, we're seeing that. So all credit to Miles Larson. He's the one who finished it. But, some of the unsung work, that happened by Rita just setting it up is what makes him such a rugby talent. It's not all about...
Oh, no. He scored many tries, I tell you this, Jeremy, but the assists are just as important. There should be a stat for assists that are really Sevens, there's plenty of assists going on. Falcons get the ball back. The ball didn't go 10 metres, so attack from the midfield. Always, as I've said, the best place to attack here in Sevens, and that is straight up power from Falcons. Oh, and it's dropped over the line.
Oh, my goodness. He did everything right until it went wrong. Unbelievable. What a run and what a disappointing end.
As we await, I hope, a replay of what was such an unfortunate event for poor Falcons.
On the field, it takes trust, teamwork, and a fierce drive to win. That's the spirit of rugby, and it's the foundation of Falcon West Insurance. We've built our company culture and our unique Career Building Academy program on those very principles. We provide thousands of families and businesses with the best carriers and coverage. When you need an insurance partner you can trust, remember Falcon West, because when you're fiercely independent with a team backing you, you're free to succeed.
And we're going to have, a fairly comprehensive, win here for Cathedral. But, I do want to give credit to the Falcons. We've talked about this in some other matches. There's no giving up. They're not giving up. They're playing hard. They're just being beaten by a better team right now, 33, to nothing. So, again, as we've said in other matches, Will, it'd be nice for the Falcons just to be able to, get their hands on the ball, get a score, and just leave the pitch with that as their last memory.
Need to collect the ball off this restart. Just about gets onto the side of the Falcons as they try and pull away. They're going to have to do it from just outside their own 22 as they move it to this near-hand side. Into some electric footwork now. That's number 9 for the Falcons, Alex Vong. Moving up towards the Cathedral Catholic halfway line. Out to the far side. Trying to bust through the middle. The space is on the edge, though. They can get 1 or 2 more passes away. Referee allows the play to go on. Definitely a tackler thought he had him all wrapped up. But no. As it gets a little bit scrappy. Just waiting to see if the referee is going to blow his whistle. Yes, he does. As the linesman is going to come in. I think there might be an infringement.
Yeah, it looks like there's an infringement. The AR coming in, he's going to be calling something. It looks like we might be having a card here. A little bit too little too late for Falcons. But what I will say, even though very one-sided on the scoreboard, I like a lot of the things the Falcons do. If they weren't playing as good a side as this Cathedral side, they would cause a lot of other teams problems. So nothing to hang their heads about. They're just getting beaten by a better team.
And maybe this is now their moment to get a try. Oh, what a tackle from Trower, the number 10 for Cathedral Catholic, preventing the Falcons getting over. They're not going to give it up easy, as now they still get inside the Cathedral Catholic 22. Falcons, if they can just find that little bit of extra energy. Is it going to be on that far side? It's number 23 for the Falcons.
He's done it.
And he's done it in the corner and brought it in near the post. Well done, the Falcons. They will get the last laugh of this first half.
Yeah, last laugh of the match, actually, Will. That's the end of the match. But, you know, your point is well taken. 33-5 with the kick to come. Good performance by the Falcons, for sure. Nothing to be ashamed of. But Cathedral, very, very impressive. You can tell that they're well coached. You can tell they've got good rugby athletes, and you can tell that they're enjoying the match. And enjoyment, as you know, is key. So there's the final whistle. We end up with a 33-5 result. And, you know, congratulations to all the high school teams that are playing here today.
There we go. Well done, Jeremy, keeping me on my toes there. I was so excited. I thought there might be a second half. Little did I know. That was the end of the game, but a great win for Cathedral Catholic. They have looked fantastic throughout the day today. And the Falcons, though, can definitely hold their heads up high with that last try. I believe Mr. Alex Corpusiero is going to be joining as we have a big game involved coming up next. It is USD Team 1 against UCLA. UCLA we have not really seen here on pitch 1. Of course, Harry Bennett. I saw him walking across the screen earlier as we are coming towards the final quarter of this day 1, this first leg of the series of the West Coast Sevens. As we've just seen some high school action, it is now going to be back to the men's college game with UCLA taking on USD.
Yeah, and having, you know, as you said, we haven't seen UCLA on pitch 1 yet, was a bit of a surprise, but we have seen USD. They both come in 2-0, both having beaten Cal's second team, which is, you know, no bad result whatsoever to beat Cal's second team. And so they'll both be on a high. And if you look at it realistically, this match is, you know, to go into the final. You know, Cal clearly has been the class so far. They're going to be playing in the final once again. But one of these two teams is going to challenge them. And I was thinking back, Will, to last season before you take a break and Corbs jumps in. I think this was the semifinal last year between UCLA and USD. And USD actually, you know, took that one to go to the final where they ultimately lost in a very tight game to Cal. So both these teams will be salivating for a strong performance and opportunity to try and knock Cal off its perch.
100% agree with you, Jeremy. And, yeah, I will take a break and get myself a little bit of refueling. Mr. Corpusiero is coming back.
Da-na-na, da-na-na. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And, yeah, just setting the scene for what's going to be another slobber knocker between two powerhouses in California collegiate rugby, especially in SoCal, with UCLA under the watchful eye of Harry Bennett, and then you've got USD, who've also shown what they can do today with head coach Charlie Purdon. I like the matchups. I'm ready to see how this one is going to play out. And Jeremy, did you miss me? I'm here to rescue you. Will was drowning you in the snooze fest, so I'm here to bring the energy. Don't worry.
Will's a class actor. I love working with both him and you. But, you know, we're all English, so we like to give each other a hard time. Yeah. If we didn't, it would mean we didn't care for each other.
100%. I already shared all my love for Will. I just don't do it while he's on air. I do it while he's off.
Absolutely. You just said something about the coaches. I mean, we're going to talk about the players a lot over the next 15, 16 minutes. But when you look at these top programs, and obviously you'd say UCLA, Cal, USD, especially in California, are three of the top programs, a lot of it does come down to the head coach and leadership. And Charlie Purdon is a class coach. He's done a great job the last several years. You know, where USD was probably fairly mid-tier, always a good program, but maybe more mid-tier. And they've just accelerated massively these last 5 years. And then UCLA as well, they've had their highs and they've had a few lows, but since Harry Bennett came in, he's really transforming that team, and he's in the early stages. So both these teams have great futures.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think as well, you've got to remember most of these teams don't have much flexibility on their recruitment either. So, they're hard schools to get into, and what they've done with the players they have, I think, is absolutely outstanding. And I think, all those schools you mentioned are all very top academic schools as well, and that's really, really sort of exciting. You're getting good coaching, good sort of established school brands behind it, and you're starting to see sort of the rugby sort of hit the ground running. And here we talk about hit the ground running. UCLA get the ball off the kickoff, and they're away at the races already, Jeremy.
No, they're definitely racing. There was actually a turnover there. USD had good possession, but UCLA took it from them. And it looks as though number 13 on a really strong carry, Van Hampton, it looks like he scored by himself. So really pleased for him, and a great start for this UCLA Bruin team.
Yeah, just showing, the best, saving the best to last on pitch one. They took a while to get here, but now we get them and they hit the ground running. And, they'll be frustrated there, USD, turning the ball over, and then UCLA showing how dangerous they are with that ball. This is what Sevens is about, and we're watching two of the better outfits out here today go head-to-head.
Yep, and we've got, we've only had, less than 2 minutes. Or less than a minute, I should say. So we've got plenty of rugby ahead. That conversion is going to drift wide, unfortunately. So it remains 5-0, but a really strong start by the UCLA Bruins. Unfortunately, Freddie Jobber couldn't make the conversion. But now 5-0, and we'll see if they can retain possession with a good kick chase.
Yeah. Kickoffs, I think, will be big in this one against the better teams. That possession battle and how these kickoffs go usually dictates a lot of the traffic, so keep an eye on retention.
Nice high kick. USD bobbled it again, and the Bruins have taken it. The possession seems to have gone their way now, but it's
USD
gone back.
Wrestled it back somehow, almost.
Really good physicality there, Corbs, at the tackle point by the Bruins. USD trying to break out. They've knocked it on, and they're going to capitalize. Ball bounced into the Bruins' hands, and he goes in untouched.
Bit of deja vu there. Obviously, USD had the ball for a bit longer, but the pressure of UCLA's D, maybe, or just a few unforced errors, you could probably make a decision on which way you want to go with that, open the door for another score and a lightning start here for UCLA and Harry Bennett's men.
Yeah, lightning start, and I do think it's a combination. I think USD's made a couple of mistakes, but I also think that the pressure of the Bruins is causing some of those mistakes. So, Charlie's going to be relaying some messages into his USD players and say, just calm down, enjoy the moment. It's only a 2-score game. We've still got 11 minutes left in this total match. It's not a lost game, but we need to retain possession.
Yeah, I think they've had no possession, no territory, no shots really yet. They need to catch this kickoff and actually hold on to the pill and start testing UCLA's defense, really. But it all starts here at the kickoff, and it's a decent little hang time right on the 10. And UCLA get this one back too, and that is really the story of the game so far.
Yeah, absolutely. They've taken 2, and it looks as though they're going to convert that into another try here. We've got the number 9 going out wide for Max Griffiths, I think it is. And once again, we have a quick score for the Bruins. We're only halfway through this first half, Corbs, and we've got 3 tries on the board.
Yeah, it's starting to, go bang, 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 and that's where things can start to get ugly for you in this sport, unless USD can stop the bleed and actually, find a way to hold onto the pill and get back into this game. This could be a long day at the office. So right now, that sort of rinse, wash, cycle, repeat that UCLA are putting them in, USD got to find a way to keep the ball, get out of this kickoff, and get back onto program. Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, the kick drifts wide again. By Jobber, but it's still 17-0. UCLA looks very dangerous. But you just said it, Corbs. The reality is, USD has got to control these kicks. If they can't control the kicks, then the game is shot. Yeah. Sometimes rugby's a simple game. Hold on to the ball. It's hard to lose the game when you've been holding on to the ball, especially in sevens.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the last few minutes and play it back in your head, I mean, I think USD's had the ball once, and the Bruins have had all the possession. Now, this should be a clean take by USD, and they have an opportunity to build something.
definitely.
Yeah, so that was Chase Basson. He's a senior, very familiar with him. Nice player, good young man. Took the ball well. USD trying to clear our lines a little bit. UCLA setting up the defensive shape to try and keep them in their half.
A high tackle there. You can probably hear on our mics the sideline of USD, very animated there. They tap and they go again, but that's an unforced error. And, that's a coach killer right now. You've already seen a couple unforced errors that have led to tries. Then you're finally trying to build some momentum. You get a penalty and you're thinking, all right, this is our chance to get into their half finally. And it is yet to come. I think possession would be 100%, territory would be 100% in the side of USD right now, and they have not broken that halfway mark at all with the ball in hand.
No, they haven't. And if you look there, they got a penalty for a high tackle, which was the right call. And it's almost like they switched off. They took the tap and a pass, and it was a bit of a lazy pass and a little bit of a lazy attempted tackle. And when you're down 3 scores, you can't have that. You've got to stay switched on mentally and physically for every play during the match. Strong scrum here from the Bruins as they try and build another attack.
And they take the edge, and they've got the pace in number 13, and he's burnt him. Unbelievable stuff from Van Hampton there. The sophomore, hometown from Los Angeles, studying political science, and that is when you got gas. That's what sevens becomes a very fun game. When you see a man, even if he is someone who's fast on the edge, and you can take him, Cheslin Colby style, it's fun to see.
Yeah, fun to watch. I was looking as we look at the roster across UCLA. I think there might be a bit of gamesmanship going on here because it shows all their 15 players' hometown.
Oh, you're
Los
right.
Angeles.
Yeah, probably should have looked to the rest of the list. It's probably not very true. So.
And I do not believe that. We'll have to speak to Harry Bennett about that. How many are really from LA?
It might have been a chat GBT entry into the system.
Yeah, but speaking of ChatGPT, they'd be very happy if you put that first half in. It would come back with a very impressive performance by the Bruins. They're up 24-0. And again, nothing's over in this game until it's over. But, long way back here for Charlie and the USD Terreros. I hope they can put something forward, put some scores on the board. But the Bruins look totally in control. What do you think, Corbs?
I think it's been a masterclass in how to run the game of sevens. It all started from the early kickoffs, then they got pressure, then they got it back, then they just started to capitalize, and that's just accumulated through the game, and it's been very much the theme. If you're USD and you're Charlie Purdon and that team right now, you're saying, listen, lads, we've got to cut these errors out. We've got to hold on to the ball and play our game. They've got tons of threats. We've seen what they're capable of. But I think because of the start of UCLA, they got a little bit nervous. The errors started to creep in. And if you're Charlie, you're saying, guys, we haven't even held the ball in their half. Imagine what we can do down there if we can turn this round. And I think that's really the hope you're going to have is you're going to have to wait for that opportunity and then go and actually execute it when you get it, and you can't breach anymore. So they're going to have to pitch a perfect game in this second half to find a way back.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect assessment of what they need to do. And it really starts from this kickoff. They really need to try and, get their own ball back, win it in the air, get some possession, control the pace of the game a little bit, because the pace has been 100% controlled by the Bruins, who are just coming back on the pitch right now. And I can tell you they've got a spring in their step just because of what they did in the first 7 minutes.
No, and it's been a fast start, and they haven't taken their foot off the gas, and now finally USD are going to get a chance to kick off and keep an eye on how this one goes, because if UCLA handle this well and get back to business, it might be a bit of a demoralising blow, but this could also open the door for some wind in the sails of USD if they start to get some momentum.
Well, let's see from this kickoff if they get momentum. Unfortunately, though, it hasn't gone the requisite 10 meters, so it'll come back to midfield. Once again, the Bruins have possession with a free kick in midfield, an opportunity to put more on the board.
Sometimes someone's a gift that keeps on giving, and that seems to be what USD are doing out there today. They keep giving them ins and taking away their momentum, and at some point you've got to stop and get back on program, or this one is not going to have enough time to fight your way back into.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, UCLA, now they seem as though they're being very patient. They're looking to create space. Some nice carries. Oh, beautiful carry there. That number one there that's Austin Diaz, a sophomore. Great carry out. Great out to the edge. Offloads it out to his teammate. That's Pierce McMahon, who puts it down again. And, I hate to say it, Corbs, but I'm going to call this match already for the Bruins.
I think that's a fair one, mate. I think that could be all she wrote. That little dummy there from the number 1 in Diaz was absolute mustard, and then you got the pace on the edge to finish. Really well worked try, McMahon there with the finish. And if you're UCLA, this is almost becoming a bit of a training run, and I think if you're USD, this is becoming a bit of a nightmare. And I think Charlie Purdon will be happy just to get to the final whistle of this one and get his boys in regroup, unless we see some sort of miracle comeback. But at the moment, I haven't seen anything that would sort of make me think that's about to turn around the corner, and I think USD are going to have to get back to the drawing board here and think, lads, we've got to cut these errors out, we've got to go defence back, and we've got to really get back into the game, because UCLA are setting this one alight with their debut outing on pitch 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I will say, just knowing this from being involved in the league, Charlie's dealing with a very new team from the last one he's had the last few years. I spoke to Kevin Eaton the other week, and they were very competitive in the 15s national championship, lost in a very tight one to Thomas More, but they graduated or lost 14, I believe it was, of their 23 that went to the finals, and several of those were on their sevens team last year, and you can see they're trying to develop new talent.
Yeah, it's always hard in a rebuild phase to hit the ground running, where UCLA have been pretty seasoned. But here we go. Basson with a nice carry. Now USD starting to show something. Is it too little too late, or do they have a history-making comeback in them? We shall see in the next few moments. That's big defense there from UCLA as well.
Yeah, I don't see a history-making comeback, but I do like the way they're retaining possession. I like the decisiveness of their runs. Putting a score on the board would really help. But what a phenomenal cover tackle there that was by UCLA. That I believe was their number 4. Caden Hartley with a great tackle. Putting the USD Terrero player into touch, and now UCLA can slow it down. It's their possession of the line out, and everything is going in their favor.
Yeah, lovely. Gets his feet close, gets head on the right side, finishes that wrap, which is the key. So when you can take both legs out, then you have the ability to roll him into touch there. Well,
roll him into touch he did. And again, a little bit of gamesmanship. The hooker or scrum half here walking very slowly back, but the referee's allowing it. So they just need to retain possession from this line out and try and clear their lines.
Oh, that's an unforced error from UCLA there, and it's a gift for USD. And can they strike? Basson with the break, and he's doing it. Oh, just taken down, but the offload gets away, but it looks spilled. Referee says play on, and UCLA have it now as they're in the center of the field.
Yeah, I mean, once again, look at the change in possession there. Chase Basson was going in almost as though he was about to score. Good cover tackle, ball goes to ground, UCLA breakout, and UCLA's number 4 again. We just talked about him, Caden Hartley's, jogging in, little bit of a swan dive just to probably rub it in a little bit. And now all of a sudden, the 34-0 with the kick to come. And, I'm not usually right, Corbs, when I prognosticate, but in this case, maybe I was right.
I think you were right, mate. And honestly, it's been a tough one if you're a USD fan, but I think if you're UCLA, they just really play to their strengths. So I think... they've kept USD under pressure, they've forced errors, they've pounced, but I also think they have the speed advantage in this game, and I think that's really meant that USD has struggled a little bit. Maybe it's fatigue and having played some tougher games where they had to go to the well against Cal 2s earlier, but I just think that the sharper team seems to be UCLA right now, and some of that is just man on man. They've got a little bit more speed to them.
Yeah, they have speed, and if you watch the replay right there, they have footwork. They're just a couple little, jump steps got them away from their line and got him, scored untouched. So, they're doing everything well, but, we've still got a minute and a half. So while we've got a minute and a half, question for you. So does UCLA have enough to potentially threaten Cal in what's assumably going to be the final?
I think definitely. I think if you look at the speed of UCLA from what I've seen so far, and even though they're not the biggest team, their tackling has been actually outstanding, and their kickoffs have been effective. And for me, it's going to come down to, possession, moments, and who executes better between those two.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, you definitely say Cal are the favorites, but the Bruins seem to do everything well.
This has been a great example of them playing well. You know, obviously we didn't see any other games, but this one makes me think that they could be the huckleberry to those Cal Bears. And we'll have a little shootout in the final in 7, so let's wait and see what we get. But my instinct is that's going to be quite a competitive game.
Yeah, I would think so. And again, credit to USD. We've talked about this other match. Will Briggs goes in. Really nice score. They built a couple of phases, and that's just what they haven't been able to do for the last 13 minutes. They just haven't built any phases, and UCLA has, and UCLA's created turnovers. But again, you know, what I love with that USD team, and this is Charlie Purdon's personality, don't ever give up. Don't ever give up.
I agree. And you know, the good thing about 7s is you get to go again usually. Even though you've lost 1 or 2, there's always another game. And so I think it's more about adjusting, learning, and growing from the experience. And you know, no one likes to feel defeated this convincingly, so it's usually a good motivator to get back to the drawing board and figure out how can we improve and get better at this, lad.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, good result for the Bruins, 36-5. You know, again, all credit to USD. Charlie's going to build something, and they're just going to get better and better over the next month. But the Bruins really showed their class, and I look forward to seeing them play later on, whether you and I or Mr. Hooley are commentating on the final. Like you said, I think it'll be a very good final.
I do. I think that's definitely not going to disappoint.
So we've got a little second here to breathe here at the West Coast Sevens. Let's just reiterate what a phenomenal tournament it is. You know, 2 fields, which last year we only had 1. We're building into Stanford in 2 weeks, Oceanside 2 weeks after that. You know, Mr. Corpusero, Mr. Hooley will be at both. Colin Hawley will be making an appearance at Stanford.
Ooh.
And rumor has it, which I can actually verify today, that Mr. Dallin Stanford will be commentating at the West Coast Sevens in Oceanside, in his backyard.
Dallin, we love a bit of Dallin, and it'll be great to see him out there. And yeah, real talent, a world rugby circuit, established commentator, countless MLR games, countless, you know, all sorts of, you know, games across the American landscape, as well as, you know, a new show on Flow Sport that we saw him debut this week. So adding him to the team, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, no, it'll be great to see Dallin, it'll be great to see Colin. And now we've got a great match. We have the Challenge Cup final. We have the Claremont Lions, headed by Mr. Ray Egan, who will be playing against the Arizona State Sun Devils, coached by Peter Hugo. These teams actually play each other in conference corps in 15s. They play home and away in Tempe and in Claremont, and I expect a really good match between these two sides.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight one. I think both teams are shined today. I think Claremont, you know, have showed some good signs, but I think ASU in the last couple of games started to flex, and they've got some big athletic weapons, and that's probably going to be the question for me. If Claremont can handle them, it's game on. If those guys are able to run rampant a little bit and get those offloads, it could be a harder game. But Claremont are a well-oiled, complete side, especially in the first game we saw him in this competition.
Yeah, they were, unfortunately, as they're coming on the pitch. I see that Jack Farber, one of their talismanic players, along with Sam Brown, looks like he's carrying a knock, so he's not on the pitch, and he's their fetcher on kicks. So that will definitely have an impact, but let's see what the players who step in for him can do.
Nice take there from ASU off the kickoff. It was a little deep, but had all right hang time, that there was some sort of competition. And now strong D from Claremont as they look to potentially pressure the breakdown. The referee deeming not rolling away from the defensive player, therefore the gate is blocked, and that means then you cannot compete at the ball because the attacking team are not allowed to really have a fair contest at clearing, and that's why the referee gave the penalty there. And now it's ASU who are moving it again as well, and we've seen they can be dangerous on the edge. They feed their big men, they offload, they come back, and just like that, they do it again. Number 13 there, Austin Cox, with a flex as he does it all on his own pretty much out there.
Yeah, he did do it all his own, and Ray Egan will be very disappointed. The Lions there had 2 opportunities to take him down, but we had some fairly, inconsistent, weak, tackling out on the edge where he broke through. Claremont, if they want to stay in this match against big ball carriers like that, they've got to be more physical at the breakdown point, and that was all just lack of ability at the contact.
Yeah, I think key terms for me is shoulders on, but what does shoulders on mean? It means feet close, it means hips in a nice position that your shoulder can actually come on. The minute you start going to arm tackles, it starts to become a very tough game, especially in 7s where there's a lot more space to wriggle, and 15s maybe an arm can then be backed up by the next man. Here, it all comes down to getting your feet right, getting your ability to be close so that you can actually tackle the man, and the space and the risk is, or margin for error is a lot smaller in 7s, because if you miss one tackle, it pretty much opens up the floodgates of what's about to come.
Yeah, and that's, you could see Ray Egan talk to them right there, that's exactly what happened. We saw that on the replay. So they've got to make some adjustments in terms of physicality. A nice breakout here by Kevin, really good, strong carry. He's brand new to the game of rugby. There's Laskowski really did well out to Tanner Holland. They're hitting the edge well. There's big Will Graff. He's a big, strong ball carrier. Well defended, though.
But sometimes you just need a quick ruck, and even if you run with that sort of intent, you get the ball back, chances are the D's not going to be quite as sharp on the next phase, and that's what they've done. A kick ahead, but ASU gather. Ball live here. All broken tackles from ASU, but Claremont staying in the fight. They've got a player down at the moment as well, so it'll be a number down, but the referee's blown whistle, but he's seen it, so he's stopping time.
Yeah, the Claremont captain, Sam Brown's gone down, and he looks as though he's in quite a lot of pain. I don't know what he's done. The trainers are on the field taking a look at him right now, but if he can't get back up, that's a big loss for Claremont, because he does everything for them. And he's a great player, an amazing young man. The biggest thing for Sam Brown, having been around him for the last almost 4 years now, is he just seems to be a little snake bitten by injury, and I think it's just because he's such a committed physical tackler. And sometimes his body just gives way. So I hope he can recover from this. It looks as though he's up and back after it.
I think we're talking stinger territory. It's hard to tell. It definitely looked like it was right shoulder, and he was holding the front, which got me nervous. But the way he was shaking it out makes me think he might have got a stinger, which is obviously a shot to that sort of head and neck where you get that nerve burn down your arm, sometimes a bit of numbness, but you can usually shake those off as long as you haven't done something too serious in that sort of collision. But you see a lot of, even at the top game, a lot of men who go down wriggling in pain, but imagine to shake it off and stay in it, and we'll hope the best for him there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe with the sort of maybe a limited shoulder, maybe now he just has to become more of a distributor, look to create some space for the big ball carriers like Will Graff and, others. So the good news is he's back up. The bad news is right now it's still ASU 7-0 with possession.
ASU, bit of a scrappy line out, but they gather it. Strong tackle there from Claremont and a strong counter ruck. Play on, referee says, and we love that. Breakdown's been fiercely contested all day, and there we go.
Well, you are right. It is a stinger, and what a great comeback by Claremont. Really started with the counter ruck from big number 5, Will Graff, and then Sam Brown saw the opportunity to strike, and strike he did. And with the kick to come, we could be in a tied game with about 2:40 left in this first half.
Yeah, just exactly what Claremont needed. You didn't want to let ASU get another one. You've just pulled it back. You got a kick, though, to tie the game, but it should be a formality. Although I do love a commentator's curse. As my buddy Paul Santinelli was telling me, I'm cursing everyone by saying they should make it in front of the stick, so I'll probably be quiet until it's done in future. But me being quiet is also quite a challenge, so we will see. But, yeah, that was the counter-ruck that got this machine rolling. And that's what I think, Claremont have to do a bit more. Force turnovers, and then you get ASU, who like to use line speed, who like to use pressure, unstructured D, and that's when your sort of all-court game is going to come to fruition more.
Absolutely. And, I probably wish, on a personal level, I probably wish Sam would have just put the ball down instead of a little swan dive, especially with his shoulder injury.
I was saying shoulder must be good if you're diving and then celebrating like that. So, onwards and march.
Once again, we've got some good pressure, and there's actually a turnover there coming back to the Lions. So they've got an opportunity just a few meters out from ASU's goal line. Opportunity to move the ball if they can to the edge here. Actually, they're coming back to the weak side. Back to Will Graff. Will be looking to do a strong carry. He's stopped short. They're a meter short now. The ball's coming out of the halfback to Fred Zhang. Gives it out. We're moving it back to Sam Brown, out to Tanner Holland. He's got to look to hit the edge there. And he actually, what a step. And he's just Oh, he tried to be a little bit too far. He could have hit the edge there, Corbs.
Oh, I thought he was in there. Then obviously, the easy option looked to shift it wide because that's where the space was. But that ability to dummy that first one, but then snake with the second dummy, deserved to try. But he just got caught, knocked the ball on, and it's small margins and sevens. But I do love a little bit of a zigzag or a snake in, out. That's a hard man to defend when they can do that double cut here, as you'll see in a second. Out, in, and then out. And leaves them for dead. But the number 5 for ASU has been outstanding today. Tyler Larson makes a big tackle there. And that was a try-saving moment from ASU as they now look to play under pressure a little on their own goal line.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you say about the in and out. What I will tell you, just having been coaching around Ray Egan for a long time, he will be furious that the ball wasn't just shifted out to the left edge. For basically probably an uncontested try.
Yeah,
Instead, he tried to do a little bit too much himself, and now ASU's kicking to clear their lines, and Sam Brown is retreating, but if anyone's retreating, he's the right guy to retreat, and now he kicks back, deep into the ASU in goal. Is it going to go all the way through? No, it's just in the in goal, but they're going to run it out from here. Can Fred Zhang get his hands on this guy and pin him deep? Looks like he's able to do that. They're keeping them under pressure, but ASU being very patient on moving this ball. And now they break out, and they're going to be able to go 90 meters. And once again, big mistakes there by the Lions deep in ASU territory that, right before halftime, that Coach Ray Egan will definitely be addressing, that and the lack of physical presence on their goal line.
Ooh, a little bit of gamesmanship there as we close the first half, but that just shows, that ASU have that athletic game, and so you cannot keep your cards too close. You got to stay out there, got to stay connected, and you got to be able to respect those threats because they just went end to end basically, and it all came from a missed opportunity initially that you were talking about should have been scored with simple hands. Now comes back to bite them. In a frustrating position if you're the coach, but if you're ASU, you're saying your team's been resilient, they held their own line, defended, then they went back the other way. That's exactly what you want out of a team that's under pressure on their own goal line, and it's game on in this second half as both coaches will look to try and make the adjustments, try and make the changes, figure out what the little details they can to swing the balance in favor. And here they are here. Hurl's been outstanding today. You think he's wrapped up, gets that ball away, and all it takes is one pass, too many men biting in on that second man. There is a disconnect in the line. I think a lot of the Claremont players were appealing for a forward pass, but sometimes you just got to deal with it and not worry about the referee's whistle and fix it yourself. And unfortunately, they weren't in a position to react there.
No, I think there's multiple things. I think Coach Egan will be saying to them, look, boys, you've got to play a 7-man game here. You can't play as a 1 or 2-man game. Again, we talked about, Tanner Holland, some nice moves, whereas the right decision was probably just to hit the edge and then they're really going to score. And then the other thing is they're definitely not playing the physical game very well. They had SU on their goal line, actually in their try zone, and they were able to break out and go 100 meters to score. And again, that's just a lack of physical impression and then also a lack of rugby IQ in some areas. So the good news for Claremont is it's a 1-score game. The bad news is they're getting exposed in some areas, and Ray Egan has to make some quick adjustments here and get his teeth into the boys a little bit to change the next 7 minutes.
Yeah, it's problem solve or us here, and you're going to see Claremont will have to make some adjustments. They're going to have to try and force it a little bit because they need to come back and be the first team to score, because if you allow ASU to score again, that's when the dam can burst. So I think first point if I'm Claremont is, lads, whatever it takes, we need to score first. So let's get this kickoff, let's get the ball, let's get back in their half, and let's start to finish and execute and back our basics, as you say this team is built on.
Yeah, absolutely. Back themselves in the basics. Don't try and be a hero. You've got 7 minutes to sell out. I mean, this is the end of the day for them. So anyone, we always just say, Coach Egan, Coach Brackett, myself, you say, you can do anything for 7 minutes if you put your mind to it. So these boys are tired. ASU are tired. Let's just see who's got the energy reserves and the execution for 7 minutes to try and take this, challenge trophy.
Yeah, I always think you can look at David Goggins, mate. That guy does things purely by the mental will to push through, and that's what I try and tell my players. 7 minutes, 1 minute, whatever the ball in play is, just keep going until it's done, because I promise you the mind is stronger than the body ever will be.
Yep, absolutely. And I mean, that's what the Navy SEALs, talking of Goggins, that's what they preach, is that you can do anything. Your body might be saying no, but your mind can tell you absolutely yes. And that's what both these sides have to do. Right now, obviously, the advantage is to ASU, and they're putting, Claremont deep under pressure outside their goal line. They've got to try and clear their lines a little bit and get some possession away from the shadow of their goalposts. Got some tired teams here, you could tell, Corbs.
Yeah, it's starting to get to heavy leg territory, and I think if you're a coach here, you're just saying keep going. And Claremont, unforced error there. That was a big moment, because if that went to hand, we might have had a foot race in the corner, and who knows who would have won it. But instead now with Claremont, you're now facing an ASU attack in your own half. You're chasing a game, and now they've got to put a big defensive stop in here.
Yeah, it was unlucky there for Kevin. Kevin Winchell, he's new to the game. He's got a lot of upside to him. But it was just a loose pass to Sam Brown. He hit Sam Brown's hands, and that's a score. And that's probably, it's a long score, but he's going in untouched. Instead, now it's a turnover the other way. You're under pressure just outside your own 22.
And that's the swing moments and sevens that can come to get you, especially with only a short period of time. Now an early push, they get a free kick sort of tap. And now a knock-on, though, I think that'll be a lifeline if you're Claremont, and I'm sure you're probably jumping a little bit, Jeremy, there, because that is a chance now to get out of this half. You've got a scrum launch, and anything can happen off a scrum and sevens with that much space up for grabs. Yeah,
absolutely, anything can happen. And, they need to take advantage of a soft turnover there, a little bit of a knock-on. They've just got to show some, we talked about a second ago, they've got to show some rugby IQ. They've got the athletes, they've got the ball. They just need to show some rugby IQ. They need to support Sam Brown. He can't do everything himself. I think he probably tried to do a little bit too much by himself there. And it results in another turnover. And turnovers right now are killing the Claremont Lions.
Yeah, and it's self-inflicted wounds. ASU have taken their chances, but there's been a lot of self-inflicted wounds. And when it's only a 7-point game, that's when you really got to start tightening up your belt. And I think, here we'll see what... what ASU can do with this line out as they throw in. They win it. They launch off the top, but the pass goes weary. It could bounce for Claremont. Unfortunately, it doesn't, and it's a knock-on and another platform launch for ASU.
Yes, scrappy there, Corb. Scrappy, but the bounce of the ball went ASU's way. There was a knock-on. So, there's still plenty of time. It's a one-score game. There's still over 4 minutes. We do have a substitute coming on for Claremont, some fresh legs. We've got Kevin Bender coming on just to bring a little more physical appetite. He's taking over from Kanoa Parker, who showed really well today. But they need some fresh legs, and they need a bit of an injection of pace.
Yeah, change as well for ASU there, as well as number 10, Keenan Sadiq, is now on the field as well. Or Kenan, I'm not 100% sure. I apologize if I missaid that.
Yeah, it looks like Keenan Sadiq. And they've retained possession. They've got him held up, but no, it's not going their way. So ASU still has the ball, looking to go. And once again, just soft defense around the fringes there, leads to a fairly easy score. Tanner Holland bit there and, got exposed. And so now it's a 2-score game, still with 3 minutes to go, but the Lions have got to be conscious of their body language here. They've had such a good day. They've got so many new players. They've got nothing to hang their heads. And this game isn't over, but they've got to recognize this game isn't over.
And they just got caught honeypotting, what I call. They were worried. They obviously thought they were going to hold up that tackle. It didn't go, and there's too many players around the ruck, but not set around the ruck. So you kind of had a lot of space, not your sort of organization. And really the foundations of your defense in 7s, 15, anything should be at least guard at ruck and then look to get 1 or 2 out. But at the moment, if one side's guard wasn't there, you've got 2 players out of position. All ASU had to do was get the ball out of that tackle, and the Red Sea parted for them.
It absolutely. And in this case, the White Sea parted, but, that's rugby, and ASU took advantage. And so, as I say, Claremont has their work cut out for them. He hit him in the air, though, so it will be a tap here. Sam Brown's going to look to go. Hopefully he's got some support. Fred Zeng looking to take it to the post, hopefully, because they need the conversion. He's getting chased down, but no, he's going to be able to take it in, untouched right under the post. And that's a really nice breakout with 2 minutes left. and they have a chance to strike again, Corbs.
It's game on. It's game on. Make the conversion. Let's get this back. Let's get this kickoff going if you're Claremont, and it's game on there. That's a lifeline considering ASU just put them under the pump with that try. Perfect way to respond, and that puts wind in your sails when you got an opportunity to play for the winner, especially when it's the last game of the day for you and your players, and you know you can fully empty it in these last couple minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, all credit. You know, they were hanging their heads. They looked a little bit lost, but it only takes one good play from Sam Brown to Fred Zhang, and they're back in it. And it looks like a good kick. It's going to go just 10. It's knocked on, though, unfortunately, by Claremont. And now we've got a penalty for...
And Hurl could be away there. He's fast. He's been awesome all day. And that's all it took. A little bit of worrying about the decision to the referee, and then you're not back in set. And then he just tapped and goed, and that will be a little bit of a frustration one for Claremont after finally getting back in the game. But if you're ASU, you're thinking, that could be us here. That could just be the gap we needed to get away with this one, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think that's the nail in the coffin. Disappointing, obviously, with my involvement in Claremont, but I have to give all credit to ASU. You know, they've taken, you know, their opportunities. They've had 3 or 4 opportunities, and they've scored from them. And unfortunately, you know, Claremont hasn't taken the opportunities. They've lost the contact point a little bit. They fell asleep there on a high tackle. Yeah. You know, they've got to realize.
This moment here, arguing with the ref, not looking, and then the tap's gone, and you got a guy with pace to burn, and that catches you away. And sometimes you just got to take the referee out of it, especially in those big moments. Just get back and get onside and react as quickly as possible.
Yeah, just play the game. You're not going to change the referee's mind, right? You never have.
And sometimes you've got to learn that lesson the hard way to really respect it. And I think we've all been there in some form. And you'd like to think that player is going to be better the next time and going to learn from that, especially with you as his coach, feeding that back to him, I'm sure. And that's ASU's game there. They win.
You know, congratulations. It is ASU's game. I have to say, very deserved. They were more clinical. They were very physical. I think the skill level for Claremont let them down. Clearly they were hurt by not having Jack Farber out. You know, he limped off on the last game and wasn't able to bounce back, and they really missed him. But what I would say for Ray and for the Claremont team, you know, they showed really well today. They ran out of juice. Their lack of depth, I think, showed. But they shouldn't hang their heads high. They've got a lot of room to work, and they will improve. They're not going to be in Stanford in 2 weeks. But they play Oceanside in 4 weeks, and I know they'll be better.
Yeah, I think, you know, sometimes you need those rounds and those experience and those lessons to go back to the coalface and go work again and get better. And I'm sure you and your team will take that going forward. And, you know, congrats to ASU. They came here and they performed at a little bit of a slow start in the first game. And after that second half turnaround, have looked pretty handy.
Yeah, they looked really handy. And, again, you know, it's a tough sport. You need to play 14 minutes, and they couldn't do it. So, but again, they shouldn't be ashamed of themselves. It's a good performance, and they've got a lot more to build on. So I'm gonna hand it over to Will Hooley. He's gonna have the honor of sitting next to his good mate Alex Corbacero for the next match, which is Claremont women against UC Santa Barbara.
Down out.
Right.
He's back. I'm going to be doing the official entrance themes for everyone, and you can't copyright infringe me when I'm doing it myself with my mouth.
Jeremy Ognall going over to, I guess, just speak to his Claremont crew as they just lost out in that game. That was a good game. That was a physical game, that
It was a cracker,
ASU
mate.
game.
ASU, I thought, played very well this weekend and showed a lot of physicality across all the games. Got some big athletes and some clutch moments there as we're getting ready for this one. Well, as we have Claremont women playing UC Santa Barbara women.
We do indeed, Corbs, as we just adjust our pages in front of us to get the rosters.
The wind is still plaguing me, so give me a second, everyone, to sift through, but I'll leave you in the arms of Will Hooley as I try and find that UC Santa Barbara women's team list so I can do it justice here with the names.
Well, I do know enough about this Claremont women's side. They've definitely been the most impressive, to say the least. The likes of number 10 for Claremont women, Hannum, really strong. Campbell in the midfield. Rocky Ortiz.
Yeah, she's
been brilliant on the edge. So we are coming towards a close here on the West Coast Sevens. This first leg, Dignity Health Sports Centre, as we will also be approaching the final stages, the knockout stage of this day. Anyway, Claremont get us underway against UC Santa Barbara. Myself, Will Hooley, joined by the big man himself, Alex Corpiciero. As UCSB have the ball in hand. Remember that these guys and girls have been playing throughout the whole day, so are the energy levels up to the test? And they really are, and that is a brilliant try from Shaluski, who's been superb for UCSB all day. We've been talking out her name numerous times.
She has been one of the true standouts. We've seen her in the first game carried the team on her back, and she's been one of the real bright sides of this competition.
Fantastic try there in the end.
Shaleski.
And we have on the board a conversion, so therefore that is it. There's 7 points to 0. Sorry, we are still moving paper away in front of us as we're coming towards the closing back end of this tournament today. Fantastic West Coast Sevens. Thank you to everyone who's been part of it. Big shout out, of course, to TVX, who've been the production provider, and of course everyone from the referees to those who have volunteered their time throughout today, making such a good rugby spectacle. As Corbs just goes to retrieve some paper that's blown away. It's now in the hands of Hannum, where Claremont are back on the attack. Letting in that early first try. They're looking to try and make amends. Hannum on that far side. A lot of the Claremont attack go through her.
I found it. It was under my chair, everyone. Sorry. I had one leg trapping it in there. But now we're back. Serves me right for sitting down.
That does not
and here we are, UCSB, with another break. It's going to be a foot race. She's caught the shirt, but she gets it down. And I believe we have a try. I'm waiting to see the referee and the touch judge. I think we've got a try here, judged by everyone's walking. So let's take that as a score. As we're waiting for the numbers, it was hard to see from far away. Apologies.
It was hard to see. I think it might have been the number 2, and that is Amber Lau from San Francisco. Again, just waiting to see confirmation of that. The conversion, though, is no good. As you say, just working down that far touch time. Some really good play. Stiff arm, beating the defender. And in the end, I think I'm still trying to see the number on the back of what was the UCSB's second try of this game. So a great start for UCSB. Just when we were bigging up Claremont and how good they've been today, this Santa Barbara side, a side that lacked a little bit of cohesion earlier on in the day, is certainly starting to find that now, Corbs.
I think that was number 9, Alexi Worley, on that score there. As she now kicks off as well. And Claremont gather. They present, and now they really get a chance to show what they can do with ball in hand, as it's been all UCSB so far. And there's another big tackle.
You're right now, as we have Claremont with the ball, and it's that danger.
Ortiz
out wide, but this time she comes in through the middle and glides her way over the try. Corbs, we've definitely been mentioning her name throughout the day. Get the ball in her hands early. Rocky Ortiz goes over.
Yeah, she's been incredible all game, all day really, and she's just one of those players that can break a game. She's got pace, she looks very fit, very strong, very durable. Reminds me a bit of a Nicole Heverland-like player out there on the field, and that just shows how dangerous Claremont can be when they actually have possession. I think, it's been all UCSB putting pressure on their own half, holding the ball. Finally, we see Claremont actually stretching them. I think Claremont look a little bit faster, a little bit more mobile, where you'd say UCSB look a bit more physical. So if you're Claremont, you're thinking, hold on to the ball, stretch them, and let's use our pace and our finishers when we get those sort of space or one-on-one options. Don't keep running into some of the big sort of tacklers in the middle who've been dropping the hammer on them so far this game.
Totally agree with you. As Claremont get the conversion, which brings it to 7 points to 12. UCSB still have the lead here in this West Coast Sevens. As the kickoff is just knocked on at the front there from that number 14. Coyne, who has also had a strong day today, the number 14 for UCSB. But we've always said it, Corbs, it's the handling. Small moments become big moments, because now this is a chance for Claremont to mount an attack from a set piece.
Yeah, and it's sometimes, the little basics there that, you could sometimes take for granted, but sometimes chesting it, even just turning slightly to your side, gives you that ability to ride the chest a little bit, especially if you're kicking and you're looking into the sun. And small margins, and that is a yellow card there for UCSB, and it's kind of going from bad to worse. They're still in the lead, but the momentum had shifted. But Selesky with another strong tackle, but the offload away to Ortiz, and she knows where the try line is, so UCSB are going to have to be careful. They recycle it back. UCSB are condensed there. You're going to need a big tackle and a stop, but that is an offload out the back. That is silky, as you're going to see. No look from the number 7 of Claremont, Lindsay Manugian. I'm going to guess that's how I say it. I apologize if I disservice it, but that was absolutely outstanding bit of code, and we got to watch it again here.
I just wonder, Corbs, whether this was deliberate or did it actually come off the hand of a UCSB player that then put it into the hands of the Claremont attacker. Nonetheless, it worked.
See. Here we go.
Comes around the corner.
That's perfect. Don't take it away. Don't take it away, Will Hooley. Will Hooley's trying to rob the bank there. You've got to give all the credit.
Oh,
that is absolute money. Cha-ching that in the bank. We want to save that highlight. That's how you advertise a game of rugby.
How dare I? Just from my angle, I did not see it quite as clean as it was. Congratulations. Claremont back on the board, and Corbs, we have a
game on our hands here, Will.
12-all game. Hannum's going to get us underway, but not going 10 metres. It rolls, so that will be also the end of the first half. So, Corbs, there you go. 12-all. We've seen a lot in that. What have you made of it so far?
I think it was, almost a half of two halves as such. You had UCSB start well, keeping sort of possession and pressure down in Claremont's half. And then you also, here's our move of the day as well.
Oh, it's stunning.
That's just naughty.
Wow.
I wish I pulled that off in rugby, but I actually didn't ever. So absolutely outstanding work there. But for me, back to program, I thought UCSB had a good game plan early. Their kickoffs, pressure, forcing turnovers, they looked pretty handy down there and were getting points. Once the game opened up a bit, once it started to give Claremont possession in their own half, that's where they started to look a little bit breachable, and that's where the ill discipline started to cost them. And you got to credit Claremont for staying composed in that game and finding their way back in and taking their shots.
Definitely agree with you. It's 12 apiece here in the women's side of things, coming towards the end, as I've already mentioned, on the West Coast Sevens first leg. A reminder, there is 2 more legs. October 11th at Stanford University, and then the 25th and the 26th of October at Oceanside, California, where it would all be wrapped up in the end. So as the teams take just a minute or two just to collect themselves and hear those last messages, we will be back on the field in just a second, where it's been a long day. It's been a great day, Corbs, and actually as the sun starts to beam down now, it's the energy levels, it's the real sort of last few minutes of a game that could be the real difference, and you just wonder, with a 12-piece all game, it could come down literally to the last play.
It really will, Will. I think this one, it's been a close half, and I think who scores next is going to start getting in that driver's seat. I've said it at half-time, but momentum is massive in sports, and it's going to be who imposes their game plan. Will you see UCSB get back to how they started the game, or will you see this game open up a little bit more, which seems to be favouring Claremont? Can't wait for it.
There we go. Another 7 minutes of action. 7 minutes and a half for Rugby Sevens, and it's Claremont 12, UCSB 12. As we have just the second half to remain. Some outstanding individuals on display. although collectively these teams have only grown throughout the day as well. Talked about it in terms of just having that time together. It's very early in the rugby calendar, within the collegiate rugby calendar. And so, actually, Corbs, it's pretty impressive what we're seeing, considering they probably wouldn't have had loads of practices with each other.
No, and there's nothing like a sevens tournament that can prepare you for a sevens tournament. You know what I mean? Like, there's no training environment where you can play this many games a day and spread out like that. And so it really is so valuable as Claremont get on a rumble there, but unfortunately offloaded and knocked on. But that's another one-handed offload from the number 7, Lindsay Manoogian there. Manoogian, I should say, and she's looking to play, but that's an unforced error. But we've got a game on our hands here, and I think you got to appreciate that it's going to come down to small margins.
It is indeed, as UCSB have this attacking scrum just inside the Claremont half. All attackers have moved across to that far right-hand side. A reminder, there is still someone in the bin, so they're actually only playing with 6 UCSB. But doing pretty well with it, moving to the outside edge, and it's just not gone to hand. And Corbs, is those little moments that it could add up.
So close there. UCSB finally back to a full 7 now as their sin bin player returns, and they could have used it in that last phase. They found space on the edge. One more player might have even been more advantageous, but it just didn't go to hand, and that's what you got to train yourself for. Like I said, a long 7-6, it's hard to train a sevens environment, but to go back to back to back in games and still have that accuracy and execution at the end of the day when you've emptied a lot of it is sort of what these players are going to get this development from getting this first hit out.
Here we go then with Claremont, who get the line out in and keep the ball as they move it down that 15-metre channel on the far side. There's plenty of space if they can get it to this near side. As the ball comes back, that's Hannum. She puts boot to ball, or ball to boot, I should say. Maybe not the right tactic, as now UCSB just collected easily, and a really good, strong attack this looks like from the number 14 of UCSB. That's Coyne.
Unlucky there. Good play initially from UCSB, keeping it alive, but that offload a little loose, low, just spilled. And it probably takes a bit of a breather for the Claremont fans, who are a little nervous there as UCSB seem to be getting on a rumble. But we're still tied at 12 all. We've got just over 5 minutes of play, and it is all to play for. And this is the time where coaches are going to be imploring their players to empty the tank. Give it everything. Worry about it tomorrow, how it's going to hurt.
This is going to come down to a one-score game. I can feel it as Claremont get the ball into the scrum. It's a little dart down this near side. That's Vivaros, who's had a really strong tournament today. Ashley Vivaros, the biology student, 3rd year, as that's an interesting pass, nearly intercepted, but kept well. Claremont just need to spread their attackers out. It's all a little bit bunched at the moment. Does this danger number 5, Ortiz, Rocky Ortiz, she has plenty of speed, but just losing that space on the outside. Keeps the ball alive, though. That's Viveros, who steps back inside. It's all happening, Corbs. You wonder if it can come to this near side.
Turnover at the breakdown. Now's the time for UCSB to go. Ball's been in play for a while, so you can get some heavy lungs, but this is what's going to decide it well as they get on the trundle. They've got to make sure they recycle the pill here. Looks like they have. You want quick ball, but you get the penalty for not rolling away. I'd tap and go quick and see what Claremont have in the tank, and that's exactly what they've done. They're on the rumble, but you need support. There it is. Zaleski with the ball again. She's been one of their go-tos. She goes in, out. She breaks the line, and she is walking in, and that could be the moment, Will.
Zaleski gets it down, and that is a try from UCSB. That could be the match winner. We still have plenty of time left. There's still 3.5 minutes, but the way this game is going at the moment, every score is like gold dust, and UCSB get that 3rd try. Oh, I think everyone needs a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, I'm out of breath here just standing up trying to follow this action. It's been end-to-end. It's been back and forth, and that's what we want in footy when we're watching it. And this is game on now, and how do Claremont respond? They will be, they responded well earlier in the game when they went down. Then they brought it back level, and now they're down again. Can they harness that again, or will momentum start to shift to UCSB?
UCSB then take the lead. The conversion was no good, as I see it on the replay from what we've just seen. So, 17 points. Will that potentially be 2 points that goes missing that could be so vital? Nonetheless, UCSB have this restart. with Claremont trailing by 5 points. There is still just under 3 minutes remaining in this match. Can Claremont catch the ball from the reset? They do. They keep hold of it. As now it's a matter of trying to keep a patience in their attack. Claremont, move it to the edge. Again, get it to the hands of Campbell. Now she has the ball. The number 6 is a fantastic first defensive stiff arm. I see that Hannon, number 10, has just gone down injured. So they are only playing with 6 players now, Corbs, as they try and keep the ball alive. They still do. There's potentially opportunity on the far side. Things are slowed down, though now.
It's slow, it's tight, but they do have players and there is space, so wait and see what happens as Claremont recycle it again. They move it back, but they go themselves, but that could be isolated, Will. Watch out for a turnover here, but nope. Good hustle from Claremont. They get back there, and now they recycle, and there is a gap there if they can get the ball away, but strong defense again. As Claremont look to recycle, they're looking like they're breathing heavy. The ball has been in play a lot today. Both teams under pressure. Who is going to stand up? And oh dear, 2 of the standouts going head-to-head on the edge there. As they slow it down, Shaleski holding up the Claremont player. That is buying her team some time to get their defensive line set, to get some air in the lungs. And now you'd like to see UCSB fly off the line. But it's Claremont with the depth. Strong carry. But again, it's recycled, I believe. Ball there. If you're UCSB, you need to make sure you get back and get set. If that player breaks, one player breaks, this could shift the whole game. But strong tackling has been absolutely fantastic. They offload, they keep it alive. Well, the gift that keeps on giving is this game here.
Claremont just trying to control the ball, but they don't. A little knock on. It's all a bit frantic, and you know when you just want to win a game, it's the element of patience and control that can just elude you. And I just wonder for Claremont, as much as they're trying so hard, it's those loose offloads or passes that are not going to hand. But it really is full grit and determination stuff, Corbs, as now UCSB have a chance with the ball.
Yeah, we're getting some serious head-to-heads between Shaleski and Campbell here. They're both 2 of the standout players for each of their side, and they've had some big tussles in these last couple of minutes, tackling each other and keeping each other at bay, and I'm absolutely loving it. In a big game, you want your big players going, and there's Shaleski again. She gets up, she gets the ball back, and now UCSB have a chance to do something here.
Now UCSB with the ball, moving it to the edge. Well held on in the end from number 10, Navarro.
10 seconds left in the game as well. If you're UCSB, you've got to have clock management here. Someone's got to be commsing to you. Because if you get to the 0, knock on, is ref going to blow? She's given time.
That is it.
That is full time, and that is a win for UCSB. Heartbreak for Claremont. But a big second half saw them wrestle that one away.
So there you have it. UCSB celebrate. They have certainly been the most improved team today as they've gone throughout from the morning to the afternoon. They get a great win, 17 points over Claremont, 17-12, the final score. So Claremont in both the men and the women just losing out really right at the end, but a really highly competitive game there, Corbs.
Small margins decide big games. Well, I was told that at a young age, and I think in sevens it's even more important as you get in the tunnel. Some of the things we love about rugby is the camaraderie and the sportsmanship afterwards, and you're seeing that there after a hard-fought battle, and the way the teams come together. There's no other sport like it in the world.
So it's been a fantastic day so far. We are coming in towards those closing last couple of games here in the West Coast Sevens. There's going to be a small break for now. Stay with us as we have plenty of action still coming up. Just getting a quick note there that the final will be on the pitch 1. The final on pitch 1 will be UCLA versus Cal at 3:20 p.m. Pacific time. So there you go. As we take a short break, do stay with us. We'll bring you some replay reaction of what's been a fantastic day here at Dignity Health, and also a little bit of preview as to what's to come. 2 great rugby programs going up against each other. Don't want to miss it. Stay with us. We'll be back in a few.
On the field, it takes trust, teamwork, and a fierce drive to win. That's the spirit of rugby, and it's the foundation of Falcon West Insurance. We've built our company culture and our unique career-building academy program on those very principles. We provide thousands of families and businesses with the best carriers and coverage. When you need an insurance partner you can trust, remember Falcon West, because when you're fiercely independent with a team backing you, you're free to succeed.
Do us proud. We hope that some of you are out there joining them in the future. Congratulations, and here you go.
Do we have another team that we're going to do?
Yeah, USU.
I'm driving his car back. Yeah, that's it. I'm the one who's got my car back. You're the one who can. Thing is, you don't know it's genuine. He's a genuine person. He says, like, One, two, three, boxes! Do it again. 1, 2, 3, boxes!
No. I'm live now.
Are we on? Okay, congratulations to ASU, the Challenger Cup winners, Peter Hugo, the head coach, and Jacob, the captain there. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Well, hi, Jeremy Ognall here. I'm at Dignity Health Stadium. We're here for the West Coast Sevens. We've had an amazing day of action. Men's college, women's college, high school Sevens all put together across 2 pitches. I'm actually blessed to be standing here with the creator of all this, Mr. Warren Speaker. So, Warren, it's great to see you. Tell me about the day so far.
It's been a terrific day of rugby. As you said, we had all different brackets of teams. You know, we had a clean day, and it was just a great start to the series. I mean, what a way to kick off with this beautiful weather. What's going to be terrific rugby for the next month?
Yeah, absolutely. So you said the next month. So we have events coming. We've been talking about it all day on the broadcast. 2 weeks we're in Stanford, and 2 weeks after that, Oceanside, correct?
Yeah, the finals will be in Oceanside at the sports park there. We're going to be at Stanford Stuber Rugby Stadium in 2 weeks. So we get Northern California, Southern California, San Diego. We've got teams coming out from Arizona. We've got teams down from Washington. We're going to have teams from Oregon. It's all the West Coast Sevens.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. We've been part of a couple of these now. You know, I've been alongside Will Hooley, Alex Corbacero. We have Colin Hawley coming out for us in Stanford. We have Dallin Stanford coming out for us in Oceanside. So it's just getting better.
Yeah, it's getting better and better. I mean, the fact that we've got this world-class broadcast talent, the same folks that are doing HSBCs, you know, World Cup stuff. I mean, it's incredible. And so we appreciate all the effort that's going into this. And as this gets better and better, it gears towards a national championship for CRAA and for the United States of America and college, and we just got to make this happen.
Well, I have to say, I've been dealing with you a lot on this last year. It's been an absolute pleasure. What I do want to make sure is that we pass on all our thanks to TVX Video, who put the production on, and also thanks to you, to Andy, to your wife, to all the volunteers who've just made an amazing day. And as I say, I think it's just going to build and build and build for Stanford and beyond. So we look forward to the next few steps.
Thanks for all your help. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We really appreciate it, and let's go have the finals.
Well, we're going to have the finals. We have UCLA coming up against the Cal Golden Bears, and I'm honored now to turn it back over to my colleagues, Mr. Will Hooley and Mr. Alex Corbacero.
There we go. Jeremy Ognall, the multi-talented Jeremy Ognall with the interview. And, of course, Warren Speaker as well, the fantastic work that he's been doing. Everyone involved. Jeremy, spot on with that interview. Corbs, it's been a great day. We've seen a lot of rugby across men's, women's and high school.
We really have. And sorry, but how good did Jeremy look on camera after being here in the booth with us all day? Absolutely outstanding. But, yeah, we've had a cracking day, Will. And, you know, we've seen quality rugby, competitive games, you know, camaraderie, sportsmanship. We've seen it all across the day, and we still have a doozy in store in this final. You've got 2 powerhouses of West Coast rugby. You know, Cal Berkeley, the Bears, probably the most established program in the history of the United States. And then you have UCLA, another prestigious university, and really a team with Harry Bennett in this tournament that came to play. And are they the dark horse to unseat your defending champions?
Well, there you go, the defending champions you mentioned there, Corbs and Cal. They've had a lot of success, of course, Jack Clark being their head coach and Tom Billups as well. A lot of success in their history, a lot of success in this tournament. They won it last year. UCLA were just pipped to get into the final by USD. What has happened this year? Well, they've turned the ties. It's UCLA that find themselves the Bruins in this final. Harry Bennett, of course, the director of rugby, has done a tremendous job for UCLA. And Corbs, from what you've seen, is it a clash of styles, or actually do these guys match up very well?
I think they match up pretty well. These are 2 programs that like to play expansive rugby, and we've seen that so far today. You'd probably say Cal have the edge in a little bit of the size and the physicality of some of their athletes, but then UCLA's skill level, their clinicalness has really been pretty impressive today. So this one's probably going to come down to the wire unless a few bouncers favour someone and they happen to take their shots.
Well, there's plenty of talent there leading their sides out. Keep an eye out, of course, in that Cal team. Rand Santos, a USA Eagle, already still finishing off his college years. Solomon Williams as well. But there's plenty of also fantastic stars in this UCLA side. Caden Hartley, Joe Lambert, freshman, have looked really impressive. And, of course, plenty of other talent across the field. So here we go then. This is the final game of the West Coast Sevens here in Dignity Health Sports Complex of what is a first of 3 legs. Already mentioned, Jeremy spoke to Warren Speaker about not just here in LA, but Corbs, we're going to head to Stanford and then back down to Oceanside.
Yeah, we've got a stacked sort of lineup, but don't look ahead yet, Will, because this one's going to come down to something special. And, you know, these have been the two flag bearers of the tournament so far, and I don't know which one to call. If you're a betting man, which way are you going on this one, Will Hooley?
I've got to say, potentially. I like to use the word potentially. It gets me out of trouble. So therefore, if something does happen different, I'm going to say Cal are looking maybe the strongest, but UCLA will give it their all as it's kickoff. It's number 3 for Cal Edstrom that has a high-hanging kickoff, and it works back. It goes back to the kicker, number 3 there. Edstrom works it back to this blind side. Here's Solomon Williams. It's a left foot step and it's acceleration. And Corbs, that's the first try of the game. I mentioned he'd be a danger man. Williams gets over for Cal's first try.
Yeah, really clinical stuff from Cal. It's getting off to the races, and it all started from the kickoff, the hang time. That has been one of the themes that Cal have had in every game. Hang time on their kicks, allow them to pressure the opposition, and that gives you a chance of getting it back. And even though UCLA got the ball up, got their lifter up well, just the fact that it was so competitive and Cal could get a hand to it meant they favoured it and they got the ball as they make the attempt at a conversion now.
All points will be important. Unfortunately for Williams, he can't add to his try. So Cal with a 5-point lead to begin it. There is that receipt from the kickoff, Corbs. That's what they want to try and repeat.
Yeah, and it just gives you a shot, because when that ball comes back off the kickoff, the defence is not set and structured, and so you get a chance to catch them at 6s and 7s, and that's where you can pull something special off like Cal did. But just like that, it goes the other way before referee sees a knock-on.
Just a knock-on, so unfortunately for the Bruins, they're not going to get the ball from here. Cal will mount an attack. And when you look at the weapons they got in the wide channels, the athletes they got on this field, Corbs, they're well coached, and also they're well maintained by the likes of someone like Tom Billups.
Yeah, I love it. You've got kind of the older generation and the newer generation of this collegiate coaching going head-to-head with Harry Bennett, and then some of the stalwarts at Cal Berkeley with Tom Billups as well. Real OG US Sevens Eagle, and then has been a coach sort of through the whole development of collegiate rugby. It's actually awesome to see.
UCLA mentioned a couple of freshmen in the beginning because there are quite a lot of freshmen this side. This is someone who's got a lot of experience, though, for Cal. It's a great offload from Williams, and now, as it goes, it's big number 2 for Cal, and it's a great second try. A little bit of a push and a shove, but in the end, Brian Bogney gets over for Cal second.
Yeah, Bogney with a fantastic finish there, but I think you've got to credit Rand Santos, who's just been absolutely sensational today. I don't think he played in the last game for Cal, but when you see him in those hands and just a little intricate loop play there, he is a big game player, and Cal came to play so far with this sort of blitz start that they've gone to the game. A bit like UCLA had USD, you've now seen Cal winning those kickoffs and just really applying pressure to UCLA.
Sevens is about starting early, starting fast, and there's certainly a lot of quality that Cal have shown in this first few minutes. Kick-off again. Another high-hanging kick, as this time it's the 11. Sam Raid, who gets the ball. For UCLA, this is their first attacking chance, but Cal come up very fast, keeping UCLA inside their 22. A lot to ask from here. Good little goose step jump from Hampton, the number 13. Penalty there, Corbs, and they're already trying to put some pace on it.
Yeah, there was a good tackle from Cal, but then got maybe a little greedy at the breakdown going again, and now they gave UCLA a little pressure release, but we shall see if UCLA can play out their half. We haven't seen it yet, Will.
UCLA coached by Harry Bennett. Very well organised, but so far are struggling against this powerful, physical Cal side. And it's that man again, Solomon Williams, who will go over for his second try. And within the first half of the first half, Cal are starting to have a commanding lead.
Yeah, it's a deja vu sort of Santos to Williams there is the money combo. And again, breakdown turnover from Santos actually gets Cal into that game there, and those are big moments. UCLA are getting pressured and cooked in their own last third. And even though Cal aren't always getting the ball back off of these kickoffs, UCLA haven't really found a way to get into gear or get momentum and play out of there. And I think a lot of that is the defensive organization of Cal. They don't sort of honeypot. They stay pretty disciplined, and they have a good crack at the breakdown.
Another high-hanging kick, but this time not going 10 metres from Cal. So will this be UCLA's first chance? Literally, they've been crying to have a bit of possession as they go to the far side, into the hands of the quick-nipping number 9, Max Griffiths. He's a really exciting player when he gets space. Brought down, though, as the Bruins move it to this near-hand side. Cal, though, smothering the ball and the drop just there, and there's no easy yards that the UCLA will be able to pick up, and unfortunately, with errors like that, that is gifting the ball back.
Yeah, tough blow there for UCLA, an unforced error, and finally they had an opportunity to have a crack and attack into Cal's half, and you're thinking that might reset this game back to them being in it, but that little error just gets Cal another shot and takes a little bit of the momentum out of UCLA as they're already chasing this one. They've got to start turning it around and hopefully get some points on the board for the end of this half.
So Williams is going to put the ball in, and it looks like a turnover against the head. That's a fast scrum there, Corbs.
We're getting a little bit too much pushing before the ball comes in. I think if I was a referee, I'd say, guys, I need a bit of stability before you feed. I thought UCLA might have gone a little bit early there. I think sometimes the scrum when it's 3 isn't always the tidiest, but I think probably the cue for me is I think we got to allow a bit less pushing until the feed actually happens.
There you go. You can hear loud and clear the referee organise that scrum as Williams gets it away to Santos. Comes on the loop, though, Williams. That's a lovely little play as it now gets moved to the edge into the powerful wide runner for Cal. Just losing control of the ball, but I thought the referee was going to let that play on. So it's always that thing in rugby. When you do get tackled as the player with the ball, you can release the ball, stand up and pick the ball up, but you dice around with the risk of potentially knocking it forward.
Yeah, it's one of those, when you micro drill it, and I've done that when I coached this year at San Diego Legion. John Menenti, coming from sort of Australia, sevens team, was big on that drill, and really the key factor is when you release, you have to have that control almost chest on it so it stays put, because it's a real easy one to spill if you're a bit loose with that release.
So, the Bruins free kick, early engagement. You even mentioned that, Corbs, earlier about some early movement. Well, finally, the referee blows for it, as now it's UCLA who find a bit of space, and it's this man who has a lot of wheels who just gets tripped up, number 13, Van Hampton, and boy, was that a last-ditch tackle that was needed. And in sevens, the ball is just played away from the penalty. Cal coming back inside the UCLA half. This will be the last play of the first half as Ran Santos decides to kick to space. I like that a lot. As finding his man on the edge. Can he link up with Bogny? He can. And there he goes, the big man for his second try of the game. Can he get over? Yes, he will. What a bit of passage of play from Cal Bears, not only in defence, but also their variation in attack. That's the fourth try.
It's just a complete performance. There's nothing else to say. They are ticking every box out there. And one thing that has impressed me about this team all tournament is the hustle on D. You thought, okay, free kick, UCLA, finally line break. This is their chance to score. But a tap tackle, a turnover, and then a crossfield, and then a beautiful finish. Cal are bringing their A game in the finals time, and this is what you want to see if you're a Cal Bears fan.
That is the end of the first half. The conversion's no good, so it's 22 points to 0, unfortunately, for the UCLA. We're taking a look here at some of those best moments. That's the tap tackle, which was absolutely perfect. Perfect from that man wearing the 7 jersey in Mac Threckeld. What a tap tackle that then went to the other side of the pitch. The Ran Santos cross kick, but it's Brian Bogny who gets over. Second try. So 2 tries for Bogny, 2 tries for Solomon Williams. Corbs, this is looking very controlled from the Bears.
Yeah, it's been clinical, and you're going to see 2 very different huddles at half-time right now. Jack Clark's going to be telling them, don't switch off, lads, no complacency, and giving them a few ideas of what they could do better, where Harry Bennett is going to be trying to wake his boys up and make sure that they realise it's 7 minutes. bring it or go home without a trophy, and that's really what we're talking about right now. And I think you've got to bring the urgency, and you've got to bring a bit of attention and say, guys, our error count, our ability to finish, we've got to find a way as well to D these guys. We're letting them get too much purchase in the wide channels, breaking, offloading, and it's catching us at 6 and 7s.
A reminder that this sevens competition kind of kicks off the season for those here on the West Coast, Corbs. I know as the year goes on, or actually going into 2026, that's when the 15s programs really begin, leading up to the Nationals. Cal, of course, won the D1A championship in Indianapolis. They will be the reigning champions. But I do think for someone like Jack Clark, he particularly, and for Harry Bennett as well, they use this sevens to really focus on the athletes and their core skills and ability, because sevens brings it out of you.
It really does. It just gets you more touches than anything 15s would ever do. And so I think, when you're looking at it from that point of view, it is absolute development. Because sometimes, especially as a forward or certain positions, in 15s, you just don't get as much catch-pass reps as a coach would like to develop your skill set. Where sevens, it's all that. It's all fast, pace, skills, individual little accuracies at breakdown, tackle, all the things you get to micro in 15s really get harnessed in the sevens arena.
Couple of changes coming on then for UCLA. I see Jaden Seabrook in front of me, wearing the number 2 jersey, as he moves himself more in towards the midfield. So for the Bruins, there is still 7 minutes to change this game around. You've got to say that they've got to be the side that scores next if they are going to change the tide. It is Cal leading this final here in the first leg of the West Coast Sevens, 22 points to 0. It's taken very well in the end. I think that's Threcold, who's had a really strong game. This is Ran Santos, who's also been a playmaking expert, as now Cal just moved their way across the field, using the power, using the fend. It's that man, Solomon Williams, who's been lightning with the ball. He accelerates away. Solomon Williams will not be caught. That is a hat-trick. Yes, it's given. And that is the try, a 5th try for Cal and Corbs. This is now looking all too simple.
Yeah, that could be the sort of nail in the coffin that they say. You think maybe you got a little bit of a sniff after half-time. You could dig yourself out of this hole, but once it goes again, it starts to become a mountain. A hill turns into a mountain, and there's not much more you can go after that, and they're going to have to start climbing quick if they want to have a chance to reap these points back. But 27 unanswered points from the Cal Bears, and you can see Solomon Williams has not just been sensational in this game, he's been a standout across the whole day. Him, Santos, they've been really bringing their A game and carrying his team through in some big performances, and especially in a final. That's where you usually find out where your medal is and what you're made of, and to see guys thrive under that pressure has been absolutely outstanding.
Got to say, there's still 5 minutes left, but Solomon Williams does look like sort of potentially an early MVP from this final match today. We shall see whether someone else stakes a claim. As UCLA finally get a bit of space out wide, can they keep hold of the ball? It's in that man, 11 on. It's just turned over as I'm waiting for it to come up and check the shirt number, but Cal get the ball back and they now will find space. There's a dummy switch there. Great speed on the outside. It's a wonderful break from Oliver Newell, who actually decides to pass back inside to Teague. And the two Ollies work together very well. Very unselfish play from Cal. And that is another try. And in the infamous words of tennis, that's game, set, and match.
Yeah, that's all she wrote. I'm sorry for your UCLA Bruin fans out there, but the Bears came to stomp the yard. And so far, it's turning to the Bear Den out here at Dignity Health Sports Park. And they ain't hibernating, put it that way.
Coming up with as many puns and cliches as we can throw at you.
I'm giving Dallin Stanford a good run for his money. That's what I decided to do today.
Well, there you go.
Game on in Oceanside, Dallin. Game on.
Cal will be very happy with the way they're performing as we take another look here. Look at this little dummy switch. Came on that inside line, just was the decoy that was needed. The defenders bought it, and in the end, it was a lovely finish. It's that man Teague that gets over under the stick. So, Cal with another try, extending their lead to 34 points to 0 as they get the ball back again. UCLA have just been smothered. They've barely had possession, let alone territory. They will have the penalty from this one. Corbs, what on earth are you saying to this UCLA team now?
Guys, just focus on your next job. I think, there's nothing probably that's going to rectify the scoreline, but what you can do is control the footsteps in front of you. So I'd be saying, lads, focus on your next job. If everyone focuses on your next job, we're going to start turning the tide a little bit, and maybe it swings our way, or maybe it will at least limit the damage and it doesn't get any worse. But I think today the lesson is got to be on your P's and Q's and start well, because it could be a slippery slope in the game of sevens.
As now finally do find a little bit of ground, but the pressure from the Cal defense is coming up hard and forcing the turnover. It is worth mentioning, and I know I've mentioned it in the first half, but there is plenty of freshmen in this UCLA side that are getting some really good experience, and it is the beginning of the rugby season, sevens being predominantly the format for these West Coast teams. As we enter the last 2 minutes. Corbs, I have a certain candidate for an MVP. I'm pretty sure we can't give it really to anyone else other than the man who scored the hat-trick.
Well, let's go. On 3, 2, 1. Solomon Williams. There we go.
We're in synergy, me and Corbs.
For the first time
that
ever.
Doesn't often happen.
For the first time ever.
Anyway.
In the last 10 years I've known Will Hooley, 10 years plus, that's probably the first time we've ever synergized on anything.
Nothing.
But yeah, it's probably special mention to Santos there, but I think Solomon Williams' body of work and just kind of that all-court sevens game, he is a proper US Eagle candidate, that sort of player that can play in those sort of, or at least that sort of level, I feel, with the skills he has.
100%. Let's not forget about Brian Bognay as well. He scored 2 tries. And both those players, Williams and Bognay, are off the field now. Their work is done, and this game is all but done, as there's still a remaining just under 2 minutes. So can the Bruins come back and find some score? We are secretly maybe now being Bruins supporters, as unfortunately they knock it on. Corbs, I'm trying to be positive here, but
I'm going to be honest,
work.
Will, I love ruthless destruction. I think for Cal Berkeley, if you're Tom Billups right now, you're saying, guys, a minute 30 to ice this out, nil them, and put together that sort of perfect 14 minutes. That's how you really build that mental fortitude, because you take games where it's not on the line and you still bring that same mentality. When they get to the next final, they've got that extra belief in gear that they can dial in for 14 minutes regardless of nothing. And just like sometimes I got to cheer for South Africa because they can be really dominant, even though I'm not the biggest African fan, it's very similar here. I'm probably going to root for an icing on the cake whitewash.
And that icing on the cake, maybe another try. It's a good tackle over there. The great tackle from Freddie Jobber, but they keep hold of the ball. It's a bit of a wild pass. That's probably the first wild pass I've seen from Cal in this final. Keep the ball alive. Fantastic offload. Do they get into the corner? That is John Warren. Keep hold of the ball, though. Cal, move it to the edge. Big, long, wide passes. They really do fill the field exceptionally. And in the end, the power comes through. And Nate Comiskey gets over for Cal. It's a celebration, this final, of Cal Bear Sevens Rugby. Jack Clark, no doubt, will be very happy. You've said it, it's been ruthless.
It has been. It's been clinical, it's been ruthless, and that's kind of the mindset you want to have in sevens, is it doesn't matter about the score, it matters about your next job. And I think Cal have just kept the next job mentality, and that's allowed them to be destructive today in this final, as we're getting to serious whitewash territory, with that making it 41-0, and that is the final whistle, I believe, and all she wrote. So your winners today, Will, are the Cal Bears of Berkeley.
There you go. A very deserved win for Cal, as Harry Bennett, the UCLA coach, shakes hands with Tom Billups and, of course, Jack Clark. That's a great win for Cal. A simple, destructive win. UCLA can hold their heads up high. They played some great rugby today, just didn't bring it in the final. Cal win this leg here in Los Angeles of the West Coast Sevens. 41 points to nothing. We will be able to get a word, I believe, from our MVP, which Corbs and I synergize so well. And that is, of course, the number 10, Solomon Williams for Cal. But maybe, Corbs, just to finish up, really from us as well, shout out to everyone involved today. Referees, volunteers, all the colleges, both men, women and high schools involved in what's been a very successful day.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Will. I think everyone deserves a pat on the back. It's obviously always going to be little things in the first one you wish you could maybe do better, but I think today, big picture, we should be sailing high. There was so much good rugby on the field. Load of players are only going to get better from this experience. Same with the broadcast, same with the referees. The fans came as well. To the organisers, the people that got here bright and early at the crack of dawn this morning to make sure this show is ready to rumble. You all deserve a massive pat on the back. And then I think just us fans, viewers, were the winner because we saw some proper code and probably quickly get out of there. I thought Cal brought their best game in the final, and that's what you want to see.
So it looks like Jeremy Ognall does have Solomon Williams down there. Hopefully Solomon doesn't get too scared with the old man, but go on, Jeremy. Go and speak to the MVP.
Well, thanks, Will. Thanks, Corbs. I'm standing here with the man of the tournament, selected by our commentators, Will and Corbs. Solomon Williams, congratulations, man of the tournament. How does it feel?
Thank you very much. Feels great, but it just feels good to get a win with those group of boys. Just the talent, the level of depth that we have on this team, it's exciting, and to play with a group like that, it's something special. So
I have to play back. Were you the man of the tournament last fall as well in Chula Vista? I believe you were, correct?
I believe so. One of the tournaments.
So you're collecting quite the hardware, and then you had an amazing summer of rugby with the All-Americans in South Africa. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it was being in South Africa, representing the U.S., wearing the jersey. It's always a special feeling. To play this group of sevens, these boys, helped me out and put me through, and Randy put me through in the corner. Couldn't have done it without them. So great.
Yeah, well, you've got a great team around you, and I love how humble you are about it. You always are humble. You're an amazing young man. We look forward to great things. Tell us about what you're expecting in Stanford in 2 weeks, and Oceanside 2 weeks after that.
Today was a great tournament, put on by West Coast Sevens. So really just grateful for more opportunities, like you said, in Stanford and Oceanside. We'll have another 15s game the end of this semester in the fall. So be having these tournaments run by West Coast Sevens. Just grateful and excited for their other two.
Do you think there's a chance of eventually sharing some of the silverware with your teammates, letting some of them take the man of the tournament?
Look, I just got lucky with today. So they're, everyone did everything. You look at Philip Edstrom, put the nudges that he put through to set us up. Randy, as always, that cross kick. It's a team of all 15 of us on that Cal 1 side. So, grateful to have the group of boys that we do now. So.
Well, I love the way you carry yourself. A pleasure watching you. We look forward to Stanford in 2 weeks. Thanks for your time. Congratulations. I'll turn it back to Will and Corbs for a second. I think we're going to have a little conversation with Mr. Jack Clark.
There we go. Thanks, Jeremy. Hopefully you can still hear us here. Congratulations, Solomon Williams, a deserved MVP. As here they come over to the presentation area. Corbs, before it goes to Jeremy, this side has really stood out today, hasn't it? Always does, Cal.
Yeah, defending champions, they're national 15 champions, and they came here to show why, and they really delivered in, good culture, good club, or a good team, I should say, and they bring through a lot of great men that do a lot more than just rugby, but good around the sort of world and in the country, and it's a privilege to see them in this position.
Well, here we go. We can go back to Jeremy Ognall. He's actually got Rand Santos with him, and I believe a little trophy to go with. A fine performance from Cal today.
Well, Will, Corbs, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm standing here with Rand Santos. I'm proud to hand him the trophy to the Cal Golden Bears. Congratulations on winning another West Coast Sevens to you and your teammates. Very well deserved. And if we could, we're going to take a quick second. We're going to invite Mr. Jack Clark to come in for a second. We'd like to have a quick word with him. Coach Clark, pleasure to see you as always. Tell us your thoughts about today and what you're looking forward to in building to Stanford and Oceanside.
Well, we were a little uneven today, to be honest, but I thought we were pretty good in the final, but maybe a little uneven throughout the tournament, and we took a couple losses with the reserves. So, yeah, it's been a mixed day for us, and looking forward to the next stop.
Well, knowing how you and Tommy are with the team, I'm sure you won't rest on your laurels over the next couple of weeks. You'll want to be better, both in your first and seconds at Stanford. So what are your expectations coming out of Stanford and, as I say, 2 weeks later in Oceanside?
Well, we're going to try to play as well as we can and try to win, right? But, there's other good teams, right? So we can only control our part. But the guys are working hard, so we think we're off to a good season.
I think it's a great start. Again, congratulations, reigning 15 champions. You put a great foot forward. You've got a great, amazing group of young men. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks.
Great, thanks.
And thanks
Cheers.
for your time.
All right, cheers.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
There we go. Jeremy Ognall speaking there with the Director of Rugby head coach, Jack Clark. Congratulations to everyone involved. Of course, Cal taking the win. We will see everyone again, Corbs, in 2 weeks' time in Stamford. It's been fantastic fun. Credit to everyone involved. Of course, yourself, Alex Corbusiero, myself, Will Hooley, Jeremy Ognall, and TVX Productions. Corbs, it's been a good one.
It's been a good one, mate. Thanks for everyone for tuning in. Congratulations to the Cal Bears and UC Santa Barbara. It was an absolute pleasure to call today, and I look forward to the next one.
There we go. Thanks for joining us here. TVX Productions, congratulations to Cal in the men's side of things, and as you've said there as well, UC Santa Barbara taking the women's in this first leg. Join us on the 11th October in Stamford for more West Coast Sevens.